1. Post-independence political history of India. Post-independence political timeline. 1. First elections in independent India. 1. Issues witnessed during this period. 2. The era of one-party rule in India, 1947 to 1964. 3. The decline of the Congress Party. 5. The opposition parties, 1947 to 1964. 6. Succession from the Nehruvian era. 8. From Shastri to Indira Gandhi. 9. General elections of 1967 and its impact on Indian politics, shaping political landscape and leadership transition. 11. The JP movement, imposition of emergency, and the elections of 1977. 12. Janata government rule and the resurgence of Congress, political transitions and policy initiatives. 14. The Rajiv Gandhi years. 16. Foreign policy initiatives of the Rajiv Gandhi government. 18. India in the 1990s and the new millennium. 19. Politics of coalition in India. 20. Previous year questions. 21. 2. National integration. Integration of the princely states. 22. Linguistic diversity in India. 25. Linguistic reorganization of states. 26. Regionalism in India. 27. Impacts of regionalism. 28. The Punjab crisis of the 1980s. 30. The Kashmir issue. 31. The Naxalite movement. 34. Integration of tribals. 35. India's tribal policy. 35. 3. Features and evolution of post-independence Indian foreign policy. Features of India's foreign policy post-independence. 38. Reasons for India's pursuit of independent foreign policy. 38. Post-independence, India's role in international affairs. 38. Relationship with the superpowers. 40. Russia, formerly Soviet Union. 40. Relationship with neighbors. 41. Bhutan. 42. Myanmar, Burma. 42. Maldives. 43. Pakistan. 44. China. 46. Sri Lanka. 46. Evolution of India's foreign policy. 47. 4. Indian economy, Indiana post-independent India. Aspirations for the independent India. 50. Setting the economic foundation, 1947 to 1991. 50. Economic policy of the Nehruvian era, analysis and expansion. 51. Cooperatives in India, a historical overview and policy perspective. 57. Indian economy from 1965 to 1991, overview and analysis. 58. The evolution of banking in India. 62. Previous year question. 64. 5. Technological development. 66. 6. Post-independence social movements in India. Other features of women movements. 70. Student movements. 72. Agrarian movement in India, a historical overview. 74. Caste movements in India, historical analysis and current trends. 77. Backward class movements. 78. Environment movements. 78. Environmental disasters. 80. 7. The Indian subcontinent post-independence. India's economic ascendance. 83. Viksit Bharat vision. Viksit Bharat has to be built only through Sabka Prayas. 83. Previous year questions. 84. Wallah, ROAI Foundation UROUI courses. Live recorded GS classes. CSAT classes. Sankalp 2026. English M. Prahar 2025. English R. L. Titan 2025. English. Starts from 9 for 99. Coupon code PW0IS 500 for extra discount. UPSC Optitude and LCAURSE 2025 English, 5 TFT. Mathematics. Anthropology, PSGR History. Sociology, Geography, Public Administration. Adjust. 8, 999. Coupon code PW0IS 500 for extra discount. 992-061-3613 PW. Live Post-Independence Political History of India. Post-Independence Political Timeline. One-party rule, 1947 to 1964. At the helm of the Indian National Congress was Jawaharlal Nehru, independent India's first prime minister. Nehru's vision was to build a secular, socialist, and democratic republic. It was during this period. Post-independence political timeline. One-party rule, emergence of one-eye decline of, resurgence of IQWM J opposition FY Nehruvian era, Congress. Rise of coalition and I Rajiv Gandhi, emergency and regional politics era aftermath. That India adopted its constitution, 1950, began major development projects and established institutions of higher learning. Emergence of opposition parties, 1947 to 1964. Despite Congress dominance, opposition parties such as the Communist Party of India, Bharatiya Janata Sangh, the precursor to the BJP, and others started asserting their presence. Transition from Nehruvian era. After Nehru's death in 1964, Lal Bahadur Shastri briefly held office. However, after his sudden death in 1966, Nehru's daughter, Indira Gandhi, assumed power. Her assertive leadership style and populist measures marked a distinct shift from the Nehruvian era. Resurgence of Congress, 1969 to 1973. Indira Gandhi's tenure was marked by centralization of power and populist policies like bank nationalization and abolition of privy purses. The emergency, 1975 to 1977, a defining period in India's political history. The emergency declared by Indira Gandhi saw the suspension of democratic processes. It was followed by the formation of the first non-Congress government at the center led by the Janata Party. The Rajiv Gandhi era. Following Indira Gandhi's assassination, her son Rajiv Gandhi ascended to the prime ministerial position, marking a new phase in India's political history. Political changes in the 1990s and the new millennium. This period was characterized by the rise of coalition politics and regional parties at the national level, culminating in the formation of the National Democratic Alliance (NDA) government in 1999, 2014, and 2019. First elections in independent India. Following the finalization of the Constitution, the Election Commission of India was established in January 1950, with Sukumar Sun as its first chief election commissioner. The commission faced numerous challenges in its quest to conduct the first elections. Delimitation of constituencies. Given India's geographical size, determining electoral boundaries was a colossal task. Preparing the electoral rolls, the process was riddled with issues. For instance, names of nearly 4 million women went unrecorded, appearing merely as the wife or daughter of a particular individual. Scale of elections. These were the first ever elections of such a magnitude, with 170 million eligible voters set to elect 489 members of parliament and 3,200 MLAs. Illiteracy. With only 15% of voters being literate, the ECI had to devise unique voting methods. Universal adult franchise. India opted for universal adult franchise, granting voting rights to all adults, a move not yet adopted by several European countries at the time. Our Representation of the People Act, 1950. In April 1950, Representation of the People Act was passed in Parliament, which provides for the qualifications of voters, preparation of electoral rolls, delimitation of constituencies, allocation of seats in the Parliament and state legislatures, disqualification of seats under corrupt practices, and so on. Outcome of the electoral exercise: large voter turnout. An impressive 46.6% of eligible voters turned out to cast their votes, proving the deep-rooted engagement of Indian citizens in the democratic process. Competitive elections. Each seat witnessed competition from an average of 4 candidates. This demonstrated the competitive nature of the Indian political landscape right from the inception of its democracy. Acceptance of results. The election results were widely accepted as fair, even by those who did not win. This acceptance underlined the strength of India's electoral process and the legitimacy of its democratic institutions. Issues witnessed during this period. Debate regarding party leadership and government. The Congress Party's leadership post-independence sparked a debate over the relationship between the party's leader and the government. While one faction led by J.B. Kripalani proposed a direct role in policymaking for the party president, another faction, led by Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Patel, advocated for government accountability to the legislature and not the party. This dispute was resolved in favor of Nehru when Purushottam Tandon, a proponent of party supremacy, resigned from the Congress presidency, paving the way for Nehru's presidency. Nehru-Patel differences. Points of contradiction. Nehru-Patel. Economic policy. Nehru envisioned a socialist India, following the Soviet model of planning commission and 5-year plans, thereby limiting the scope of the private sector. Patel, on the other hand, saw the creation of wealth as a crucial factor in promoting societal prosperity. Foreign policy opposed recognizing Israel. Regarded China as a friend, overlooking potential security threats. Accepted Chinese occupation of Tibet as a foregone conclusion. Decided to take the Kashmir issue to the UN. Questioned the delay in recognizing Israel. Warned that despite India's friendship, China might not reciprocate the sentiment. Was deeply distressed over India's inability to defend Tibetans' rights. Disagreed with the decision to take the Kashmir issue to the UN. Views on civil services. Nehru was critical of the Indian civil service, stating it was neither Indian, nor civil, nor a service. Patel saw the All India Bureaucratic Service as integral to uniting the newly independent nation. He is often referred to as the patron saint of India's civil servants for his vision. Approach to integration of princely states. Nehru generally favored a gentle and persuasive approach in dealing with the princely states. Patel, as the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Home Affairs, was instrumental in the integration of over 500 princely states into the Indian Union. He adopted a stern and determined approach, which earned him the title of Iron Man of India. Vision OF Modern India. Nehru envisaged India as a secular, scientific, and socialist republic. His policies aimed at promoting science and technology and secular values. Patel visualized India as a cooperative federation with a strong central authority. He stressed on the need for unity and integrity among the diverse linguistic and regional groups. Despite these differences, Nehru and Patel maintained mutual respect and cooperation, recognizing their unity as a necessity for the nation, particularly after Gandhi's death. The era of one-party rule in India, 1947-1964. Introduction. Unique among its post-colonial counterparts, India steadfastly maintained its commitment to democracy post-independence. Despite the Congress Party's dominance, India fostered a competitive multi-party system underpinned by robust parliamentary institutions. Congress dominance in the early general elections. First general elections. The inaugural general elections in 1952 solidified Congress's position as the nation's leading political party. The party secured 364 out of the 489 Lok Sabha seats, dwarfing the Communist Party of India, which won only 16 seats. Except for Travancore, Cochin, Madras, and Orissa, the Congress triumphed in all state elections, thereby establishing its rule at both state and national levels. Second and third general elections. The 1957 and 1962 elections saw the Congress Party maintain its stronghold, clinching 3/4 of Lok Sabha seats. No opposition party managed to win even a tenth of the seats won by the Congress. At the state level, Congress encountered sporadic challenges, the most notable being the Communist Party of India-led coalition government in Kerala, the first democratically elected communist government. Factors behind Congress' success. The success of the Congress Party can be attributed to several factors. Legacy of the national movement. The Indian National Congress, Inc., led the struggle for India's independence. The party's leadership under figures like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, and others had ingrained in the minds of people a sense of trust and hope. Consequently, the Inc. was seen as a party synonymous with the freedom movement, hence contributing to its popularity post-independence. Organizational strength. The Inc. had a robust structure that extended from the national to the local levels. Weak be tent legacy of national opposition party movement. Factors. 4 Congress success. Well-represented, robust, established diversity organizational network of India structure. Its organizational strength was unparalleled, with state Congress committees and district Congress committees functioning effectively across India. This well-established network allowed the party to reach out to citizens at the grassroots, further enhancing its appeal. Stability and continuity. The Congress Party provided stability and continuity in governance, ensuring a smooth transition from colonial rule to independent nationhood. Its ability to adapt to changing circumstances, accommodate diverse interests, and maintain political consensus contributed to its enduring success. Weak opposition. In the immediate aftermath of independence, the opposition parties like the Socialist Party, Kisan Mazdoor Praja Party, and the Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata were relatively weaker. These parties often lacked a pan-Indian appeal and were unable to present a strong, united front against the Congress, which contributed to the latter's initial success. For instance, the Bharatiya Janata was primarily a North India-centric party with a Hindu nationalist ideology, while the Socialist Party and Kisan Mazdoor Praja Party were often riddled with internal ideological differences and leadership issues. As a result, these parties were unable to mount a formidable challenge to the Congress in the initial years following independence. Inclusivity. The Inc. prided itself on being a big tent party, accommodating various ideologies, ethnicities, and interests. It provided representation to a variety of societal sections, including Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, women, and more. Its policy of inclusivity is reflected in its leadership and political appointments, which have often showcased diversity. Congress as an umbrella organization, a shift from elitism to diversity. Initially, the Congress Party was dominated by urban, upper caste, and upper middle class individuals. Over time, it morphed into a diverse coalition representing a broad spectrum of the Indian populace, including industrialists, peasants, urban dwellers, villagers, owners, and workers. Post-independence evolution. Following India's independence, the Congress Party transformed into a microcosm of the country's vast diversity, reflecting various societal and demographic elements. Consensual leadership approach. The party leadership ensured the preservation of its wide consensual character, fostering an environment that welcomed differing ideological standpoints, from revolutionaries and pacifists to conservatives, radicals, extremists, and moderates. Accommodation of socialists. Even after the amendment prohibiting membership of individuals affiliated with other political parties or groups, several socialists chose to remain aligned with Congress, signifying the party's broad appeal. Platform for reconciliation and accommodation. The Congress Party evolved into a space that facilitated reconciliation, accommodation, and adjustment of diverse class, sectional, and regional interests. It operated as a unifying entity, allowing for the harmonious coexistence of varying interests and viewpoints. Tolerance and sensitivity. The party demonstrated exceptional tolerance towards differing viewpoints and maintained a sensitivity towards various interests. This approach further cemented its position as an inclusive political organization. Philosophical foundations. Gandhian philosophy and Maulana Azad's contributions. Gandhian philosophy. Gandhi's nonviolent philosophy was a key pillar of the Congress Party's moral strength. His focus on truth, satyagraha, nonviolence, ahimsa, swaraj, self-rule, simplicity, and environmental sustainability became fundamental to the party's ideological orientation. Moreover, his fight for social justice and equality, as well as emphasis on education for all, deeply influenced the Congress Party's political agenda and public outreach, enhancing its appeal among the masses. Contributions of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. Maulana Azad was a stalwart of the Congress Party, and his contributions were pivotal to its success. Contribution to pre-independent India. Freedom struggle. Maulana Azad was an active freedom fighter, advocating nonviolence and Hindu-Muslim unity. He served as Inc. President in 192-3 and 1940 to 1946. Opposition to the two-nation theory. Azad opposed Jinnah's two-nation theory and promoted a united, harmonious India for all religions and cultures. Journalism and literary works. As a journalist and writer, Azad founded the Urdu newspaper Al-Hilal and authored India Wins Freedom, contributing to Indian nationalism and sharing his vision for a united India. Contribution to post-independent India. Minister of Education. Maulana Azad established India's modern education system, promoting research, creating institutions like HTS and UGC, and enhancing education access for all. Promotion of culture and heritage. Azad set up institutions like Sahitya Akademi, Lalit Kala Akademi, and Sangeet Natak Akademi to preserve and promote India's cultural heritage. National integration. Committed to unity and harmony, Azad emphasized secularism and inclusive education, contributing to nation-building in early independent India. The decline of the Congress Party. Even the most formidable ruling parties can experience a decline, but in the case of the Congress Party, the deterioration crossed tolerable limits. Several reasons contributed to this downfall. Loss of ideals. As early as 1948, Nehru observed a progressive collapse in the party's moral fiber and idealistic structure. The party began to lose its founding principles. Failure to cultivate new leaders. Idealist youth started to join opposition parties, indicating the Congress Party's failure to nurture a new generation of leaders. Emergence of factionalism. Factional disputes. Actors responsible for decline of Congress. Collapse of moral fiber and idealistic structure. Emergency of factionalism. Loss of ideology. Failed reformation attempts. Power craving. Failed to attract youth leaders. Internal weakness 7. And intrigues led to non-democratic functioning at lower levels of the organization. This infighting detracted from the party's goals and impacted its effectiveness. Failed reformation attempts. The Kamaraj Plan, devised by Nehru and Madras CM Kamaraj in 1963, sought to rejuvenate the party by having several union ministers and state CMs resign to take up organizational work. However, the plan backfired, further boosting the influence of state party bosses in central politics. Electoral losses. The weakening of the party was underscored by the loss of 3 strongholds in the Lok Sabha by-elections in 1963. Neglect of ideology. The party lost touch with the masses and failed to appeal to the intelligentsia and the youth, as it began to sideline its core ideology. This led to the Congress losing its grasp on both intellectual and popular support. Craving for power. Many congressmen started prioritizing official positions and patronage over party work. This shift in focus undermined the party's overall functioning. The early post-independence era saw Congress transforming into an all-embracing entity, not only inheriting the legacy of the national movement, but also embodying the democratic ideals of India's political leadership. Keywords: factionalism, two-nation theory, civil disobedience movement, consensual leadership, Quit India movement, Hindu Mahasabha, competitive elections, universal adult franchise, patron saint, Iron Man of India, Big Tent, party, the Kamaraj Plan, the Communist Party of India. The opposition parties: 1947-1964. The Socialist Party established within the Congress in 1934 by young leaders seeking a more radical and egalitarian Congress. The Socialist Party had notable leaders like J. Prakash Narayan, Achyut Patwardhan, Acharya Narendra Dev, and Asoka Mehta. Break away from the Congress. Ideological differences. The Socialists believed their ideology of democratic socialism set them apart from both the Congress and the Communists. Dual-party membership issue. In 1948, the Congress amended its constitution to prohibit its members from having dual-party membership, forcing the socialists to choose. Distrust of the Congress. The socialists felt that the Congress was disproportionately favoring capitalists and landlords while neglecting peasants and workers. They saw no reason to stay united with non-socialists post-independence. Organizational discrimination. Being a minority within the Congress, the socialists faced resistance and discrimination at the party's local level. Overconfidence. The socialists were overly optimistic about their party's popularity, which didn't translate into electoral success. Decline of the Socialist Party. Failure to differentiate. It was difficult for the socialists to distinguish themselves from the Congress, particularly after the latter declared its goal to be a socialist pattern of society in 1955. Ideological disagreements. The socialists were divided on whether to cooperate with or distance themselves from the Congress. Factional quarrels and splits. The party was plagued by ideological and factional disagreements, leading to multiple splits and reunions. Poor electoral performance. The socialist optimism was shattered when they won only 12 seats with 10.6% of the votes in the 1951 to 52 Lok Sabha elections. The Communist Party of India, CPI, was part of the Congress since 1936, but it separated in 1945. Changing position of the CPI. Initial support for Congress. Initially, the CPI advised all progressive forces to rally around the Congress against pro-imperialist forces. Criticism of Congress. Later, under Soviet guidance, the CPI declared India's independence as fake and accused the government of ruling in a fascist manner. Call for armed uprising. In 1948, amidst worsening economic situations, the CPI called for an immediate armed uprising, indulging in several acts of terrorism. Future overthrow agenda. By the end of 1951, the CPI decided to focus on upcoming general elections, with an implied future agenda of overthrowing the state. Acceptance of independent foreign policy. At its Madurai Congress in 1953, the CPI acknowledged that the government was following an independent foreign policy, though it maintained that its internal policy was not independent. Recognition of independence. At its Palghut Congress in 1956, it accepted that India won independence in 1947, but criticized the government's capitalist policies. Advocacy for peaceful and parliamentary means. At its Amritsar Congress in 1958, it declared that it was possible to advance to socialism through peaceful and parliamentary means. Policy of struggle and unity. At its Vijayawada Congress in 1961, the party decided to follow a policy of struggle and unity towards the Congress, expecting it to split along progressive reactionary lines. Promising performance at general elections. Largest opposition party, the CPI, along with its front organization, the People's Democratic Front in Hyderabad, won 23 out of the 61 contested Lok Sabha seats, emerging as the largest opposition party. Forming government. The CPI won a majority in Kerala and formed the world's first democratically elected communist government. Strong political force. By the 1962 Lok Sabha elections, the CPI had emerged as a strong political force in Kerala, West Bengal, and Andhra. Split in the CPI. Birth of the CPM. Owing to controversies, conflicts, and differences on issues like Russia-China relations, the CPI split into two in 1964, the CPI and the Communist Party, Marxist, or CPM. Differing ideologies. The CPI aimed for a peaceful anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolution, while the CPM advocated for agrarian revolution and armed struggle under the leadership of the working class and its party. Failures of the CPI. Misreading of social development. The CPI struggled to understand the complex Indian social development and the changing mood of the Indian people. Centralized structure. The CPI's centralized, bureaucratic, and secret party structure was ill-suited for a democratic and open society, hampering its popularity and success. The Bharatiya Janata formed in 1951 with Shyama Prasad Mukherjee as its founder-president. The genesis of the Bharatiya Janata is traced back to the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh and the Hindu Mahasabha. Unique ideologies and programs. One culture, one nation. It emphasized the idea of a singular culture and nation, advocating for modernity, progress, and strength grounded in Indian culture and traditions. Akhand Bharat. The party advocated for the reunion of India and Pakistan into an undivided India. Hindi as official language. They championed the replacement of English with Hindi as the official language of India. Opposition to minority appeasement. The party opposed concessions to religious and cultural minorities, accusing the Congress of pandering to Muslims. Nuclear advocacy. Post-China's nuclear tests in 1964, the party pushed for India's development of nuclear weapons. Electoral performance. Initial disappointments. In the Lok Sabha elections of 1952 and 1957, the party secured only 3 and 4 seats respectively. Progression. By 1967, it experienced a breakthrough, winning 35 seats in the Lok Sabha. Regional setbacks. After the demise of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, the party lost its political hold in West Bengal. The Bharatiya Jana Sangh was succeeded by the Bharatiya Janata Party in 1980s. The Svatantra Party formed in August 1959. The Svatantra Party rose in response to the Nagpur resolution of the Congress. It was led by veteran congressmen like C. Rajagopalachari, K. M. Munshi, and Minu Masani. India's first secular conservative party. Free market economics. The party opposed the state's active role in economic development, favoring a reduced public sector and minimal central planning. Resistance to land reforms and nationalization. They rejected nationalization of private enterprises and further extensions of land reforms. Foreign policy. In contrast to the Congress's policy of non-alignment, the party favored closer ties with the US and Western Europe. Reasons for failure. Lack of political space. At the time, Indian politics offered limited room for conservative parties as politics were progressively radicalizing. Diverse right-wing interests. Right-wing class interests were varied and fragmented. Congress's moderation. The Congress maintained a moderate approach to property class interests, diminishing potential support for the Svatantra Party. Limited social base. The party's social base was narrow, primarily consisting of industrialists, businessmen, princes, jagirdars, and ex-landlords turned capitalist farmers. Conclusion. Despite these setbacks, the opposition parties were instrumental in shaping India's political landscape and democracy. Their existence and evolution underscore the vibrancy and dynamism of India's political system. Keywords: democratic socialism, political space, dual party membership, free market economy, socialists, minority appeasement, the Communist Party of India, CPI, One Culture, One Nation, armed uprising. Svatantra Party internal policy, anti-imperialist. Organizational discrimination succession from the Nehruvian era. The 1962 Sino-Indian War and Nehru's death in May 1964 posed many challenges for the nascent Indian state. Many feared severe damage to the Indian political system, but a smooth and dignified transition revealed the strength of Indian democracy. From Nehru to Shastri. After Nehru's death, Lal Bahadur Shastri and Morarji Desai were the leading contenders for the prime minister's post. However, the Congress syndicate favored Shastri due to his wider acceptability. Challenges during Shastri's tenure. Official language issue. The proposal to replace English with Hindi as the official language of India in 1965 faced severe opposition from southern states. Demand for Punjabi Suba. There was a growing demand for a separate Punjab state from the combined Haryana and Punjab. Food shortage. Several states faced severe droughts in 1965, and buffer stocks had fallen to perilous levels. Agricultural crisis. A severe decline in agricultural production led to unprecedented food scarcity in the 1960s. The growth rate of the crop sector witnessed a decline from 3.09% in 1961 to 62 to 0.78% in 1967 to 68. Drought. Due to failed monsoon, states faced a severe drought in 1965, exacerbating food shortages. Economic struggles. Industrial growth slowed after the Indochina War of 1962, impacting the balance of payments and fostering a sense of pessimism. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, reported a 16% decline in the stock market and a 30% decrease in gold prices following the war. Pakistani infiltration. Following India's defeat in the Sino-Indian War, Pakistan sent well-trained infiltrators to Kashmir, starting an undeclared war with India. Shastri's response to challenges. Initial indecision. Shastri initially responded hesitantly, allowing problems such as the language issue to escalate. Decisive leadership. Over time, Shastri displayed stronger leadership. For instance, he was the first to criticize U.S. bombing in North Vietnam. He ordered Indian troops to not just defend Kashmir, but also to cross the ceasefire line and seal important passes to curb infiltrations. Food crisis response. Shastri established the State Food Trading Corporation and initiated the Green Revolution strategy to tackle the food crisis. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. He coined the slogan Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Hail the Soldier, Hail the Farmer, to inspire soldiers to defend the country and encourage farmers to boost food production. Evolution of the slogan. The slogan Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan emerged in the mid-1960s when India faced challenges like a war with Pakistan and a food crisis. Prime Minister Shastri introduced the slogan to unite the nation and address the urgent need for stronger defense and improved agriculture, highlighting the crucial roles of soldiers and farmers in ensuring national security and food security. Significance of the slogan. Unifying force. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan promoted patriotism and unity during a national crisis, emphasizing collective effort and shared responsibility for overcoming challenges. Emphasis on self-reliance. The slogan inspired investments in agriculture, leading to the Green Revolution, which transformed India's agricultural landscape, increasing productivity and fostering self-sufficiency in food production. Recognition of soldiers. The slogan highlighted soldiers' and farmers' crucial roles in India's security and prosperity, instilling pride and respect for these professions. Lasting impact. Jai Jawan Jai Kisan remains a reminder of soldiers' and farmers' importance to India's well-being and has been adapted to address contemporary issues, such as adding Jai Vijayan to emphasize science and technology's role in development. From Shastri to India Arjian to Chai, the sudden demise of Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri in Tashkent on January 11, 1966 raised questions about succession and leadership. The syndicate, led by Kamaraj, selected Indira Gandhi as the next Prime Minister, considering her perceived flexibility and adaptability. The Congress split of 1969. One of the defining moments of Indira Gandhi's tenure was the split of the Indian National Congress into two factions in 1969. On one side was the syndicate, a group of powerful regional party leaders. They had initially backed Indira Gandhi for the leadership role, assuming she would be pliable to their influence. They later came to be known as the Congress Zero or Organization Congresses, led by figures like K. Kamaraj, Nijalingappa, and Morarji Desai. On the other side was Indira Gandhi and her supporters, who advocated for a more radical and progressive socio-economic agenda. They were referred to as the Congress R or Requisitionist Congresses, or more commonly, Congress I for Indira. The split largely occurred due to conflicts over leadership and policy differences, particularly following Gandhi's moves to nationalize banks and abolish privy purses of the former princely states. The split significantly altered the political landscape of India, with Indira Gandhi's Congress I eventually emerging as the dominant faction. This move also marked the beginning of the end of the old guard of the Congress Party and saw Indira Gandhi firmly establishing her control over the party and the central government. Challenges I. Punjab problem. Rising communalism. Communal tensions were on the rise in Punjab, leading to social unrest and sectarian violence. Emergence of separatism. Demands for a separate Sikh state escalated, resulting in the rise of separatist movements. Socio-economic separation and unrest. Communalism in Punjab. Degradation of parliament as institute. Foreign policy enigma. Challenges IIRK insurgency in Indira Gandhi's Northeast era. Deterioration in economy. Dealing with extremism. Indira Gandhi adopted a firm approach towards tackling extremism in Punjab, while simultaneously recognizing the need for dialogue to address grievances and restore peace. IL insurgency in the Northeast. Naga insurgency. The Naga insurgency, led by the National Socialist Council of Nagaland, NSCN, aimed at establishing an independent Naga state called Nagaland. Indira Gandhi's government engaged in peace talks with Naga leaders, resulting in the signing of the Shillong Accord in 1975. However, the accord later broke down, leading to renewed violence. Mizo Rebellion. The Mizo insurgency in Mizoram, led by the Mizo National Front, MNF, sought independence from India. Balancing force and dialogue. Indira Gandhi employed a combination of military action and negotiations to address the root causes of insurgency in the Northeast, aiming for long-term stability and inclusivity. 3. Deteriorating economy. Economic recession. India faced an economic downturn with declining industrial growth and exports. Agricultural challenges. Consecutive years of failed monsoons resulted in widespread famine conditions and food scarcity. Reviving the economy. Indira Gandhi's administration implemented measures to stimulate economic growth, focusing on agricultural reforms, industrial revitalization, and promoting self-reliance. 4. Foreign policy issues. U.S.-India relations. The United States attempted to leverage its position as an exporter of wheat and provider of financial aid to influence India's agricultural and foreign policies. China-Pakistan axis. The growing alliance between China and Pakistan posed security challenges and diverted resources towards military preparedness. Non-alignment and global cooperation. Indira Gandhi emphasized the importance of non-alignment and advocated for greater economic and political cooperation among non-aligned countries, while maintaining India's sovereignty and national interests. V. Popular agitations. Socio-economic unrest. Rising prices, food scarcity, unemployment, and deteriorating economic conditions led to widespread popular demonstrations and strikes. Restoring stability. Indira Gandhi's government took measures to address the socio-economic challenges, focusing on price control, improving access to essential commodities, and initiating employment generation programs. VI. Degradation of parliament as an institution. Indiscipline and disturbances. The parliament witnessed constant indiscipline and disruptions, with criticism often taking the form of personal attacks. Strengthening parliamentary decorum. Indira Gandhi sought to restore the dignity and effectiveness of the parliament by promoting constructive debates, enhancing legislative processes, and encouraging a culture of respect and accountability among parliamentarians. Indira Gandhi, upon assuming the role of prime minister, faced a multitude of complex challenges in the post-independence era. Through a combination of firmness and dialogue, she addressed the Punjab problem and insurgencies in the Northeast. She undertook measures to revive the economy, pursued an independent foreign policy, and responded to popular agitations. While some decisions were met with mixed results, her leadership played a significant role in shaping India's trajectory during a crucial period of its history. Keywords: economic recession, Congress syndicate, unifying force, balance of payments, self-reliance, State Food Trading Corporation, Green Revolution, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Requisitionist Congress, communalism, separatism, extremism, insurgency, industrial revitalization, China-Pakistan axis, parliamentary decorum. General elections of 1967 and its impact on Indian politics, shaping political landscape and leadership transition. Introduction. The general elections of 1967 marked a turning point in Indian politics, leading to significant changes in the political landscape and a transition in leadership. Although the Congress Party still had a narrow majority in the Lok Sabha with 283 seats, it faced its worst outcome since 1952. Important leaders like K. Kamaraj, S.K. Patil, and Atul Ghosh were defeated. This outcome also affected state politics, causing Congress to lose power in 9 states for the first time. These states included Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, and Kerala. Outcome of the elections. High voter turnout. The elections witnessed a significant political awakening, with the voter turnout reaching 61.1%, the highest recorded so far. Congress retains majority, while the Congress Party managed to retain its majority in the Lok. Rise of rich and middle-class peasants impact emergency of coalition government won on 1967 F0 to the power of 6 Congress monoploy SP lid in Congress. Sabha, it lost its majority in 8 states, including Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. Rise of left parties. Left parties gained prominence in states like West Bengal and Kerala, while feudal, right-wing, and communal parties flourished in other states. Rise of rich and middle-class peasants. Defection from Congress. The election saw a significant defection of rich and middle-class peasants from the Congress Party. Fear of land reforms. These peasants were apprehensive about the government's land reform policies and procurement strategies, which threatened their dominant position in rural areas. Continued hegemony. The hegemonic influence of this class over rural politics and the economy continues to this day. Coalition governments. Multiplicity of parties. The monopoly of the Congress Party in the states was replaced by a diverse range of political parties, resulting in the formation of coalition governments in most states. Unstable governments. The coalition governments experienced constant tensions and frequent changes, with legislators frequently switching loyalties, leading to political instability. Split in the Congress. Dispute over relations. The split in the Congress Party was fueled by disagreements regarding the relationship between the ministerial and organizational wings of the party. Differences over policies. Disagreements arose over the implementation of radical policies, foreign policy approaches, and reliance on outside support from ideologically aligned parties. Rift over presidential candidate. The divide within the party reached its peak during the selection of the presidential candidate, with Indira Gandhi supporting V.V. Giri against the syndicate-backed Sanjeeva Reddy. Getting back the lost ground. 1971 general elections. Implementation of radical policies. Indira Gandhi's government attempted to implement radical policies such as nationalization of private banks and abolition of privy purses. 1971. Lack of legislative support. Faced with limited support in parliament, Indira Gandhi dissolved the Lok Sabha in 1970 and called for early elections in 1971. Electoral strategies, Grand Alliance and slogans. Congress, 0, formed a Grand Alliance against Indira Gandhi, using the slogan Indira Hatao, while Indira Gandhi campaigned with the promise of Garibi Hatao, eradicate poverty. Astounding victory. The Congress won 352 out of 518 seats, while the opposition parties, including the Bharatiya Janata Sangh, Communist Party of India, and others, faced significant losses. Indira Gandhi's personal popularity, coupled with the nationalist sentiment following the war, contributed to the Congress Party's resounding victory. Steps taken by the government during 1971 to 1974. Economic reforms. The government undertook measures such as nationalizing general insurance and the coal industry to stimulate economic growth. Land reforms. Legislation was passed to reduce land holdings and distribute surplus lands to landless and marginal farmers. Welfare programs. The government implemented schemes for cheap food grain distribution, rural employment generation, and banking expansion to uplift vulnerable sections of society. Political reforms. Initiatives included banning political donations by joint stock companies and passing constitutional amendments to facilitate the implementation of directive principles. The emergency and its aftermath. Suspension of civil liberties. During the emergency, civil liberties were curtailed, and political dissent was suppressed through censorship and authoritarian measures. Socioeconomic challenges. The imposition of the emergency in 1975 was triggered by economic downturn, political unrest, and widespread corruption. Policy challenges. The government's focus on socialist economic policies and central planning led to mixed outcomes, including stagnation, inflation, and increased government control over the economy. Resurgence of opposition. The emergency led to the formation of opposition alliances and movements, including J. Prakash Narayan's Total Revolution, which challenged the authoritarian regime. The judiciary played a crucial role in upholding constitutional rights and checking executive overreach during the emergency. Landmark judgments, such as the Kesavananda Burdi case, reaffirmed the supremacy of the Constitution and limited the government's power to amend fundamental rights. Post-emergency repercussions. The emergency was lifted in 1977, and subsequent elections saw the end of Congress dominance, leading to the formation of non-Congress governments at the center. The general elections of 1967 and the subsequent events reshaped Indian politics, witnessed the split in the Congress party, and marked the rise of Indira Gandhi as a dominant leader. The elections and their aftermath had far-reaching consequences, including the formation of coalition governments, the implementation of progressive policies, and the eventual imposition of the emergency. Keywords: radical policies, right-wing, emergency repercussions, land reform policies, hegemony, coalition governments, ideologically aligned parties, civil liberties, political dissent, coalition governments, political landscape. Leadership transition, Grand Alliance, Garibi Hatayo, authoritarian regime. The JP movement, imposition of emergency, and the elections of 1977. The JP movement aimed at bringing about a total revolution and combating corruption in the system. However, flaws in the movement and the imposition of the emergency led to public discontent. The JP movement, call for total revolution. JP called for a struggle against the corrupt system and the need to save democracy from an authoritarian regime. The Raj Narayan case. Indira Gandhi's conviction for corrupt campaign practices in the Raj Narayan case fueled demands for her resignation. Nationalism Sarvodaya paralyzing the government. The movement aimed to pressure legislators to resign, disrupt the functioning of the government, and establish parallel governments. The JP movement aimed at restoring democracy, civil liberties, and constitutional rights, which were perceived to be under threat during the emergency. Flaws in the movement. Vague ideology. The movement lacked clear alternatives to parliamentary democracy and had undefined policies for total revolution. Potential for fascist elements. The movement's critique of democracy and institutions opened space for elements inclined towards fascism. Undemocratic character. The movement sought to dissolve elected legislatures through extra-constitutional mass agitations. Imposition of the emergency declaration. Indira Gandhi invoked Article 352 of the Indian Constitution to impose the emergency on June 26, 1975. Censorship and arrests. The government imposed strict censorship, arrested opposition leaders, and banned several organizations. Weakening of institutions. Laws, amendments, and decrees were enacted to curtail the powers of the judiciary and restrict judicial review. Control and dismissal of state governments. During the emergency, the parliament was rendered ineffective, compliant state governments were rigidly controlled, non-Congress governments in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat were dismissed. Public response to the emergency. Initial acceptance. Many people initially accepted the emergency due to a lack of recent experience with authoritarian rule, restoration of public order, and improvements in administration and the economy. Delayed opposition. Opposition to the emergency grew gradually from 1976 as economic conditions deteriorated, governance issues emerged, and repressive measures affected the marginalized. Ending the emergency and elections of 1977. Announcement of elections. Indira Gandhi announced elections for March 1977 and made efforts to restore democratic processes. Free and fair elections. Political prisoners were released, press censorship was lifted, and elections were conducted in a democratic manner. Victory of Janata Party Andalese. Public sentiments. The Janata Party, formed by the merger of various opposition parties, garnered public support against the emergency. Electoral outcome. The Janata Party and its allies secured a significant victory, winning 330 out of 542 seats in the Lok Sabha. The 1977 elections marked the first time that the Congress Party was voted out of power at the national level since independence in 1947. The defeat of the Congress government and the victory of the Janata Party coalition symbolized the triumph of democracy over authoritarianism and the power of the people's will to effect change through the electoral process. Prime Minister Morarji Desai, a prominent leader of the Janata Party, was chosen as the Prime Minister. State government dismissals. Several Congress-ruled state governments were dismissed, and fresh elections were ordered. The JP movement, imposition of the emergency, and the elections of 1977 were critical milestones in Indian politics. The JP movement highlighted the need for systemic changes in combating corruption, but flaws in its ideology and methods were evident. The imposition of the emergency and its subsequent fallout led to public discontent, with the initial acceptance giving way to resentment. The elections of 1977 marked a significant political transition, with the Janata Party and its allies emerging victorious and the Congress Party facing a significant defeat. Keywords: free and fair elections, weakening of institutions, combating corruption, parallel governments, parliamentary democracy, paralyzing of government, fascist elements, judicial review, Indian democracy, governance, fascist elements, undemocratic character. Janata government rule and the resurgence of Congress. Political transitions and policy initiatives. The Janata government faced challenges in maintaining a stable coalition and addressing social tensions, ultimately leading to its collapse. On the other hand, the Congress Party, under Indira Gandhi's leadership, regained political ground and implemented policy initiatives during its rule. Judicial D. Land First Alternative Empowerment KE2R, MS Government. Significance of One a Government. Amendment URAIHA Employment Programs. Strengthen. Janata Government Rule, Democracy, Politica L Significance. O First ALTE Alternative E to Congress. The Janata Party provided the first credible alternative to the long-dominant Congress Party at the center. OSTR Ongdening Democracy. The Janata government demonstrated the strength of India's democratic roots and emphasized the importance of a multi-party system. See Constitutional Reforms. O 44th AM and DMNTACT, 1978. This act aimed to restore liberal democracy by removing authoritarian features of the emergency regime and enhancing the powers of the judiciary. O Judicial Empowerment. The Supreme Court and High Courts regained some of their powers, safeguarding constitutional principles. The 44th AM NDMNT Act OF 1978 was a significant amendment to the Constitution of India, introduced during the tenure of the Janata Party government. It aimed at rectifying certain provisions of the Constitution that had been altered or suspended during the emergency period, 1975 to 1977, and restoring fundamental rights and democratic principles. Here are the key provisions and objectives of the 44th Amendment Act. 1. RESTORA tie-in OF fundamental rights. The 44th Amendment Act sought to restore several fundamental rights that had been suspended or curtailed during the emergency. It reinstated the right to life and personal liberty, Article 21, as inviolable, except by due process of law, and guaranteed the right to move the courts for enforcement of fundamental rights, Article 32. 2. Right to property. The amendment removed the right to property, Article 19, L, F, as a fundamental right and placed it under the category of legal rights. It allowed the government to impose reasonable restrictions on the right to property for social welfare and public interest, as specified in Article 31(2) before its deletion. 3. Abolition of preventive detention. The 44th Amendment Act abolished the power of preventive detention under Article 22(4), except in cases involving the security of the state, maintenance of public order, or prevention of antisocial activities. It mandated that preventive detention laws should include procedural safeguards, such as the right to be informed of the grounds of detention and the right to legal representation. 4. Judicial review. The amendment reaffirmed the supremacy of the Constitution and the power of the judiciary to review and strike down laws inconsistent with fundamental rights. It clarified that constitutional amendments made under Article 368 could not be challenged on the grounds of violation of fundamental rights, except for those pertaining to the principles of equality and secularism. 5. Emergency provisions. The 44th Amendment Act introduced safeguards to prevent the misuse of emergency provisions in the Constitution. It stipulated that a proclamation of emergency could only be issued on the grounds of external aggression or armed rebellion, and not on the grounds of internal disturbances alone, as was the case during the emergency of 1975 to 1977. 6. Prohibition of legislative overrides. The amendment prohibited the Parliament from making any amendment to the Constitution that could abrogate or limit the rights guaranteed under Articles 20 and 21. Even during a state of emergency. 7. Other provisions. The 44th Amendment Act also made minor changes to various other provisions of the Constitution, including the representation of the Anglo-Indian community in the Lok Sabha and state legislatures, and the composition of legislative councils and states. Economic initiatives. Rural employment programs. The Janata government implemented the Food for Work program to provide employment opportunities and improve rural infrastructure. Land reforms. The Janata government aimed to reduce wealth disparity in rural areas by implementing land ceiling acts, which limited the land a person or family could own. Surplus land was intended to be given to the landless. This had varying degrees of success across states. For instance, Kerala and West Bengal saw significant success due to strong leftist governments, while in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, where landowning classes had more political influence, the reforms were less effective. Reasons for Janata government's collapse. Social tensions and lawlessness. The government struggled to address social tensions and witnessed a rise in violence and lawlessness, particularly against marginalized communities. The Janata Party was a coalition of diverse political groups with conflicting ideologies and agendas. Internal disputes and factionalism within the Janata Party, including disagreements over policy issues and power-sharing arrangements, undermined the stability of the government. Lack of alternative economic policy. The Janata government opposed industry-oriented growth but failed to formulate a viable alternative economic policy. Resurgence of Congress. Further split in Congress, Congress, I, and Congress, U. In 1978, the Congress Party split into Congress, I, led by Indira Gandhi, and Congress, U, led by dissident members like Devraj Urs. Electoral success. Congress, I, tasted success in state assembly elections in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Reasons for Congress's resurgence. Public sentiments. The Janata government's actions against Indira Gandhi were perceived as revenge rather than justice, generating sympathy for her. Support of marginalized groups. Indira Gandhi maintained support among marginalized communities, who considered her a champion of their interests. Disenchantment with Janata government. Public dissatisfaction with the Janta government's governance and factionalism led to a shift in support towards the Congress Party. Positives of the resurgent Congress's rule. Economic achievements. Inflation control. The rate of inflation was reduced to 4% by 1984. Economic growth. The economy witnessed growth of over 4% per annum, and the Green Revolution yielded high agricultural production. Economic liberalization. Measures were taken to cautiously liberalize the economy, alongside efforts to strengthen public sectors. Foreign policy initiatives. NAM Summit. Indira Gandhi chaired the 7th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, held in India, showcasing India's leadership in the global arena. Realism in foreign policy. India transitioned from idealism to realism, maintaining balanced relations with major powers while advocating for nuclear disarmament. Internal security measures. Punjab crisis. Indira Gandhi took strong measures, including Operation Blue Star, to address militancy in Punjab and restore internal security. Drawbacks of the rule. Lingering conflicts. Communal, caste, and linguistic conflicts. Various conflicts persisted, such as the Punjab crisis and militancy in the northeast, posing challenges to internal stability. Atrocities on SCs and STs. Despite constitutional protections, atrocities against scheduled castes and scheduled tribes continued unabated. Governance issues. Poor governance. Congress-ruled state governments faced challenges in providing effective governance, resulting in electoral defeats in states like Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Conclusion. The Janta government's rule and the subsequent resurgence of the Congress Party marked significant political transitions in India. The Janta government's short-lived tenure highlighted the complexities of maintaining a coalition, addressing social tensions, and formulating alternative economic policies. In contrast, the Congress's resurgence brought economic achievements, foreign policy initiatives, and internal security measures. However, challenges such as conflicts and governance issues persisted. Keywords: public sentiments, stable coalition, linguistic conflicts, addressing social tensions, strengthening democracy, multi-party system, 44th Amendment Act, emergency regime, liberal democracy, judicial empowerment, land ceiling acts, uneasy coalition, leftist governments, economic liberalization, rise in violence, lawlessness, marginalized communities, factionalism, non-aligned movement, NAM, Operation Blue Star. Internal stability. The Rajiv Gandhi years. Despite facing numerous challenges, Rajiv Gandhi's government implemented various initiatives across different sectors. Problems faced by the Rajiv Gandhi government: anti-Sikh riots, massacre of Sikhs. The government faced criticism and allegations of complicity in the horrific anti-Sikh riots that occurred in various parts of the country, especially in Delhi. Alleged local-level involvement. Local leaders and Congress Party workers were accused of assisting in the violence against Sikhs. Bhopal gas tragedy. Union carbide gas leak. The Bhopal gas tragedy, caused by poisonous gas emissions from a Union carbide factory, resulted in the loss of thousands of lives and serious illnesses. Relations with neighboring countries. Disputes with Bangladesh. Water disputes with Bangladesh persisted, and concerns arose regarding its shift towards an Islamic direction. Nepal-China relations. Nepal's growing proximity to China and its imposition of work permits for Indian workers strained relations. Sri Lankan Tamil issue. Relations with Sri Lanka deteriorated due to the handling of the Tamil issue. Corruption and scandals. Fairfax, HDW, and Bofors. Corruption scandals such as the Fairfax, HDW submarine deal and the Bofors kickback tarnished Rajiv Gandhi's image. Initiatives and achievements of the Rajiv Gandhi government. Internal security. Punjab and Assam Accords. The signing of accords helped restore normalcy in Punjab and Assam. Technology. Computerization program. The government's emphasis on computerization laid the foundation for India's emergence as a global software giant. Technology missions. 6 technology missions were established, addressing pressing issues like drinking water, literacy, immunization, agriculture, and communication. The government launched initiatives such as the National Informatics Center, NIC, to promote the use of information technology in governance and administration. Telecommunications revolution. Dedicated Environment Ministry. Internal Security Peace Accords. Introduction of PRIADR anti-asterisk. Defection Law Achievement. Introduced Rajiv Gandhi, IC-10J government governance. Operation Blackboard Education. Liberalization of economy. The Rajiv Gandhi government initiated the liberalization of the telecommunications sector, leading to the expansion and modernization of telecommunication infrastructure. The introduction of public call offices, PCOs, telecom privatization policies, and the establishment of Mahanagar Telephone Nigam Limited, MTNL, contributed to the telecommunications revolution in India. Decentralization and Panchayati Raj. Rajiv Gandhi's government introduced the 64th Amendment Act, 1989, to strengthen local governance through the establishment of Panchayati Raj institutions. The amendment aimed to decentralize power, empower grassroots-level institutions, and promote participatory democracy. Environmental conservation. Rajiv Gandhi's government emphasized environmental conservation and sustainable development through various initiatives. The government launched programs such as the National Wastelands Development Board and the National Afforestation Program to promote afforestation, soil conservation, and environmental protection. The creation of a dedicated Ministry of Environment and the introduction of mandatory environmental clearances for major projects demonstrated a commitment to environmental protection. Foreign policy initiatives. The government pursued active engagement with the international community, emphasizing non-alignment, peace, and disarmament. Rajiv Gandhi's initiatives such as the Rajiv Gandhi Plan for Action to Combat Nuclear War and the Rajiv Gandhi Action Plan for a Nuclear Weapon-Free and Nonviolent World contributed to global peace efforts. Economy. Further liberalization. The government took steps to liberalize the economy, promoting economic growth and attracting foreign investments. Jauhar Rozgar Yojana. This employment program aims to provide rural families with at least one member employed for 50 to 100 days a year. Education. Operation Blackboard. The initiative focused on improving infrastructure and basic amenities in schools. Navodaya Vidyalayas. Special schools were established to provide quality education to talented rural children. Initiatives such as the National Policy on Education, 1986, aimed at universalizing primary education, improving infrastructure, and modernizing curricula. Social sector. Women Empowerment. The National Perspective Plan for Women addressed health and education issues, while legislation targeted dowry-related offenses. Political and bureaucratic reforms. Anti-defection law. The passage of the anti-defection law aimed to curb legislative defections. Panchayati Raj institutions. Efforts were made to deepen the decentralization of power to Panchayati Raj institutions, although constitutional status eluded them. Alternative dispute resolution. The Lok Adalat Act provided an alternative mechanism for resolving disputes. Consumer Protection Act. This legislation empowered consumers and protected their rights. The Rajiv Gandhi years were marked by both challenges and achievements. Despite the problems faced by his government, Rajiv Gandhi implemented significant reforms and initiatives across various sectors. The government's focus on technology, education, social empowerment, and environmental protection left a lasting impact. However, the tenure was also marred by corruption scandals and challenges in maintaining stability and harmonious relations with neighboring countries. Overall, the Rajiv Gandhi government played a crucial role in shaping India's development trajectory during this period. Keywords: anti-Sikh riots, Bhopal gas tragedy, Union Carbide gas leak, alternative dispute resolution Fairfax, HDW submarine deal, anti-defection law, Bofors kickback, Operation Blackboard, Jauhar Rozgar Yojana, Navodaya Vidyalaya, Panchayati Raj institutions, Lok Adalat Act, Harmonious Relations, Consumer Protection Act. Foreign policy initiatives of the Rajiv Gandhi government. This section explores the foreign policy initiatives undertaken by the Rajiv Gandhi government. It highlights Rajiv Gandhi's efforts to promote disarmament, address apartheid in South Africa, strengthen Indo-China relations, and extend assistance to neighboring countries. Additionally, the section discusses the modernization of India's armed forces during this period. Nuclear disarmament and global peace. Six-Nation Five-Continent Initiative. Rajiv Gandhi organized the first summit of this initiative, aimed at pressuring superpowers to reduce weapons and eliminate nuclear arms. The initiative matured into the Action Plan for Nuclear Disarmament, signaling India's commitment to global peace. Addressing apartheid and supporting independence movements. Africa, Action for Resisting Invasion, Colonialism, and Apartheid. Rajiv Gandhi established AFRCAT, the non-aligned summit in Harare to combat apartheid in South Africa. India's involvement demonstrated its commitment to supporting liberation movements and resisting oppression. Recognition of SWAPO. Rajiv Gandhi's government accorded diplomatic recognition to the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, which fought for Namibian independence. This recognition signaled India's support for the self-determination of nations in the anti-colonial struggle. Strengthening regional relations. Indo-China relations. Rajiv Gandhi's visit to China marked a significant thaw in Indo-China relations following the Indo-China War in 1962. This visit laid the foundation for improved diplomatic and economic ties between the two countries. Assistance to neighboring countries. Support to Maldives. India provided assistance to the Maldives during a coup attempt, highlighting its commitment to regional stability and security. Operation Cactus. Operation Cactus. This was a swift and successful military operation in 1988 by the Indian Armed Forces, aimed at suppressing a coup attempt in the Maldives, thereby preserving the democratic governance and ensuring peace in the region. Role in Vietnam SA withdrawal. India played a crucial role in facilitating the withdrawal of Vietnamese forces from Kampuchea, Cambodia, contributing to regional peace and stability. Modernization of armed forces. Rajiv Gandhi's government focused on modernizing India's armed forces, leading to a significant increase in defense expenditure. Strengthening the Navy. India bolstered its naval capabilities by purchasing a second aircraft carrier from Britain and leasing a nuclear-powered submarine from the Soviet Union. The modernization efforts aim to enhance India's defense capabilities and maintain regional security. The Rajiv Gandhi government's foreign policy initiatives demonstrated India's commitment to global peace, anti-apartheid movements, regional stability, and the modernization of its armed forces. The initiatives aim to strengthen diplomatic relations, support independence movements, and contribute to disarmament efforts. Rajiv Gandhi's focus on these areas left a lasting impact on India's foreign policy stance during his tenure. Keywords: Operation Cactus, disarmament, action plan for nuclear disarmament, modernization of armed forces, non-aligned summit, colonialism, and apartheid, Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, Operation Cactus. Naval capabilities, regional security, global peace. India in the 1990s and the new millennium. This section provides an overview of India's political landscape and key initiatives during the 1990s and the new millennium. It discusses the defeat of the Congress Party, the rise of coalition governments, major policy reforms, and the current political scenario under the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, government led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Transition and challenges. Defeat of the Congress Party. The Congress Party faced defeat in the 1989 general elections, primarily due to corruption allegations and perceived Muslim appeasement. This marked a shift in Indian politics as the country witnessed the formation of the second non-Congress government. Mundal Commission and Ayodhya issue. The implementation of the Mundal Commission's recommendations led to widespread protests, particularly in northern India. The Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid dispute escalated tensions, resulting in communal clashes. Governments in the 1990s. VP Singh's government. VP Singh became the prime minister and led a short-lived government marked by social and political challenges. Chandrasekhar Azad succeeded Singh, but served for a brief period. P.V. Narasimha Rao's government. The Congress Party, under the leadership of P.V. Narasimha Rao, returned to power after the 1991 general elections. The government introduced significant economic reforms, known as liberalization, privatization, and globalization, LPG, to revitalize the Indian economy. Coalition politics and UPA government. Coalition governments, 1996 to 1999. Several coalition governments were formed, resulting in political instability and short tenures. These governments struggled to maintain stability until the formation of the India government in 1999. United Progressive Alliance, UPA, government, 2004 to 2014. The UPA government, led by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, implemented notable initiatives. Key achievements included the Right to Information Act, Right to Education Act, and the signing of the Civil Nuclear Deal with the U.S. NDA governments. NDA, I government, 2014-2019. The NDA, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, came to power with a majority, marking the end of coalition politics. Major initiatives focused on economic growth, social development, environmental conservation, and national integration. NDA 2 government, 2019-present. The COVID-19 pandemic posed significant challenges for India, impacting the economy and healthcare system. Efforts to boost economic growth, manage foreign relations, promote national integration, and address key issues like Article 370 and the Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid case were undertaken. India's political landscape witnessed significant changes in the 1990s and the new millennium. Coalition governments, economic reforms, social initiatives, and foreign policy developments shaped India's political trajectory during this period. The current NDA government under Prime Minister Narendra Modi continues to focus on economic growth, social welfare, national integration, and global engagement. India's democratic system has remained resilient, serving as an inspiration for other nations. Keywords: Right to Information Act, Right to Education Act, Civil Nuclear Deal, Coalition Governments, Corruption Allegations, Mundal Commission, Muslim Appeasement, Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid, National Integration, Liberalization, Privatization, Globalization, Political Landscape. Politics of coalition in India. The politics of coalition in India gained momentum after the Rajiv Gandhi era, marking the end of the single-party dominant system and paving the way for multi-party politics. The era saw a shift from the Congress dominance to the rise of regional and smaller parties, eventually leading to coalition governments both at the center and state levels. Emergence of coalition politics, 1991 general elections. The decline of Congress dominance began after the 1989 elections, and it couldn't secure a clear majority in the 1991 elections following Rajiv Gandhi's assassination. The Congress formed a minority government under P.V. Narasimha Rao, which survived its full term through negotiation and compromise, marking the beginning of coalition politics at the center. Regional forces. The post-Rajiv Gandhi era witnessed the rise of regional forces such as the Samajwadi Party, Rashtriya Janata Dal, Telugu Desam Party, Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, All India Anna Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, among others. These parties played a crucial role in national politics, highlighting regional aspirations and issues. Coalition governments and their impacts. The United Front government, 1996 to 98 for the first time in independent India, a coalition government. The United Front was formed at the center, supported by Congress from the outside. The government, however, was unstable and fell in less than 2 years. The National Democratic Alliance, NDA, 1998-2004, 2014 present led by the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP. The NDA managed to form a stable government from 1998 to 2004 under Atal Bihari Vajpayee. It returned to power in 2014 under Narendra Modi's leadership and continues to date, exhibiting stability despite being a coalition. The United Progressive Alliance, UPA, 2004-2014 the Congress-led UPA government came into power with the support of various regional parties, highlighting the strength of coalition politics. Despite several challenges, it completed 2 full terms, focusing on social welfare schemes. Policymaking and governance. Coalition politics influenced policymaking and governance as it necessitated consensus among the parties involved. This led to both successful policy enactments, such as the Right to Information Act, and also policy paralysis due to disagreements. Challenges of coalition politics, political instability. The period from 1996 to 1999 in India is an apt example of this issue. During this short span, India saw 3 Prime Ministers, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, H.D. Deve Gowda, and Inder Kumar Gujral, illustrating the volatility caused by coalition politics. Policy deadlocks. The UPA government, 2004 to 2014, faced a significant deadlock over the introduction of the Goods and Services Tax, GST. Due to resistance from its coalition partners and the opposition, the implementation of GST was delayed until 2017 when the succeeding government could build a consensus. This delay hampered the potential economic benefits that GST could have brought earlier. Populist measures. The United Progressive Alliance, UPA, government's decision to waive farm loans in 2008, which cost over $15 billion, is an example. While this move was politically popular and provided immediate relief to farmers, it strained the nation's fiscal deficit and has been criticized for promoting a culture of loan defaults. The coalition era transformed India's political landscape, emphasizing the importance of consensus, negotiation, and alliance building in governance. However, coalition politics also presented challenges such as instability and policy deadlocks. The shift from the era of single-party dominance to the coalition era underlines the evolving nature of India's democratic politics. The future of coalition politics will continue to be shaped by changing political realities and voter preferences. Keywords: political instability, coalition governments, single-party dominant system, coalition politics, populist measures, national politics, fiscal deficit, Goods and Services Tax, GST, policy deadlock, Right to Information Act. Previous year questions. 1. Write a critical note on the evolution and significance of the slogan, Jai Jawan Jai Kisan. 200 words, 10 marks. 2013. 2. Discuss the contribution of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad to pre- and post-independent India. 200 words, 10 marks. 2013. 3. Analyze the circumstances that led to the Tashkent Agreement in 1966. Discuss the highlights of the agreement. 200 words, 10 marks. 2013. 2. National integration, as defined by Dorothy Simpson, involves creating a mindset that promotes loyalty towards the country over individual groups, prioritizing the nation's welfare over narrower interests. It's the glue that unites a country's citizens, fostering a sense of shared identity amidst diverse languages, religions, and cultures. However, barriers to this unity include linguism, regionalism, communalism, and casteism. Post-independence India faced significant challenges in fostering national integration, establishing democracy, and inculcating a democratic ethos among its people who were accustomed to autocratic rule. Integration of the princely states. The erstwhile British India consisted of about 40% area under princely states with varying degrees of autonomy. Their fate after the British departure posed a significant challenge. Sardar Patel and VP Menon took up the task of integrating these states under the aegis of the newly formed States Department. Pre-independence integration. Travancore. After India gained independence in 1947, the Maharaja of Travancore, Chithara Thirunal Bolramavarma, initially showed reluctance to join the Indian Union. There were inclinations towards declaring independent status, influenced by the state's strategic importance and economic viability, including significant resources like the port of Kochi. A strong popular movement emerged within Travancore demanding integration with the Indian Union. This was part of a broader wave across India where local leaders and populations in various princely states were pushing for integration with the newly formed democratic India. The State Congress Party in Travancore played a crucial role in mobilizing public opinion in favor of joining India. Indian leaders, including Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who was responsible for integrating the princely states into India, and V.P. Menon, the Secretary of the State's Department, were actively involved in negotiations with the rulers of princely states including Travancore. Patel applied diplomatic pressure and advocated for the benefits of joining the Indian Union. In July 1947, an assassination attempt was made on Sir C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, the Dewan of Travancore, who had been a strong advocate of the independent Travancore. This incident significantly changed the political landscape, leading to his resignation and a shift in policy towards integration. Following the change in political leadership and increased public pressure, the Maharaja of Travancore signed the Instrument of Accession with the Indian Union on July 30, 1947. Travancore agreed to accede to India, ceding control over defense, external affairs, and communications. In 1949, Travancore was merged with the nearby princely state of Cochin to form the Travancore-Cochin Union. Subsequently, with the reorganization of states on linguistic lines in 1956, the regions of Travancore and Cochin were merged with the Malabar district, formerly part of Madras state, to form the new state of Kerala, based primarily on Malayalam-speaking people. Jodhpur, despite being initially inclined towards Pakistan, Sardar Patel's diplomatic efforts led Maharaja Hanvant Singh to sign the Instrument of Accession, integrating Jodhpur with India. Patel assured the Maharaja of Jodhpur of a special relationship with the Indian Union, including privileges and protection. His diplomatic skills were crucial in assuaging the Maharaja's fears about losing sovereignty and the potential backlash from aligning with a Hindu-majority India. Jodhpur became part of the newly formed state of Rajasthan. Over the next few years, further consolidations took place, which integrated other neighboring princely states, ultimately forming the present-day Rajasthan. Maharaja Hanvant Singh, like many other princes, was given a privy purse and symbolic positions and honors. Bhopal, under the rule of Habibullah Khan and backed by Jinnah, Bhopal aimed for independence. However, public unrest and pressure from Sardar Patel led to its integration with India in July 1947. Post-independence integration, Junagadh proclamation to join Pakistan. Junagadh's Nawab announced his intent to accede to Pakistan, despite no geographic continuity between the two. Local preference for India. The overwhelming Hindu population expressed their desire for integration with India. Uprising by the people. This led to a popular revolt against the Nawab, forcing him to flee. Solicitation for Indian government's intervention. Shah Nawaz Bhutto, the Dewan of Junagadh, extended an invitation to the Indian government to intervene. Joining India via plebiscite. Indian troops entered Junagadh and a plebiscite was held in February 1948, which resulted in favor of acceding to India. Kashmir. Aspiration for state sovereignty. The ruler of Kashmir showed a tendency towards maintaining an independent state, with concerns about democracy in India and potential communalism in Pakistan. Pathan tribes invasion. The onset of winter in 1947 saw several Pathan tribesmen, allegedly backed by the Pakistan army, invade Kashmir, advancing towards Srinagar. Call for Indian support. The Maharaja of Kashmir asked India for assistance, but India could not legally intervene without Kashmir's formal accession to it. Deployment of Indian troops. Upon the Maharaja's formal accession to India, Indian troops were dispatched, managing to repel the militants, albeit retaining control over parts of the state. Involvement of UNSC. India decided to bring the matter before the United Nations Security Council. The council sided with Pakistan, accepting a ceasefire on December 31, 1948, which is still in place today. Hyderabad. Asserting independent status. The Nizam of Hyderabad refrained from acceding to India, asserting a desire for independence. Standstill agreement. In November 1947, a standstill agreement was signed with India, giving the Nizam time to contemplate his next move. Nizam's military preparations. The Nizam aimed to fortify his military prowess in hopes of compelling India to acknowledge Hyderabad's sovereignty. Repression by Razakars. The Nizam supported the communal organization Ittihad-ul-Muslimin and its paramilitary wing Razakars, who imposed acts of severe repression on the civilians. Emergence of communist movement. A potent communist-led peasant movement arose in the Telangana region, where peasant squads defended against Razakar atrocities. Indian troops intervention. Given the Nizam's continual arms importation and the persistent repression by the Razakars, the Indian government deployed troops under Operation Polo in September 1948. Subsequently, the Nizam surrendered, and Hyderabad acceded to the Indian Union. Manipur. Manipur was a princely state under British suzerainty with a significant degree of autonomy. At the time of Indian independence in 1947, the Maharaja of Manipur, Bodhikendra Singh, initially declared the state as an independent entity. Instrument of Accession. Maharaja Bodh Chandra Singh of Manipur signed the Instrument of Accession under pressure from the Indian government, with assurances of maintaining internal autonomy. Establishment of constitutional monarchy. Under public pressure, elections were held in June 1948, transforming the state into a constitutional monarchy. Manipur became the first region in India to hold elections based on universal adult franchise. Merger agreement. In 1949, a merger agreement was signed between India and the Maharaja. However, this was done without consulting the Manipur Legislative Assembly, a move that caused enduring resentment. Following the accession, Manipur was initially made a Part C state administered by a chief commissioner. It gained the status of a union territory in 1956 and eventually became a full-fledged state of the Indian Union in 1972 with its own legislative assembly. French and Portuguese settlements peaceful integration of French settlements. After extensive negotiations, French settlements were peacefully transferred to India. Portuguese resistance. Portugal initially resisted handing over its settlements to India. NATO support for Portugal. Portugal's position was backed by NATO allies, leading to an increased repression of civilians amidst the independence movement in Goa. Operation Vijay. In 1961, responding to appeals from popular movements, Indian troops marched into Goa under Operation Vijay. Incorporation of Goa into the Indian Union. The Portuguese offered no resistance, resulting in Goa's integration into the Indian Union. Goa's liberation from Portuguese. Although the British Empire in India came to an end in 1947, Portugal refused to withdraw from the territories of Goa, Dio, and Daman, which were under its colonial rule since the 16th century. During their long rule, the Portuguese suppressed the people of Goa, denied them civil rights, and carried out forced religious conversions. After India's independence, the Indian government tried very patiently to persuade the Portuguese government to withdraw. There was also a strong popular movement within Goa for freedom. They were strengthened by socialist satyagrahis from Maharashtra. Finally, in December 1961, the government of India sent the army which liberated these territories after barely 2 days of action. Goa, Dio, and Daman became Union territory. Another complication arose soon. Led by the Maharashtrawadi Gomantak Party, MGP, one section desired that Goa, as a Marathi-speaking area, should merge with Maharashtra. However, many Goans were keen to retain a separate Goan identity and culture, particularly the Konkani language. They were led by the United Goan Party, UGP. In January 1967, the central government held a special opinion poll in Goa asking people to decide if they wanted to be part of Maharashtra or remain separate. A referendum-like procedure was used to ascertain people's wishes on this issue. The majority voted in favor of remaining outside of Maharashtra. Thus, Goa continued as a union territory. Finally, in 1987, Goa became a state of the Indian Union. Daman and Dio received the status of union territory in 1978. Recently, the Union Territories, UTs, of Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Dio were merged into one UT by the Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Dio Merger Act, 2019. Following the process of integration, many smaller states were either amalgamated with neighboring states or transformed into centrally governed territories. This led to the creation of 5 new unions: Madhya Bharat, Rajasthan, Patiala, and East Punjab States Union, Pepsu, Saurashtra, and Travancore Cochin. Mysore, Hyderabad, and Jammu and Kashmir retained their individual statehood within the Indian Union. Keywords: national integration, peaceful integration, sense of shared identity, standstill agreement, linguism, regionalism, communalism, constitutional monarchy, casteism, autocratic rule, universal adult franchise. Acceding to India, plebiscite, United Nations Security Council, instrument of accession, Operation Polo, constitutional monarchy, Operation Vijay, NATO. Linguistic diversity in India. India is a linguistically diverse country with over 19,500 languages spoken as mother tongues. Language, being intrinsically linked to culture, plays a crucial role in defining identities. This multifaceted linguistic scenario posed a challenge for the newly independent India in selecting a national or official language. National language debate, conflict over Hindi. The proposal to establish Hindi as the national language sparked controversy between Hindi-speaking and non-Hindi-speaking regions. Resolving the dispute, the language issue was largely settled when the constitution framers recognized almost all the major languages as the languages of India. Official language issue: resistance to English. Mahatma Gandhi opposed the notion of English as India's official language due to its foreign origin. Dual official languages. Hindi and Devanagari script was eventually chosen as the official language of the Union government, as per Article 343 of the Indian Constitution. However, it was also decided that English would continue to be used for all official purposes of the Union for a period of 15 years from the commencement of the Constitution. Transition timeline. A timeline was established for complete transition from English to Hindi by 1965. This sparked discord between Hindi and non-Hindi speakers. Official Language Commission. In 1955, as per constitutional provisions, an official language commission was set up. The commission recommended a progressive replacement of English by Hindi for central government functions. Disagreement with the COM emissions report. The commission's recommendations were not accepted unanimously, with dissent from representatives from Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Review by the Joint Parliamentary Commission. The commission's report was further reviewed by the Joint Parliamentary Commission. Presidential Order OF 1960. The President issued an order stating that Hindi would become the principal official language after 1965. However, English would continue as an associate official language without any restrictions. Protests against Hindi imposition. The proposal to make Hindi the sole official language was met with widespread protests, particularly in South India. Non-Hindi speakers perceived this as a form of linguistic discrimination. Nehru's assurance. Prime Minister Nehru assured Parliament in 1959 that English would continue as an official language for as long as necessary to alleviate these fears. Official Languages Act. The Official Languages Act, 1963, was passed to lift the constitutional restrictions on the use of English as an official language beyond 1965. AM Indem Int. OF 1967. Indira Gandhi's government in 1967 further amended the Official Languages Act of 1963, leading to an indefinite adoption of bilingualism as official policy. In the ensuing years, the language issue has generally faded in relevance, with the exception of sporadic debates, such as those around the proposed three-language formula in education policy. It's noteworthy to add that the language issue in India underlines the importance of preserving linguistic diversity, respecting regional identities, and maintaining national unity in a pluralistic society. Linguistic reorganization of states. Post-independence, India faced the challenge of redefining its administrative boundaries, which had been haphazardly drawn to meet the British imperial needs. The demand for reorganizing states on a linguistic basis quickly gained momentum. Advantages of linguistic reorganization: enhanced governance and administrative efficiency. States were reorganized along linguistic lines to improve administrative efficiency by enabling governance and public administration in languages that people understood and were comfortable with. This facilitated better communication between the government and the citizens, leading to more effective delivery of services and governance. Strengthening federalism. The reorganization of states along linguistic lines strengthened the federal structure of India by empowering states with greater autonomy and decision-making authority in areas such as education, culture, and language policy. This contributed to a more balanced distribution of powers between the central and state governments. Democratic governance. Conducting administration and politics in the people's language ensures true democracy. Cultural and linguistic affinity. Language is intimately connected to a people's culture and customs. It plays a critical role in facilitating mass education and literacy. Provincial language development. Gandhi emphasized that provincial languages could only reach their full potential with linguistic reorganization. This informed the Congress Party's political mobilization strategy, leading them to reorganize their regional branches on a linguistic basis in 1921. Early resistance to linguistic reorganization. Potential challenges. The traumatic partition had left India grappling with serious administrative, economic, and political issues. Leaders feared linguistic reorganization might further exacerbate these problems and amplify regional rivalries, thereby threatening national unity. Preserving national unity. In the immediate aftermath of independence, national leaders prioritized the consolidation of national unity. Government commissions. Both the Dhar Commission, 1948, and the JVP Committee, 1948, advised against creating linguistic states, citing concerns over national unity. Political opposition. Political leaders and parties from regions affected by linguistic reorganization often resisted the proposed changes, fearing loss of influence or electoral advantage. This resistance was particularly strong in areas where linguistic identity was intertwined with political power structures. Economic considerations. Some regions feared economic repercussions from linguistic reorganization, such as loss of access to resources or markets, disruption of trade routes, or changes in administrative priorities that could affect development projects and investments. Jawaharlal Nehru articulated this sentiment, stating, "First things must come first, and the first thing is the security and stability of India." Dhar Commission, also known as the Linguistic Provinces Commission, was set up to provide recommendations regarding the reorganization of states on the linguistic basis. According to the Commission, the reorganization must be based on administrative convenience rather than linguistic considerations. It recommended some criteria like geographical contiguity, administrative viability, financial self-reliance, and potential for development to be taken in consideration for the reorganization of states. JVP Committee. It comprised Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, and Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. They opposed reorganization on the basis of language and supported S.K. Dhar's views. It recommended that state reorganization will be effective on the ground of economic prosperity, security, and unity of nation. Fazal Ali Commission. Major recommendations of the Commission were to abolish princely states. C and D group states should be merged into existing states and abolish the A, B system of states. Escalation of the struggle for linguistic reorganization. Pai Sriramalu's sacrifice. In 1952, freedom fighter Pai Sriramalu undertook a fast unto death demanding a separate Andhra state. His death triggered violent protests and demonstrations across Andhra. Government concession. The government eventually acceded to the demand, and Andhra was established in October 1953. State Reorganization Commission, SRC. The government appointed the SRC in 1953 with Fazal Ali, K.M. Panikkar, and H.N. Kunzru as its members. SRC recommendations. The SRC endorsed the redrawing of boundaries based on linguistic lines, considering administrative and economic factors. State Reorganization Act. The Parliament passed the State Reorganization Act in November 1956, paving the way for 14 states and 6 centrally administered territories. However, the linguistic principle was not applied uniformly, as seen in Punjab and Bombay. Maharashtra and Gujarat were separated in 1960, and Punjab and Haryana in 1966. Linguistic reorganization is widely considered a positive step towards national integration, as it didn't weaken the federal structure or foster linguistic discrimination, instead strengthening national unity by creating homogeneous political units. However, challenges persist, including boundary disputes, linguistic minority issues, and economic disputes over resource sharing. Issues pertaining to linguistic minorities and safeguards, constitutional safeguards, fundamental rights are provided to minorities to address their concerns, such as Articles 30 and 347, which guarantee educational rights and official language recognition. Linguistic Minorities Commissioner. This official investigates and reports on the implementation of safeguards for linguistic minorities. Presence of linguistic minorities. Linguistic minorities remain prevalent within linguistically reorganized states. Enforcement issues. Despite these measures, constitutional safeguards have not been adequately enforced, leading to reported discrimination against linguistic minorities in education, employment in public services, and more. The ongoing discussion and policy considerations on these issues highlight the evolving complexities of India's linguistic landscape. Keywords: enforcement issues, linguistic minorities, government concession, their commission, JVP Committee, security and stability of India, national unity, Official Languages Act, linguistic diversity, State Reorganization Act. Regionalism in India. Regionalism emerges when the interests of a region or state are advanced in opposition to the nation or another region-state, often leading to conflict. It can arise from various factors such as economic disparities, cultural dominance, poor infrastructure, low social development, and political or administrative failures. Drivers of regionalism: economic disparity. Uneven economic development across regions at independence has led to feelings of discontent and marginalization, further fueling regionalism. Historical grievances. Historical injustices, real or perceived, such as economic exploitation, political marginalization, or cultural suppression by central authorities, can fuel regionalism. Regions with a history of. Languages: sons of the seven geographic soil DOC Trini caret. Factors behind. Economic caret are EGIONAHS are to the power of y backwardness history caste religion. Being disadvantaged or oppressed may seek greater autonomy or recognition. Geographical factors. Geographic isolation or distinctiveness, such as mountainous terrain or island geography, can contribute to a sense of regional identity and solidarity among inhabitants. Cultural dominance. Minority language groups in a homogeneous linguistic state often face marginalization, leading to dissatisfaction and fostering regionalist sentiments. Sons of the soil doctrine. This theory posits that a state's resources belong exclusively to its local residents, potentially promoting regionalist sentiments. Lack of infrastructure and social development. Inadequate infrastructure such as schools and hospitals, low literacy rates, and high disease and mortality rates can also spur regional discontent. Political and administrative failures. These can catalyze sub-regional movements for separate states. States such as Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, and Telangana emerged as a result of these failures. Cases of regionalism in India. Dravidian Nadu demand. Stemming from the Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu in 1925, the demand for an independent Dravid Nadu encompassing Madras, Andhra, Kerala, and Mysore posed significant challenges to national unity. Telangana movement. Dissatisfaction over the implementation of the 1956 Gentlemen's Agreement culminated in the agitation for a separate Telangana state. Shiv Sena's agitation against Kannadigas. In 1966, Shiv Sena launched its agitation against Kannadigas in Maharashtra, ostensibly to safeguard Marathi pride. Khalistan movement. This secessionist movement in the 1980s aimed to establish a Sikh homeland called Khalistan in the Punjab region of India and Pakistan. Bodoland demand. The Bodo agitation in Assam, led by the Assam Bodo Students' Union, has sought a separate state for the Bodo people. MNS's targeting of North Indians. In 2008, the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, MNS, initiated a violent agitation against North Indians residing in Maharashtra. Interstate disputes. These include boundary disputes FIG, aspirant states of India such as those involving Karnataka and Maharashtra over Belgaum, interstate water disputes over the Narmada, Krishna and Kaveri rivers, and electricity sharing issues between Punjab and Delhi. Regionalism in India, although a significant challenge, can also serve as a catalyst for addressing regional disparities and demands. Recognizing and managing regional aspirations is key to maintaining national unity and fostering inclusive development. Impacts of regionalism. Regionalism, the political ideology focusing on the interests of a particular region or group of regions, can manifest both constructive and destructive influences on a nation. Positive impacts of regionalism, promotion of democratization. The affirmation of regional identities helps to bring democracy closer to the people. Regionalism can empower local communities by giving them a greater voice and autonomy in decision-making processes that directly affect their lives. This can lead to more responsive and accountable governance at the local level. For example, the formation of the Tripura Tribal Autonomous District Council in 1985 has been instrumental in preserving the tribal identity in the state while ensuring their political representation. Balanced regional development. Many regional movements have emerged as reactions to perceived development disparities. These movements often demand more equitable distribution of resources, which can drive balanced regional development and address the roots of regional discontent. Role in nation building. Recognition of regional identity in terms of statehood or autonomy provides a sense of self-determination to the local people. It can be a powerful tool for fostering unity within diversity, reinforcing national identity while respecting local differences. Negative impacts of regionalism, fragmentation, and division. Regionalism can lead to the fragmentation of a country along linguistic, ethnic, or cultural lines, creating divisions and fostering separatist movements. For example, the demand for a separate state of Gorkhaland by the Gorkha community in Darjeeling district of West Bengal has led to political tensions and periodic violence. Economic disparities. Regionalism may exacerbate economic disparities between regions as resources, investments, and development projects are concentrated in economically dominant regions to the detriment of less developed areas. For instance, the underdevelopment of the eastern regions of India, such as Bihar and Odisha, compared to the more prosperous western and southern regions, has been attributed to historical neglect and regional disparities. Interregional conflicts. Regionalism can fuel interregional conflicts and rivalries over resources, territory, and political power. For example, water disputes between states like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala over the sharing of river waters have led to protracted legal battles, protests, and occasional violence. Political instability. Regionalist movements and demands for greater autonomy or independence can undermine political stability and governance at the national level. For instance, separatist movements in states like Assam, Nagaland, and Jammu and Kashmir have led to prolonged periods of political unrest, insurgency, and violence, challenging the authority of the central government. Ethnic and communal tensions. Regionalism based on linguistic or ethnic identities can exacerbate communal tensions and conflicts, leading to polarization and violence between different communities. For example, the demand for a separate state of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh led to protests and clashes between supporters and opponents of the movement, often along ethnic lines. Administrative complexity. Dividing a country into multiple administrative regions based on linguistic or cultural criteria can lead to administrative complexity, duplication of efforts, and inefficiencies in governance. For example, the creation of smaller states through linguistic reorganization in India has sometimes resulted in administrative challenges and bureaucratic hurdles. Erosion of national identity. Excessive focus on regional identities and aspirations can erode the sense of national identity and unity, weakening allegiance to the nation-state and fostering separatist sentiments. For instance, movements advocating for separate statehood or autonomy often prioritize regional interests over national unity, leading to a sense of disunity and disintegration. Economic protectionism and balkanization. Regionalism can lead to economic protectionism and the balkanization of markets, hindering free trade and economic integration within the country. For example, the imposition of interstate trade barriers and tariffs by regional governments can impede the flow of goods and services, stifling economic growth and development, obstacles in international diplomacy. Regional interests can complicate national-level international diplomacy, such as when West Bengal blocked the Teesta water sharing agreement with Bangladesh. Keywords: regionalism, international diplomacy, vote bank politics, nation building, interstate disputes, Khalistan movement, Bodo land demand, Greater Nagaland movement. The Punjab crisis of the 1980s. Origins of the separatist movement, emergence of Sikh nationalism and communalism. The Singh Sabha and Akali movements contributed to the propagation of Sikh nationalism, particularly through Khalsa schools. The Akalis emphasized that politics and religion in Sikhism were indivisible, leading to increased communal tensions. Allegations of discrimination. The Akalis claimed widespread discrimination against Sikhs. Impact of the partition. Partition led to significant suffering and dislocation for the people of Punjab, amplifying feelings of resentment and alienation. The Anandpur Sahib Resolution. This resolution sought greater autonomy for Punjab, including the right to frame its own constitution, intensifying the separatist discourse. The Khalistan movement. Led by figures such as Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, this movement advocated a return to the Khalsa, or a more orthodox form of Sikhism, escalating the demands for an independent Sikh state. Role of external actors. Pakistan played a significant role in stoking the separatist movement by providing training, weaponry, ideological indoctrination, and safe havens for terrorists. Terrorism in Punjab. Onset of violence. Violence escalated with the targeted killing of the head of the Nirankari sect in April 1980. Expanding targets. From September 1983, terrorists extended their attacks to include Hindu civilians. Economic impact. Terrorist activities also involved widespread looting of banks, jewelry shops, and armories. Bhindranwale's occupation of Akai Takht. In December 1983, Bhindranwale took refuge in the Akai Takht in the Golden Temple, hoping to evade state action. Aim of the terrorists. The ultimate goal of the terrorists was to demonstrate the incapability of the Indian state to govern Punjab, thereby justifying their demand for a separate state. Government response. The crisis. Initial indecision. The Indian government initially responded to the crisis with indecisiveness, refusing to take decisive action against terrorists for over 3 years. Loss of police morale. The failure to act following the murder of DIGAS Atwal sowed confusion and lowered morale among police forces in Punjab. Operation Blue Star. In June 1984, the escalating crisis prompted the government to undertake a military operation, codenamed Operation Blue Star, to flush out terrorists from the Golden Temple. Consequences of the operation. Although the operation successfully eliminated many terrorists, including Bhindranwale, it also resulted in significant collateral damage, including civilian casualties and severe damage to the Akai Takht and Harmandir Sahib. Aftermath of the crisis. Assassination of Indira Gandhi. Following Operation Blue Star, Indira Gandhi was assassinated by her Sikh bodyguards, triggering a nationwide crisis. Anti-Sikh riots. Indira Gandhi's assassination was followed by violent anti-Sikh riots, particularly in Delhi and northern India, leading to significant loss of life. Rajiv Gandhi and the Punjab Accord. Indira Gandhi's successor, Rajiv Gandhi, released many jailed leaders and signed the Punjab Accord with H.S. Longoval in an attempt to resolve the Punjab crisis. The Punjab Accord, also known as the Rajiv Longoval Accord, was signed in July 1985 between Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi and Akali Dal leader Harchand Singh Longoval. It was aimed at promoting peace and stability in the insurgency-ridden Punjab. The key provisions of the accord were: transfer of Chandigarh to Punjab. The agreement involved the transfer of the Union Territory of Chandigarh to Punjab. In return, certain areas from Punjab were to be given to Haryana. Sharing of river water. The accord addressed the contentious issue of sharing river water between Punjab and its neighboring states. It envisaged the construction of the Sutlej-Manal Link, SYL, canal to share the waters of the Ravi and Beas rivers. These were part of the broader measures to address Punjab's political, economic, and social issues, aiming to end the separatist violence and restore normalcy in the state. Elections and failure to control militancy. The Akali Party emerged victorious in the elections of September 1985. However, they failed to control militancy, leading to the imposition of President's rule in May 1987. Return to normalcy. It was not until the tenure of Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao and a Congress government in Punjab in 1992 that stern measures were taken to control militancy, resulting in Punjab being virtually freed of terrorism by 1993. The Punjab crisis of the 1980s was a pivotal event in post-independence Indian history. Its roots, the nature of the crisis, the government's response, and the aftermath provide significant insights into the challenges of maintaining unity in a diverse nation-state like India. Keywords: militancy, Operation Blue Star, Anandpur Sahib Resolution, the Khalistan Movement, nationalism and communalism, ideological indoctrination, Rajiv Longoval Accord. The Kashmir Issue. Historical context of the Kashmir Issue: accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India. The princely state of Jammu and Kashmir acceded to India following the signing of the Instrument of Accession by Maharaja Hari Singh in October 1947. Occupation of Kashmir by Pakistan. Simultaneously, a portion of the region was occupied by Pakistan, leading to the division of Kashmir into two parts, one controlled by India and the other by Pakistan. Denial of rights to refugees. Western Pakistani refugees who fled to J&K in 1947 were denied basic rights and identity in the region. Role of Article 370 and 35A. Article 370 granted J&K a special status with its own constitution and flag, while Article 35A determined who could be a permanent resident of the state. Rising tensions in Jammu and Kashmir. Anti-India protests and militancy. The late 1980s saw an increase in anti-India protests and militancy in the region, reaching a peak in 1989. Exodus of Kashmiri pundits. Due to escalating violence, particularly targeted attacks against the Hindu community, the exodus of Kashmiri pundits from the valley occurred, displacing a significant population. Revocation of special status and reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir. Revocation of Article 370 and 35A. On August 5, 2019, the President of India revoked the special status of J&K, effectively nullifying Article 370 and Article 35A. Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act, 2019. The Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act, 2019 was passed by the Parliament, dividing J&K into two union territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Implications of the revocation. Constitutional changes. J&K lost its separate constitution, flag, and anthem, and laws passed by the Indian Parliament are now applicable to the region, including the Right to Information Act and the Indian Penal Code. Political changes. J&K and Ladakh now have lieutenant governors, and the assembly term for J&K is set at 5 years. Socioeconomic impact. IAS believed that the revocation of special status would lead to the inclusive development of J&K and Ladakh, decline in insurgency, and economic growth due to increased avenues for investment. The G20 summit being held in Srinagar after the revocation of Article 370 has significant implications, showcasing the positive changes and progress in Jammu and Kashmir. Listed below are the points related to the G20 summit. Symbol of progress. Srinagar hosting the G20 summit signifies the positive changes and stability achieved in Jammu and Kashmir. Recognition of Indian sovereignty. The participation of representatives from 20 countries in the G20 summit endorses India's sovereignty over Jammu and Kashmir. Boost to global investments. The summit attracts global investments for industrialization and infrastructural development, fostering economic growth in the region. Cultural showcasing. Jammu and Kashmir can showcase its rich heritage, culture, and tourism potential to the world, attracting more visitors. Perception and pride. The event instills a sense of pride and confidence among the people, signifying their ability to contribute on global platforms. Criticisms and challenges. Constitutional controversies. The manner in which Article 370 was revoked led to debates over its constitutionality. Violation of federal principles. The demotion of a state to the status of a union territory was seen as a blow to the federal structure of India. Judicial interpretation. The Supreme Court of India had previously upheld the special status of J&K, leading to controversies about the revocation. International implications. The revocation of J&K's special status had international implications, with concerns raised about the potential escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan. The Kashmir issue remains one of the most complex and contentious issues in South Asia, with implications for regional stability, human rights, and India's federal structure. Keywords: judicial interpretation, federal principles, cultural showcasing, Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act, 2019, Exodus of Kashmiri Pundit, Instrument of Accession. Northeastern states' colonial history. It was from the 19th century CE, during the British Raj, that the territories of this area came to be recognized as Northeast India. Prior to this, all territories of the Northeast existed as different kingdoms and were ruled by different kings and chiefs. After British annexation, Northeast India became a part of the Bengal. It was later recognized as a separate province, Assam, in 1874. The Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation of 1873 introduced a line system, aiming to protect minority indigenous groups. This system led to problems for national integration post-independence. The Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation of 1873 introduced a line system known as the Interline Permit, ILP, which required non-tribal individuals to obtain permits to enter certain areas in the Northeast region. This system aimed to protect the rights and interests of indigenous communities but created administrative and integration challenges after independence. Post-independence. At independence, the Northeast region comprised Assam Plains, Hill Districts, any frontier tracts, and princely states of Manipur and Tripura. Sikkim, initially an Indian protectorate state, became a full-fledged Indian state in 1975 through the Constitution, 35th Amendment, Act. It terminated Sikkim's protectorate status and conferred the status of an associate state of the Indian Union. It is important to note that Sikkim's integration into India was through a constitutional amendment and an agreement between the Chogyal, monarch, of Sikkim and the government of India. Sikkim's merger with India. At the time of independence, Sikkim was a protectorate of India. It meant that while it was not a part of India, it was also not a fully sovereign country. Sikkim's defense and foreign relations were looked after by India, while the power of internal administration was with the Chogyal, Sikkim's monarch. This arrangement ran into difficulty as the Chogyal was unable to deal with the democratic aspirations of the people. The first democratic elections to the Sikkim Assembly took place in 1974. The elections were swept by the Sikkim Congress, which stood for greater integration with India. The Assembly first sought the status of associate state, and then in April 1975 passed a resolution asking for full integration with India. This was followed by a referendum that put a stamp of popular approval on the Assembly's request. The Indian Parliament accepted this request immediately, and Sikkim became the 22nd state of the Indian Union. The merger enjoyed popular support and never became a divisive issue in Sikkim's politics. State formation. Post-independence, demand for separate states in the region grew. In 1963, the Indian government formed the separate state of Nagaland due to the Indochina War and growing insurgency. Other states like Manipur, Meghalaya, Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, and Mizoram were created following the formation of Nagaland. Mizoram's journey towards statehood. 1987, the Mizo district in the northeast, which had autonomy, faced a situation like Nagaland a few years later. Some British officials supported secessionist demands there in 1947, But the young Mizo leaders did not back them much and focused instead on making Mizo society more democratic, developing the economy and getting more Mizos in the Assam legislature. Developments in the 1960s. But the Mizos were unhappy with the Assam government's measures during the 1959 famine and the law in 1961 that made Assamese the state language. The Mizo National Front, MNF, was formed with Laldenga as the leader. The MNF took part in elections but also made a military wing that got weapons and training from East Pakistan and China. Attitude of the government. In March 1966, the MNF declared their independence from India, started a military revolt, and attacked the army and people. The government of India acted fast with immediate massive counterinsurgency. The revolt was crushed and the government took back control in a few weeks, but some rebel attacks still went on. Most of the tough Mizo leaders ran away to East Pakistan. Creation of a union territory. In 1972, the Mizo leaders who were less extreme lowered their demand to a separate state of Mizoram within India, so the Mizo district of Assam was split from Assam and became Mizoram, a union territory. Militant groups. After the creation of Mizoram, multiple militant outfits were formed like People's Revolutionary Party of Kanglipak, Pre-Pak, Kanglipak Communist Party, KCP, and Kangle Yawal Kana Lup, KUKL, that demanded independent state of Manipur. The Naga movement spilled over into Manipur's hill districts with the NSC9 controlling most of it while pressing Fort Nagalim, Greater Nagaland, which is perceived in the valley as a threat to Manipur's territorial integrity. Developments in late 1970s. The Mizo rebels became stronger again in the late 1970s, but the Indian army stopped them effectively. The government of India, following Nehru's policy for the tribal people, was ready to be kind, give generous amnesty to the remaining rebels and talk for peace. They reached an agreement in 1986. Creation of a state. Laldenga and the MNF gave up their violent underground activities, gave themselves and their weapons to the Indian authorities, and joined a legal political system. The government of India gave full statehood to Mizoram, with full freedom for their culture, tradition, land laws, etc. As part of the deal, a government with Laldenga as the chief minister was made in the new state of Mizoram in February 1987. Arunachal Pradesh, originally part of Assam at the time of independence, Arunachal Pradesh gained strategic significance due to its proximity to China and the unsettled border. In 1972, it was elevated to the status of a union territory. Finally, the State of Arunachal Pradesh Act of 1986 paved the way for its attainment of full statehood in 1987. Issues in inner region. Alienation due to geographical inaccessibility and broader racial differences with the rest of India. Ethnic tensions with more than 50 ethnic rebel groups demanding autonomy or ethnic homeland. Inter-tribal conflicts, illegal migration, and youth unemployment. Insurgency and ethnic tensions. The Northeast region continues to face challenges related to ethnic tensions and insurgency, with several ethnic rebel groups demanding autonomy or separate ethnic homelands. Efforts towards conflict resolution and peace-building are ongoing, but the issue remains a concern. Illegal migration and citizenship. The issue of illegal migration, particularly from neighboring countries, has been a significant concern in the Northeast. The National Register of Citizens, NRC, exercise in Assam and discussions surrounding the Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA, have sparked debates and raised questions about identity, indigenous rights, and demographic changes in the region. Recent ethnic conflict in Manipur. May 2023, conflict eruption. A violent ethnic clash broke out on May 3, 2023, in Manipur, a northeastern state of India. Involved communities. The conflict involved the majority Meitei community residing in the Imphal Valley and tribal groups, including the Kuki and Zo people from the surrounding hills. Casualties. The violence led to significant casualties, with over 70 individuals losing their lives and hundreds sustaining injuries. Keywords: National Register of Citizens, Insurgency and Ethnic Tensions, the Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation of 1873, Geographical Inaccessibility, Ethnic Tensions, Massive Counterinsurgency, Illegal Migration. The Naxalite Movement. Origin: Sand growth, dissatisfaction among young CPM Communist Party of India, Marxist leaders with party policies led to a faction forming the Naxalite movement. Peasant uprising in Naxalbari, West Bengal, marked the beginning of the movement. Rebel leaders expelled by CPM came to be known as Naxalites. Many young people, especially college students, are drawn to the Naxalite movement. Formation of CPI, ML, the Communist Party Marxist-Leninist, ML, formed in 1969 under Charu Mazumdar's leadership. CPI, ML, believed the Indian state was fascist and agrarian relations were still feudal, and that protracted guerrilla warfare was needed for revolution. Successful in forming armed peasant groups in some areas and attacking rival CPI. Challenge Sand downfall. The movement failed to root its ideology in rural India. State repression led to splits within the movement. Post-Mao leadership's rejection of Cultural Revolution and Maoism in the 1960s and early 1970s contributed to the movement's downfall. National integration remains an ongoing process. While significant progress has been made in controlling secessionist movements, there are still issues with militancy, terrorism, and left-wing extremism. Resolving interstate conflicts related to issues such as unresolved boundaries and water disputes is also crucial. Naxalism, also known as left-wing extremism, is a challenge faced by India. It originated in the late 1960s and has evolved over the years. The Ministry of Home Affairs has classified certain regions in India as affected by left-wing extremism. According to past reports, Naxalism has witnessed a decline in recent years due to various initiatives by the government, such as increased security operations, developmental programs, and surrender and rehabilitation schemes for the Naxal cadres. However, pockets of Naxalism still persist in certain states, particularly in central and eastern regions of the country. Urban Naxalism. The term urban Naxalism refers to the presence and activities of Naxalite sympathizers or supporters in urban areas who work towards furthering the ideology of Naxalism. The term is often used to describe individuals or groups involved in urban networks supporting or promoting Naxalite ideology, recruitment, or mobilization. Keywords: urban Naxalism, Communist Party Marxist-Leninist, protracted guerrilla warfare, state repression, left-wing extremism, rehabilitation. Integration. Tribals. Integrating tribal communities into the broader national fabric poses a considerable challenge, given their unique cultural identities and relatively isolated dwellings. Issues faced by tribal communities: erosion of isolation. Colonial rule significantly altered tribal lifestyles. Forest clearing for revenue generation brought in. Avoidance of over-administration. Preservation of cultural identity. Development. Interference. Tribal panchsheel. Administrative autonomy. Preservation of tribal relationship. Youth nature. Outsiders such as moneylenders, traders, and revenue farmers, disrupting tribal customs and ways of life. Increased indebtedness. The introduction of revenue farming often led to tribal communities falling into debt, losing their lands to outsiders, and becoming sharecroppers on their ancestral lands. Destruction of culture. The presence of missionaries led to conversions among tribal communities, often accompanied by the erosion of traditional arts, dances, and handicrafts. Changed relationship with forests. Forest laws enacted by colonial authorities restricted traditional practices like shifting cultivation and limited access to forest products, profoundly affecting tribal livelihoods reliant on these resources. Oppression by government officials. Due to lack of knowledge and resources, tribal communities often faced exploitation and oppression at the hands of government officials. India's tribal policy. Historical approaches to tribal policy. Isolationist approach. This policy proposed limiting the interaction between tribal communities and external society, preserving tribal cultures in their traditional form. Assimilationist approach. This policy aimed at complete integration of tribal communities into mainstream Indian society, promoting participation in modern socio-economic and political life. Nehru's integration policy. Tribal panchsheel. Rejecting both the isolationist and assimilationist approaches, Nehru suggested the integration policy, which promoted integration while respecting tribal distinctiveness. The key tenets of this approach were encapsulated in Nehru's tribal panchsheel. Tribal development. Development should be aligned with tribal culture and lifestyle. Land and forest rights. Tribal rights to their traditional lands and forests must be respected. Cultural identity. Encouragement and preservation of tribal languages should be prioritized. Administrative autonomy. Tribal communities should be involved in the administration of their own regions. Avoidance of over-administration. Administration of tribal areas should be effective, yet minimally intrusive. Constitutional safeguards for tribals. Educational and cultural economic safeguards. Social safeguards. Political safeguards. Service safeguards. Art. 15. For provision for advancement of other backward classes, including scheduled tribes, STs. Art. 29. Protects interests of minorities, including STs. Art. 46. Mandates special care for promoting educational and economic interests of STs. Art. 350 and 350A. Right to conserve distinct language, script, or culture. Instruction in mother tongue. Art. 244. Administration and control of scheduled areas and scheduled tribes in any state other than those listed under the 6th Schedule. Art. 275. Grants in aid to specified states, STs and SAs, under the 5th and 6th Schedules. Art. 23. Prohibition of human trafficking, forced labor. Art. 24. Forbids child labor. Art. 164. One provision for tribal affairs ministers in certain states. Art. 330 and 337. Reservation of seats for STs in Lok Sabha and state legislatures. Art. 334. 10-year period for reservation, amended multiple times. Art. 243. Reservation of seats in panchayats. Art. 371. Special provisions for the northeastern states and Sikkim. Under ART. L6, 4, 16, 4A, 164, B, Art. 335, and Art. 320-40 Various provisions for the safeguarding of STs in public services. Contemporary challenges in tribal policy. Despite the constitutional safeguards and policy initiatives, tribal welfare and progress remain slow due to violation of laws. Laws protecting tribal lands from transfer to non-tribals are often ignored. Activists and researchers have pointed out that more than 2 lakh cases of tribal land alienation are pending in courts. Resource mismanagement. Allocated resources for tribal welfare are often unspent or spent ineffectively. The Comptroller and Auditor General of India, (GG) Report 2018 highlighted that there is a huge underutilization of funds allocated for tribal welfare. Weak execution of programs. The poor, indebted, and unemployed status of tribals is often a result of weak execution of welfare schemes. As per the Niti Aayog Report 2020, around 45% of tribal households are still below the poverty line, much higher than the national average. Education gap. Progress in education remains slow due to language barriers and lack of cultural sensitivity in curricula. Nearly half of the total children enrolled in schools in tribal areas, 48.2%, drop out even before they complete Class 8, with more boys leaving their education midway. The Tribal Development Report, 2022, released by an independent body set up by the Center. Policy divergence. Conflicts between central and state government policies often hinder development. Administration insensitivity. There's often a lack of understanding and empathy for tribal issues among administrative officers. Industrialization and urbanization. These processes frequently encroach upon tribal lands and forests, affecting their livelihoods. Class differences. Class divisions within tribal societies often result in uneven distribution of development benefits. For example, the benefits of government schemes are often enjoyed by the more well-off sections of the tribal population. Keywords: weak execution, education gap, class difference, policy divergence, administration insensitivity, resource mismanagement, administrative autonomy, tribal panchsheel, isolationist approach, assimilationist approach. Previous year questions. 1. The political and administrative reorganization of states and territories has been a continuous ongoing process since the mid-19th century. Discuss with examples. 250 words, 15 marks. 2022. 2. Assess the main administrative issues and socio-cultural problems in the integration process of Indian princely states. 150 words, 10 marks. 2021. 3. Discuss whether formation of new states in recent times is beneficial or not for the economy of India. 250 words, 15 marks. 2016. 4. Has a formation of linguistic states strengthened the cause of Indian unity? 200 words, 12.5 marks. 2016. Essay. SP to the Power of A. Ethics Andy's SH Course 20. June 24, 2024 060 hours. Sir Ethics. Price, M5000, offline, F10000 online. Ethics discussion in question-answer format X underscore 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 7. Coverage of 150 plus ethics and 50 plus essay questions. Theme-wise essay coverage. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length test with evaluation. Evaluation by faculty. 1-to-1 sessions with faculty for personal doubts, X. Special focus on time management, tackling philosophical essays. Case studies underscore 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 3 features and evolution of post-independence Indian foreign. It is in no spirit of pride or arrogance that we pursue our own independent policy. We would not do otherwise unless we are false to everything India has stood for in the past and stands for today. We welcome association and friendship with all in the flow of thought and ideas of all kinds, but we reserve the right to choose our own path. Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, speaking in the Lok Sabha, September 15, 1955, features of India's foreign policy post-independence, despite its economic challenges. India maintained an independent foreign policy, emphasizing strategic autonomy in international relations. Non-alignment. India chose not to join any blocs after World War II. Its non-alignment policy expanded beyond neutrality, providing the liberty to assess each issue on its merit. Decolonization. India vocally opposed colonialism and supported former colonized nations in their struggles. Role in democratizing international relations. India's non-alignment policy catalyzed the democratization of international relations, encouraging newly independent nations to uphold foreign policy independence. Promotion of world peace and nuclear disarmament. India consistently advocated world peace and nuclear disarmament, as exemplified by its stance at the 1961 Belgrade meet. Protection of economic interests. India's foreign policy also focused on safeguarding its economic interests, establishing ties with countries from both blocs. Reasons for India's pursuit of independent foreign policy. National development goals. As a newly independent nation, India focused on addressing domestic issues like poverty, illiteracy, and food security, which necessitated a non-aligned stance. Upholding principles of the freedom struggle. The principles of nonviolence, democratic values, and anti-colonial struggle guided India's independent foreign policy. Avoidance of power struggles. By remaining non-aligned, India avoided becoming a pawn in power struggles between superpowers. Active role in global politics. India's independent foreign policy enabled it to play a proactive role in world politics, supporting newly independent nations. Securing cooperation from both blocs. India's non-alignment facilitated economic cooperation from both Western and Soviet blocs, allowing it to receive technology and food aid. Panchsheel policy, Panchsheel, also known as the Five Principles of Peaceful Coexistence, is a fundamental element of India's foreign policy. It emphasizes mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-interference in internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. Gujral Doctrine. The Gujral Doctrine, named after former Prime. Peaceful mutual coexistence respect BMNEM. Non-interference. Minister I.K. Gujral emphasizes building friendly relations with India's neighbors based on the principles of non-reciprocity and non-interference. It encourages India to take proactive measures to assist its neighboring countries without expecting anything in return. As India continues to evolve, its foreign policy is expected to adapt, reflecting the nation's changing priorities and a dynamic international environment. Understanding the shifts and dimensions of India's foreign policy is key to comprehending its role in global politics and future strategic directions. Keywords: decolonization, non-alignment, democratizing international relations, multi-alignment, idealism, realism, world peace and nuclear disarmament, the Treaty of Friendship, multipolar world, UN bodies, IMF, World Bank, Panchsheel policy, independence, power struggles, Gujral Doctrine, Western and Soviet blocs post-independence, India's role in international affairs, the global stage. Post-independence, India adopted an active role in international affairs, affirming its position as a significant player on international events. India's role. The Korean War. Following World War II, Korea split into two parts: Communist North Korea influenced by the Soviet Union and South Korea under the Western powers. When North Korea invaded South Korea in 1950, India supported the U.S., declaring North Korea as the aggressor. When the U.S. proposed a unified command in Korea, India abstained from voting in the UN to deter external powers' interference in the conflict. As the conflict escalated, with China backing North Korea against the U.S. forces, India voted against a resolution in the UN declaring China as the aggressor, as it perceived the U.S. as the transgressor. A formula proposed by India's Krishna Menon was accepted to address the Korean issue, leading to the establishment of the Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission with an Indian, Jin Thamaya, as its chairman. French Indochina conflict. India played a significant role in the French Indochina conflict, acting as a mediator and overseer of conflict resolution. French Indochina encompassed French colonial territories in Southeast Asia, including Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. India secured guarantees from China for the neutralization of Cambodia and Laos in return for commitments from Britain and France to prevent U.S. bases in the region. As chairman of the International Control Commission, India supervised the import of foreign armaments into these regions. Suez Canal crisis. The Suez Canal crisis was a diplomatic and military confrontation where India upheld Egypt's rights while promoting peace and stability. In response to U.S. and Britain's pressure to renounce its non-alignment policy, Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal in 1956. This move was opposed by the canal's primary users, Britain and France. India supported Egypt, maintaining that the Suez Canal was integral to Egypt as per the Constantinople Convention, 1888. India proposed a solution where Egypt retained control over the canal with an advisory role for the users. Despite peaceful proposals, Britain and France orchestrated an attack on Egypt with Israel. Under UN supervision, foreign troops withdrew from Egypt, with Indian troops playing a significant role in the peacekeeping force. Hungary uprising. When the Soviet Union crushed the rebellion in Hungary, which sought to escape the Soviet bloc. India did not officially condemn the action but demonstrated its displeasure by not sending an ambassador to Budapest for 2 years. The 1956 Hungarian uprising witnessed India's subtle disapproval of the Soviet Union's intervention. The Congo crisis. Following Congo's independence from Belgium, conflict arose as the Katanga province, backed by Belgium, declared independence. After the murder of PM Lumumba, India demanded UN intervention to end foreign troop presence, cease the civil war, convene parliament, and form a new government. The UN Security Council adopted a resolution in 1961 to halt the civil war, with Indian forces playing a key role in restoring peace. In conclusion, India's role in these international affairs reflects the country's commitment to peace, independence, non-alignment, and pragmatic diplomacy, and its willingness to take a stand in global politics. These instances have paved the way for India's continued and increasing influence in international affairs. Keywords: Communist North Korea, Congo crisis, Western powers, French Indochina conflict, restoring peace, International Control Commission, Suez Canal, Constantinople Convention, pragmatic diplomacy, neutral nations repatriation commission. Relationship with the superpowers USA, India sought friendship with the U. As for technology, machinery, developmental aid, food, and moral support in nation building. Major impediments during the Cold War included India's recognition of Communist China, U.S. support to Pakistan, significant agreements with the USA, * India-US Civil Nuclear Deal, * Bilateral Trade Agreement, * End-User Verification Agreement, * India-US Health Initiatives, * Knowledge Initiative on Agriculture, Space Cooperation India-US Cyber Framework. Y. Differing stands on international issues like the Korean War and Goa's integration into India. Positives in relationship. Relations improved notably during the Kennedy administration and after the Chinese attack on India. Economic ties grew with the U.S. becoming a source of technology and machinery. People-to-people relations remained friendly. Present status. The relationship took a significant positive turn after the India-US Civil Nuclear Deal. Multifaceted cooperation spanning areas like trade, defense and security, education, science and technology, civil nuclear energy, space technology and applications, environment, and health. Cultural exchanges marked by student exchanges, tourism, and the contribution of the Indian diaspora in the U.S. Increasing cooperation in global issues like climate change and cybersecurity. Keywords: people-to-people, nation-building, multifaceted cooperation, Kennedy administration, cultural exchanges, civil nuclear energy, space technology, strategic partnership, diaspora. Russia, formerly Soviet Union. Historical relations. Initial coolness between India and Russia's relations was due to India's non-aligned stance and perceived ongoing imperialist influence. Warmth grew over time, with the USSR providing key support during the Korean War crisis, the integration of Goa, and the China-India War. USSR played a crucial role in India's economic development, aiding in the establishment of steel plants in Bhilai and Bokaro. Treaty of Peace, Friendship, and Cooperation between India and the USSR. Signing of the treaty, 1971. The Treaty of Peace, Friendship, and Cooperation was signed by India and the USSR on August 9, 1971. This marked a significant shift in the Cold War alignments and a deepening of relations between the two countries. Strategic partnership. The treaty was not just a friendship agreement, but a strategic one. It had a clause that obligated both parties to consult each other in case of an attack or threat by a third party, providing a security umbrella especially significant for India in the context of its strained relations with neighboring countries. Economic and technical cooperation. The treaty also called for cooperation in economic, scientific, technical, and cultural fields. The USSR played a crucial role in India's economic development during this period, including the establishment of major industrial projects. Duration and renewals. The treaty, originally signed for 20 years, was extended for another 20 years in 1991 shortly before the dissolution of the Soviet Union. After that, Russia, as the successor state to the USSR, has continued to maintain friendly relations with India, though the specific terms of the treaty no longer apply. Present status. Strategic partnership. India and Russia maintain a long-standing strategic partnership that encompasses various sectors such as defense, energy, space, and technology. Defense cooperation. Defense cooperation remains a cornerstone of the bilateral relationship. India is a significant importer of Russian military hardware, including aircraft, tanks, missiles, and submarines. The two countries engage in joint military exercises, technology transfers, and collaborative defense projects. Energy collaboration. India and Russia have been exploring opportunities for energy collaboration, particularly in the oil and gas sector. Russia is a major supplier of crude oil to India, and both countries have discussed the possibility of enhancing cooperation in nuclear energy. A regional and global diplomacy. India and Russia often coordinate their positions on regional and global issues in multilateral forums, such as the United Nations, BRICS, and SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Economic engagement. Efforts have been made to boost trade and investment, although the economic relationship has not reached its full potential compared to other aspects of the partnership. Keywords: energy collaboration, economic engagement, strategic partnership, treaty of peace, friendship, and cooperation, global diplomacy. Relationship with neighbors. Nepal, historical relations. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship in 1950 between Nepal and India. The treaty ensured Nepal's sovereignty and joint responsibility for each other's security. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship between India and Nepal was signed in 1950, establishing a close strategic relationship between the two nations. The treaty allows for free movement of people and goods between the two nations and a close tie on foreign affairs. Nepalese citizens avail facilities and opportunities on par with Indian citizens in accordance with the provisions of the treaty. Nearly 8 million Nepalese citizens live and work in India. Present status. Increasing influence of China, notably through the Belt and Road Initiative. Nepal's controversial claim over Indian territories of Limpiadura, Kalapani, and Lipulekh. India's diplomatic engagement for resolution of border disputes. Vaccine diplomacy and investment in infrastructure by India. Mahakali Treaty, 1996 Bilateral Agreement for the shared utilization of waters from the Mahakali River. Motor Vehicle Agreement, 2014 aims at allowing bus service between the two countries to boost connectivity and tourism. Long-term Power Trade Agreement. India and Nepal signed an agreement targeting the import of 10,000 MW electricity from Nepal in the coming years. Treaty of Transit that will give Nepal access to India's inland waterways, boosting supply chain resilience. Joint military exercise Surya Kiran is conducted alternately in Nepal and India. Keywords: Mahakali Treaty, Motor Vehicle Agreement, Power Trade Agreement, Vaccine Diplomacy, Treaty of Peace and Friendship, Surya Kiran, Belt and Road Initiative. Bhutan. Historical relations. India-Bhutan relations established in 1968, diplomatically, with the establishment of a Special Office of India in Thimphu. India-Bhutan Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation signed in 1949 and revised in February 2007. Since the early 1960s, India has been extending economic assistance to Bhutan's development. Present status. Mutually beneficial hydropower cooperation in projects such as 720 MW Mangdechu. The ground Earth station of ISRO for utilization of the South Asian satellite. Bhutan acts as a buffer between India and China. India-Bhutan Agreement on Trade, Commerce, and Transit establishes a free trade regime and also provides for duty-free transit of Bhutanese exports to third countries. Challenges: normalizing Bhutan and China relations. For China, diplomatic relations and dispute resolution with Bhutan is crucial for its status as an Asian power and for improving its offensive position vis-a-vis India. Security concerns. Security concerns for India at Tri-Junction, near the crucial Siliguri corridor that connects India's northeast with the rest of the country. Bhutan may join Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. India's reservations about the BRI and its impact on the region, particularly in terms of sovereignty and debt implications, could cause friction given Bhutan's strategic location. Bhutan King Jigme Khesar Namgyel Wangchuk in November began an 8-day visit to India, a trip that comes amid renewed push by Bhutan and China for an early settlement off-tier boundary dispute. As Bhutan's king embarks on an 8-day visit to India amid evolving regional dynamics, sustaining and enhancing the multifaceted ties between the two nations becomes pivotal, necessitating diplomatic finesse, strengthened security cooperation, and continued economic diversification efforts. Keywords: Agreement on Trade, Commerce and Transit, Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation, Siliguri Corridor, Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, Buffer State. Myanmar, Burma, Historical Relations. India and Myanmar signed a Treaty of Friendship in 1951. The visit of the then Prime Minister in 1987 laid the foundations for a stronger relationship between India and Myanmar. Amicable settlement of issues relating to Indian settlers and long uncharted territory. Investment in infrastructure and connectivity projects. Present status. Myanmar's strategic importance to India. Challenges presented by the Rohingya crisis and recent military coup. Agreements and areas of cooperation. Caledon Multimodal Transit Transport Project, an infrastructure project to connect Indian mainland with its northeastern states via Myanmar. India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway, a highway project to boost connectivity and foster trade and cultural exchanges. Challenges. Political instability. The recent military coup in Myanmar has led to political instability, affecting bilateral ties and regional security. Rohingya refugee crisis. The humanitarian crisis resulting from the displacement of the Rohingya population has posed challenges in terms of regional stability and human rights issues. Free movement regime. It permits every member of the Hill tribes, who is either a citizen of India or a citizen of Myanmar, and who is a resident of any area within 16 kilometers on either side of the border, to cross over on production of a border pass with 1-year validity and can stay up to 2 weeks without visa restrictions. India and Myanmar share a historical relationship marked by the settlement of issues related to Indian settlers and uncharted territories. India has invested in infrastructure and connectivity projects such as the Caledon Multimodal Transit Transport Project and the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway. Presently, Myanmar holds strategic importance for India, but the relationship faces challenges, such as political instability following the recent military coup and the ongoing Rohingya refugee crisis. Keywords: free movement regime, political instability, Caledon Multimodal Transit Transport Project, Trilateral Highway, amicable settlement. Maldives. Historical links. India-Maldives relations. India and Maldives share ethnic, linguistic, cultural, religious, and commercial links rooted in antiquity and enjoy close, cordial, and multidimensional relations. Recognition and diplomatic relations. India was among the first to recognize Maldives after its independence in 1965 and to establish diplomatic relations with the country. High Commission. India established its mission in 1972 and resident High Commissioner in 1980. Maldives opened a full-fledged High Commission in New Delhi in November 2004. Present status. Strategic importance. Maldives is an important partner for India, as it is strategically located with respect to key international shipping lanes in the Indian Ocean which ensure uninterrupted energy supplies to countries like India, China, and Japan. Maldives is geographically positioned like a toll gate between the western Indian Ocean choke points of the Gulf of Aden and the Strait of Hormuz on the one hand, and the eastern Indian Ocean choke point of the Strait of Malacca on the other. India's role as net security provider. As the preeminent South Asian power and a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region, India needs to cooperate with Maldives in security and defense sectors. Cooperation in regional groupings. Maldives is also a member of South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, and it is important for India to have Maldives on board to maintain its leadership in the region. For instance, Maldives was reluctant to follow India's call for boycott of the SAARC summit in Pakistan after the Uri attack. Ensuring safety and security of Indian diaspora. Indian expatriate community in the Maldives has an approximate strength of 27,000 living peacefully with Maldivians and other expatriates, with no major issues being faced by them. Way forward, for Maldives, India remains a critical economic and security anchor in the region which makes it imperative that mutual sensitivities are respected. To further strengthen the ties, the new government has to let go of an anti-India stance by lowering China's growing influence in South Asia. For India, Indian diplomacy could be flexible enough to engage multiple actors in the neighboring countries, including Maldives. This would help in engaging with whoever is in power rather than engaging only those in power. The trending hashtag boycott Maldives is self-defeating as China is well-positioned in Maldives to take advantage from this situation. Further, boycotting Maldives in any form will only reduce India's leverage in the islands. Thus, India should ensure a firm but patient engagement with Maldives. What is Operation Cactus? Operation Cactus was a mission led by Indian Armed Forces in the Maldives in 1988, in which it prevented a coup attempt. The coup attempt was against the Maldivian government headed by President Abdul Gayoom. Hydrography Pact. The Prime Minister of India traveled to the Maldives for a state visit in 2019, and various MOUs were signed during the visit, including one for cooperation in the field of hydrography between the Indian Navy and the Maldives National Defense Force, MNDF. Hydrographic surveys. They help to map out water depth, the shape of the seafloor and coastline, the location of possible obstructions, and physical features of water bodies to ensure the efficiency and safety of maritime transportation. Keywords: Operation Cactus, Hydrography Pact, Strategic Importance, Choke Points, Indian Diaspora, South Asian Power, Net Security Provider. Pakistan. Historical relations, complex relationship despite cultural, geographical, linguistic, and economic ties. Partition-associated violence and displacement. Various wars over Kashmir and other territorial disputes. War of 1965, Pakistan's occupation of Rann of Kutch and subsequent international arbitration. Undeclared war by Pakistan in Kashmir, Pakistani infiltrators were pushed inside the erstwhile state under what was known as Operation Gibraltar. India's aggressive response and territorial gain. Ceasefire under UN pressure and Tashkent Agreement. Restored pride for India but loss of strategic locations. Tashkent Agreement, 1966, territorial restoration. It led to the return of the territories captured by both sides during the war, including strategic locations captured by India. Ceasefire and troop withdrawal. The agreement, signed in the aftermath of the Indo-Pak War of 1965, mandated a ceasefire and withdrawal of troops to pre-war positions. Peaceful settlement. The agreement also affirmed both parties' commitment to peaceful coexistence and settlement of disputes through peaceful means. Restoration of economic and diplomatic relations. The agreement called for the resumption of diplomatic and economic relations between India and Pakistan, which had been severed during the conflict. No concrete solution. Despite these measures, the agreement did not address the underlying issues, particularly the dispute over Kashmir, leaving a potential for future conflicts. War of 1971-72, war triggered by the conflict between East and West Pakistan. Suppression of demonstrations in East Pakistan leading to refugee influx in India. India's intervention led to the creation of Bangladesh. Shimla Agreement, 1972, Line of Control. It led to the formal establishment of the Line of Control, LOC, in Jammu and Kashmir, which was intended to maintain peace and tranquility until a final settlement of the Kashmir issue. Bilateral solution. The agreement emphasized that both India and Pakistan would resolve their differences by peaceful means through bilateral negotiations, reducing dependence on third-party mediation. Respect for sovereignty. The treaty reinforced the respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, aiming to prevent any future military conflicts. Prisoner of war. Under the agreement, both countries committed to exchange prisoners of war. Promotion of friendly relations. The agreement called for steps to be taken towards the normalization of relations and the promotion of friendly exchanges between the two countries. Despite these positive measures, the Shimla Agreement, like the Tashkent Agreement, did not provide a permanent solution to the Indo-Pak dispute over Kashmir, and tensions have persisted. Kargil War of 1999 onset. The conflict began when Pakistani forces invaded and took control of strategic locations on the Indian side of the line of control, LOC. Outcome. Through a counter-offensive, India regained control of these territories, pushing back the Pakistani forces to their original positions along the LOC. Implications of the war. First post-nuclear war. This was the first major conflict between India and Pakistan after both countries had tested nuclear weapons. Global involvement. The war underscored the risk of nuclear escalation, leading to the intervention of global powers. Specifically, President Bill Clinton of the United States pressured Pakistan to retreat. Present status. Ongoing conflicts. The 21st century has witnessed numerous conflicts, often by proxy, instigated by Pakistan. A notable incident is the Pulwama terrorist attack in 2019, which resulted in the death of 40 CRPF personnel. Efforts towards peace. In February 2021, India and Pakistan issued a joint statement for the first time in several years, declaring that they would uphold the 2003 ceasefire agreement along the LOC. India's policy. International isolation. India has been persistent in its efforts to isolate Pakistan internationally. Highlighting Pakistan's alleged role in supporting cross-border terrorism, India has consistently worked to erode international support for Pakistan and has pushed for it to be placed on international financial blacklists. Terror and talks cannot go together. India has maintained a strong stance that constructive dialogue cannot take place as long as Pakistan continues to allow its territory to be used for terrorist activities directed against India. This policy has largely guided the trajectory of India-Pakistan relations in recent years. The 21st century has witnessed ongoing conflicts between India and Pakistan, often instigated by Pakistan and carried out by proxy, such as the Pulwama terrorist attack in 2019 that resulted in the death of 40 CRPF personnel. Amid these hostilities, there have been efforts towards peace. Notably, in February 2021, India and Pakistan issued a joint statement to uphold the 2003 ceasefire agreement along the line of control, LOC. However, India maintains its policy of international isolation of Pakistan due to its alleged support for cross-border terrorism. Additionally, India's stance remains firm that meaningful talks and terrorist activities cannot go together, shaping the dynamics of the Indo-Pak relationship. Keywords: international isolation, terror and talks cannot go together, line of control, Tashkent Agreement, Shimla Agreement, Pulwama terrorist attack. China. Initial friendship policy. Despite recognizing that a powerful China could potentially be expansionist, India opted to pursue a friendship policy to avoid a two-front war with both Pakistan and China. Mutual recognition. India became the first non-socialist country to recognize China, and in 1954, India acknowledged China's sovereignty over Tibet as part of the Panchsheel Agreement. Tensions. The asylum granted by India to the Dalai Lama in 1959 triggered border skirmishes and heightened tensions between the two nations. Chinese aggression of 1962 onset. The conflict began with a Chinese attack on Thagla Ridge in September 1962, followed by a significant military incursion into the Northeast Frontier Agency (NIFA) region in October. Outcome. After capturing several Indian posts, the Chinese army declared a unilateral withdrawal. Impact of the war. National pride. The conflict inflicted a severe blow to India's national pride and had profound political repercussions. Foreign policy. The 1962 war also exposed the limitations of India's non-alignment policy, leading to a reorientation towards closer relations with Western powers, particularly the United States. Present status. Ongoing disputes. Despite efforts towards reconciliation, the relationship between India and China remains strained due to territorial disputes, such as the ongoing standoff in the Galwan Valley. Current issues between India and China. Security concerns. The Chinese-led Belt and Road Initiative, particularly the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor (CPEC), which passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and China's growing assertiveness in the Indo-Pacific region, are seen as major security concerns by India. Doklam Standoff. The 2017 Doklam Standoff, triggered by Chinese road construction in an area claimed by both China and Bhutan, a close ally of India, has added to the tension. Galwan Valley Clash. The 2020 clash in the Galwan Valley, part of the disputed Oxide-Chin region, led to the first military casualties in the India-China border conflict in more than 4 decades, heightening tensions. Keywords: Doklam Standoff, BRI, Panchsheel Agreement, Galwan Valley Clash, Northeast Frontier Agency. Sri Lanka. Tamil issue. The main focal point of India-Sri Lanka relations has been the issue of Sri Lankan Tamils. Tamil exodus. The conflict escalated in 1983 when thousands of Tamils from Sri Lanka sought refuge in Tamil Nadu, India, following severe repression by the Sri Lankan government against the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam. LTT. Rajiv Gandhi Jayawardene Accord. In 1987, this accord promised a single province with considerable autonomy for Tamils. But the lack of consultation with the LT led to violent confrontations between the Indian Army and Tamil guerrillas. Operation Powan. 1987 to 1990, this was the codename assigned to the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, mission to take control of the Jaffna Peninsula from the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LT. As part of the Indo-Sri Lanka Accord. It was intended to establish peace and to create an environment for the implementation of the accord. However, it led to violent confrontations with the LT, marking a significant moment in India-Sri Lanka relations. The aftermath diminished support. The assassination of Rajiv Gandhi by an LT suicide bomber in 1991 eroded support for the Tamil cause in Tamil Nadu. LTT's defeat. The LT was eventually defeated in 2009, bringing an end to a long and violent chapter in Sri Lanka's history. Present status, ongoing challenges. Current India-Sri Lanka relations are influenced by several issues including the influence of China and Sri Lanka, the ongoing fishermen dispute, and the UNHRC resolution against Sri Lanka. Recent developments. Economic development projects in Trincomalee district of Sri Lanka cooperation in the field of renewable energy. Unified Payments Interface, UPI, application acceptance in Sri Lanka. Energy permit for Sampur Solar Power Project. India helped Sri Lanka in the debt crisis by providing grants and backing IMF deals for economic restructuring. Kachaphiva Island in the news. Kachaphiva is an uninhabited island that remained disputed until 1974 when Sri Lanka and India recognized it as the former's territory. Keywords. Sampur Solar Power Project. Kachaphiva Island, Operation Powan, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, Indian Peacekeeping Force, Debt Crisis. Evolution of India's foreign policy. India's foreign policy has evolved in accordance with shifts in the global political and social order, and can be divided into three key phases. Phase 1 to 1947 to 1991. In own alignment, in the aftermath of the World Wars, global politics was largely divided between two superpowers, the USA and the USSR. The creation of the United Nations, led by the victorious allies from World War II, marked a new era in international cooperation and diplomacy. The global economic system was primarily under the influence of the USA and its European allies through Bretton Woods institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. Non-alignment. In response to this polarized international scenario, India adopted the policy of non-alignment, strategically avoiding alignment with either superpower while seeking support from both camps. Phase 2 to 1991 to 2008. Multi-alignment, the dissolution of the USSR, and the balance of payments crisis in India signified a shift in global power structures. The US emerged as the predominant political, economic, and military power, with other regional powers coming to the forefront. From non-alignment to multi-alignment. In response to these changes, India transitioned from non-alignment to multi-alignment, maintaining diplomatic relations with multiple countries and power blocs. Liberalization. India embarked on the path of economic liberalization, opening up to globalization and emphasizing relationships with immediate neighbors. Phase 3 to 2008 to present times, the subprime crisis in the US led to a worldwide economic downturn, affecting both advanced and emerging economies. While the US retained its dominance, its share of global influence began shifting towards China and other rising powers. The rise of multiple influential players such as the EU, ASEAN, Russia, Japan, BRICS, etc. has accelerated, marking a shift towards a more multipolar world order. Focus on economic diplomacy. India's foreign policy expanded beyond its immediate neighborhood, with a focus on economic diplomacy and fostering relations with Africa and Latin America. Initial foreign policy, 1947 to 1964, emergence of NAM. NAM emerged when the global landscape became sharply divided into two adversarial blocs led by the United States and its Western allies on one side and the Soviet Union on the other. Three values dominated the foreign politics of India during the initial phase, under Nehru, who was also the foreign minister of independent India: anti-imperialist, anti-fascist, and accommodative. Foreign policy from 1964 to 1977. Foreign policy during Lal Bahadur Shastri, October 1964, Cairo Declaration, NAM. Affirmed that the principles of non-alignment were becoming a dynamic force for peace and welfare globally. Sirimavashastri Pact. The Sirimavashastri Pact, signed in October 1964, aimed to resolve the issue of stateless persons in Ceylon, Sri Lanka. It identified 975,000 individuals, of which 525,000 were to be repatriated to India, 300,000 were granted Sri Lankan citizenship over 15 years, and the fate of the remaining 150,000 was left for future determination. Foreign policy during Indira Gandhi regime. Indo-US relations, strained relations under Nixon, 1971. Bangladesh Liberation War. Nixon favored Pakistan, leading to criticism from India. Nixon ordered a complete stoppage of economic assistance and supply of defense equipment to India due to its involvement in the Bangladesh crisis. Indo-Soviet relations. The Indo-Soviet relationship during Indira Gandhi's rule was characterized by strategic considerations, especially in the context of regional geopolitics. The Treaty of Friendship and the Soviet support during critical moments played a significant role in shaping this partnership. Arab-Muslim states dilemma in 1971. Indo-Pak War impact. The Indo-Pakistani War of 1971 put Arab and Muslim states in a dilemma as both India and Pakistan were friendly to the Arabs. Indo-Iranian relations stumbling block in 1971 war foreign policy during Janata government no guns but only brotherhood can resolve the problems. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, he initiated diplomatic efforts with China shortly after the Janata Party government was established in 1977. In 1979, Atal Bihari Vajpayee visited China, and it helped improve relations after the tension from the 1962 war. Rajiv Gandhi's foreign policy, neighborhood policy. Rajiv Gandhi's foreign policy consistently adopted a dual-pronged approach towards neighboring countries. Firstly, the approach expeditiously provided assistance when neighboring countries sought support, creating a sense of reassurance while safeguarding India's interests. Secondly, policies were formulated to nurture strong bonds between the neighboring nations and New Delhi. In the context of the Cold War and U.S. containment strategy, Rajiv Gandhi sought to improve India-U.S. relations, recognizing the need to mitigate the perception of India as the Soviet Union's ally. His visit to the U.S. in June 1985 was considered a potential catalyst for enhanced cooperation. During his speech to the joint session of the U.S., Rajiv expressed optimism about fostering greater understanding between the two nations. Foreign policies during 1990s period. Foreign policy of P.V. Narasimha Rao government. P.V. Narasimha Rao, recognizing the need for economic reforms and understanding the importance of Western support, especially from the United States, Rao laid the groundwork for the revival of the U.S. India ties. He established full diplomatic relations with Israel in 1992, a move unprecedented by any previous prime minister. Simultaneously, he reached out to Iran, marking the first visit by an Indian prime minister since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Gujral Doctrine. During Gujral's second tenure as External Affairs Minister, he mapped out his approach towards India's neighbors, which later came to be known as the Gujral Doctrine and consisted of 5 basic principles. India's shining. 1991 to 2003, the shift in policy, Look East policy and ASEAN. The Indian government's Look East strategy signaled a strategic shift in the country's global viewpoint. It was created and legislated during Prime Minister Narasimha Rao's 1991 to 1996 government and was vigorously pursued by Atal Bihari Vajpayee administration, 1998 to 2004. The resurgence of old guards, 2004 to 2014, Neighborhood First policy. The concept of the Neighborhood First policy came into being in 2008. It was conceived to bolster relations with certain priority countries such as Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Maldives, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. In 2006, Brazil, Russia, India, and China created the BRIC group. South Africa joined in 2010, making it BRICS. The group was designed to bring together the world's most important developing countries to challenge the political and economic power of the wealthier nations of North America and Western Europe. The New India, 2014 and beyond. India's foreign policy and diplomacy post-2014 have been characterized by a proactive and pragmatic approach to enhance its global and regional influence, as well as to address the emerging challenges and opportunities in the changing international order. The country renewed focus on enhancing India's global stature through initiatives like the Act East policy, Quad, ITU2, and the successful hosting of international events like the 2018 International Solar Alliance Summit and G20 Summit. Despite facing challenges, India's resilience and determination to achieve progress have been evident. As India continues its journey towards becoming a leading global power, the developments of this decade serve as a testament to the country's potential and promise for the future. Strategic autonomy and geopolitical engagement. Strategic autonomy. India continues to maintain its policy of strategic autonomy in international relations, ensuring it doesn't become excessively aligned or dependent on any single major power. Act East policy. A significant shift in India's foreign policy was the Look East policy, later upgraded to the Act East policy, reflecting a more proactive and engaged approach towards Southeast Asia and East Asia to strengthen economic and strategic relations. Active role in geopolitics. India has taken an active role in geopolitical platforms such as the Indo-Pacific and the Quad, Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which includes the US, Japan, and Australia. This reflects India's commitment to a rules-based international order and to ensuring freedom of navigation and overflight in the Indo-Pacific region. Present status. At the 2019 Raisina Dialogue, Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale stated that India has moved on from its non-aligned past and has become an aligned state on issue-based alliances. UPSC Offline Foundation course, based on CTR model. Ethics and Essay Crash Course 2024, 60+ hours, ethics discussion and question-answer format. K. Theme-wise EISA coverage. Coverage of 150+ ethics and 50+ essay questions. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length test with evaluation HFEAVCAULU time by ODU and UEB, TTOS, OES and SEINs with faculty batch starts 24th June for extra discount. Offline fee apply coupon code 15000 PW0S 500 992 061 3613 OnlyIAS. For Indian economy. Indiana post-independent India during British period. India was the brightest jewel in the British crown. According to Angus Madison, India's share of world GDP fell from 24.4% in 1700 to 4.2% in 195. Aspirations for the independent India. No country, developed, underdeveloped, or overdeveloped, has such a wealth of information about its people as India. Edwards Deming Karachi Session, 1931 Congress and its Karachi Session favored development and state ownership of large-scale industries and services like mineral resources, shipping, and railways for independent India. Gandhiji's views on the economy. Gandhiji also supported the state control of large-scale industries. He opposed the displacement of human labor by machines. Just like Nehru, he also favored scientific inventions that would benefit all. Nationalist opinion. Many nationalists like Dadabhai Naoroji, Tilak, Gandhiji, and Nehru saw foreign capital as a means of underdevelopment. They saw it as a means of suppression for indigenous capital and made its future growth difficult. In 1944, the Plan of Econom IC Development for India, also known as the BOM Bay Plan, was authored by Indian business leaders. The plan favored business support to the public sector and saw planning as an instrument of promoting independent capitalism. Setting the economic foundation, 1947-1991, a mixed economy. The Indian leadership opted for a balanced approach. They adopted the concept of a mixed economy as delineated by the Industrial Policy Resolution of 1948. This policy reflected the ideas proposed by influential industrialists like J.R.D. Tata and G.D. Birla in the Bombay Plan, advocating for a substantial public sector complemented by state regulations to safeguard indigenous industries. Early struggles and decisions. At the time of independence, India's share in global income had drastically reduced from 22.6% in 1700 to 3.8% in 1952. The question was whether to adopt a liberal capitalist model, like the United States and Europe, or a socialist model as in the Soviet Union. Planning Commission and the first 5-year plan. India established the Planning Commission in 1950 to develop and implement comprehensive 5-year plans, inspired by the Soviet model. The first of these plans, launched in 1951, was grounded on the Haridomar model and prioritized agriculture and irrigation to improve domestic food production and reduce import dependency. Influence of Lenin's economic policy on India's Econom IC Foundation, Planned Economy. Lenin's policy of a planned economy influenced India's decision to establish the Planning Commission in 1950. This body was responsible for formulating 5-year plans, mirroring the Soviet Union's approach to economic planning. State control. Just as Lenin advocated for state control over key sectors of the economy, the Industrial Policy Resolution of 1948 in India delineated a substantial role for the public sector, along with regulations to protect indigenous industries. Balanced approach. Like Lenin's new economic policy, which allowed some degree of private enterprise alongside state control, India also opted for a mixed economy model, thus combining features of both socialism and capitalism. Industrial policies. India formulated several industrial policies during this phase, which classified industries into categories based on their strategic importance and defined the roles of public and private sectors in each. These policies embodied the spirit of Swadeshi, or self-reliance, and sought to provide the impetus for industrial development. Liberalization, privatization, and globalization, 1991 present. In 1991, India embarked on a new economic journey, transitioning from a controlled economy to a market-oriented one. This change was triggered by the balance of payments crisis, which led to structural reforms known as liberalization, privatization, and globalization, LPG. Economic liberalization. This involved reducing state controls on economic activities to encourage private sector participation. The license Raj system, characterized by an intricate web of licenses and regulations, was dismantled, paving the way for industrial growth. Privatization. The public sector's monopoly over several industries was reduced, and the private sector was allowed greater autonomy in decision-making and operations. This change brought about enhanced efficiency and competitiveness in the Indian industries. Globalization. India opened its doors to foreign investment and international trade. This led to greater integration of the Indian economy with global markets, fostering growth and development. Steps taken during India's liberalization, privatization, and globalization, LPG, phase. Deregulation. The government deregulated several industries, reducing bureaucratic oversight and allowing private entities to make autonomous operational decisions. Abolition of license Raj, except for 18 industries related to security, strategic concerns, and environmental considerations, which were progressively reduced further. All other industries were freed from the need to obtain industrial licenses for expansion or setting up new production facilities. Free market model. India moved towards a free market model, dismantling its traditional license Raj system to allow for more competition and industrial growth. Foreign direct investment, FDI. India opened its doors to foreign investors, which led to an influx of capital and technology, thereby spurring economic growth. Public sector control. Despite the shift towards privatization, certain sectors remained primarily under government control due to their strategic importance. These included sectors such as defense, atomic energy, railways, although private participation has been allowed recently, and certain areas of space and aviation industries. In summary, India's economic journey since independence has been marked by strategic decision-making, a determined pursuit of self-reliance, and gradual integration with the global economy. Its unique approach has yielded considerable growth and progress while presenting lessons and challenges that continue to shape its economic path. Keywords: foreign direct investment, FDI, free market model, strategic importance, license Raj system, balance of payments crisis, Haridomar model, new economic policy, deindustrialization, planned economy, mixed economy, socialism, and capitalism. Economic policy of the Nehruvian era, analysis and expansion. First five-year plan. Nehru's vision was aimed at transforming India into an industrial power, and the first step towards this was the introduction of the five-year plan in 1951. The plan outperformed expectations, achieving an annualized growth rate of 3.6%, considerably higher than the targeted 2.1%. It was based on the Haridomar, savings investment-growth-savings model with a few modifications. Industry and import substitution. The first three five-year plans saw the industry sector grow at a compounded rate of 7.1% per annum from 1951 to 1965. While this robust growth is laudable, we must also examine the quality of growth, diversity in industrial advancement, and the resulting employment generation. Furthermore, the period saw India implement import substitution, aimed at achieving self-reliance and reducing external dependence. This strategy did stimulate the growth of some industries, but it may have also fostered inefficiencies and a lack of competitiveness in the international market. The agricultural sector and the second five-year plan. Despite the significant proportion of the Indian population engaged in agriculture, the sector received less attention, especially during the second five-year plan when the agriculture outlay was almost halved to 14%. Although the sector grew at an annual rate of over 3% during the first three plans, we must question whether the growth rate could have been higher had more resources been allocated towards it. Educational system. The Nehruvian era was marked by unprecedented economic and industrial growth. However, the educational system was not accorded the same priority. This had far-reaching consequences, as an unformed and underperforming education system failed to democratize access to skills and knowledge, which are critical for social mobility and economic development. Planning Commission, 1950, Economic Program Committee, 1947, All India Congress Committee, ACC, under the leadership of Nehru formed the Economic Program Committee, EPC, in 1947. That recommended priority to the areas, such as defense, key industries, and public utilities that would be under the public sector. Formation of Planning Commission, 1950. John Matai, Finance Minister after Chetty, announced the Planning Commission with the 1949-50 Union Budget. This represented the financial planning, for the first time being delivered for a united India, taking into account the economy of all the princely states. First five-year plan, 1951-56. It was based on the Haridomar model and was drafted by K.N. Raj. The plan's major focus was on the hardest-hit sector after partition, agriculture. Focus on dams. There was a focus on irrigation which led to the construction of dams like the Hirikund and the Bakra Nungal dams. Second five-year plan, 1956-61. The Nehru-Mahalanobis model was heavily incorporated into the second five-year plan, which is why it became known as the Mahalanobis Plan. In order to promote economic growth, the plan prioritized investment goods and the quick development of heavy industries. Mudra scandal. The state-owned Life Insurance Corporation of India, LIC, which was established in 1956, made a huge investment in Haridas Mundra's private firm in Kanpur in September 1957. It sparked a parliamentary debate. The finance minister, T. Krishnamachari, and the Congress government faced tough questions from Feroz Gandhi and others. They claimed that the Mundra shares were overvalued. Two judicial inquiries confirmed the irregularities and criticized the LC for violating its blue-chip policy, which committed LC to investing money only in firms of high reputation and sound management. Land reform. Sand cooperatives. Zamindari abolition. The abolition of intermediaries intended to establish a direct relationship between cultivators and the government, leading to a significant number of erstwhile tenants becoming landowners. As a result of the abolition of intermediaries, about 2 crore tenants are estimated to have come into direct contact with the state, making them owners offland. Tenancy reforms. Tenancy reforms in the 1950s and 60s aimed at providing tenants with security of tenure and ensuring fair rents. However, these reforms did not uniformly succeed across states. Ceilings on landholdings. The policy of ceilings on landholdings aimed to promote equitable land distribution but faced significant challenges due to high ceiling limits, benami transactions, and loopholes in the legislation. Its success varied greatly across states, indicating a need for more nuanced implementation strategies. Role of cooperatives. Agricultural cooperatives played a pivotal role in improving agricultural productivity, empowering small farmers, and promoting rural development. Their contributions and potential for future development are worthy of exploration. Land Reform Acts and Challenges in India. Acts and Schemes. Zamindari Abolition Acts, implemented by different states in the early 1950s to remove intermediaries between the government and cultivators. Tenancy Acts. Varying state acts in the 1950s and 60s provided security of tenure and regulated rents for tenants. Land Ceiling Acts, enforced from the late 1960s to early 70s, aimed at limiting the maximum land that could be owned by a single entity or individual, with surplus land redistributed to landless farmers. Challenges with land reforms. Varied implementation. The implementation and impact of these reforms varied significantly across states due to varying social, political, and economic conditions. Loopholes and evasion. High ceiling limits, benami transactions, ownership of land in the name of others to circumvent ceiling laws, and loopholes in the legislation undermined the effectiveness of land ceiling acts. Lack of comprehensive land records. The absence of comprehensive and updated land records posed a major challenge to the effective implementation of land reforms. In conclusion, a comprehensive analysis of the Nehruvian era's economic policy and the land reforms must consider these dimensions to understand their impacts on India's socio-economic landscape. Keywords: import substitution, Zamindari Abolition Acts, 5-year plan, Nehruvian era, industrial power, abolition of intermediaries, tenancy reforms, ceilings on landholdings, high ceiling limits, benami transactions, comprehensive land records, fostered inefficiencies, Haridomar model. Buddhan movement. The Buddhan movement was initiated by Acharya Vinoba Bhave in 1951, based on the principle of voluntary land redistribution. Bhave started the Sarvodaya Samaj, a federation of constructive workers. Bhave, along with his supporters, undertook a foot march or padayatra to encourage landowners to donate at least L6th of their land to landless people. The movement aimed to accumulate 50 million acres, roughly 1/16 of the total cultivable land. The movement started in Pachampally village, in the Telangana region of Andhra Pradesh, and received over 4 million acres as a donation in the early stages. However, the movement started losing momentum after some time, and much of the donated land was either disputed or not suitable for cultivation. Challenges: quality of donated land. Much of the land donated was either barren, infertile, or not suitable for cultivation, making it less beneficial for the landless recipients. Land disputes. There were numerous disputes related to the ownership of donated land, which resulted in legal conflicts and further delayed the redistribution process. Incomplete implementation. Despite the noble goal of collecting 50 million acres of land, the movement could gather only around 4 million acres in the early stages, and eventually, it lost momentum. Do you know? Vinoba Bhave was the first Indian to receive the Ramon Magsaysay Award for Community Leadership in 1958. The award is considered to be Asia's equivalent to the Nobel Prize. Zamindars in Uttar Pradesh could keep lands under their personal cultivation, which was vaguely defined and included many types of land users like the one who tilled the soil, supervised it through a relative. Initially, there was no limit on how much land they could claim as personal cultivation, even though the Kumarappa Committee had recommended that only those who have put in a minimum amount of physical labor and participated in actual agricultural operations could do so. Gramdan movement. The Gramdan movement evolved from the Buddhan movement in 1955. Based on Gandhi's philosophy that all village land belongs to God, the Gramdan movement sought to ensure that land in a Gramdan village belonged collectively to all the villagers. The movement found most success in Orissa, particularly in areas where class distinctions were not fully established. Challenges: lack of legal recognition. The idea of collective village ownership was often not legally recognized or enforced, thereby undermining the principle of shared land ownership. Societal resistance. In regions where caste and class distinctions were rigidly defined, the Gramdan concept faced resistance, as it contradicted entrenched social hierarchies. Administrative challenges. The concept of collective ownership posed significant administrative challenges in terms of land use decision-making and dispute resolution. Critical assessment of success of Buddhan and Gramdan movements. Limited impact on landlessness. Although the movements aimed to address landlessness, their overall impact on this issue was limited. The land acquired through Buddhan was often infertile, fragmented, or insufficient to sustain the landless families. Short-lived momentum. The initial enthusiasm for the Buddhan and Gramdan movements waned over time. As government policies, such as land ceiling laws and land reforms, were introduced, the focus shifted away from these voluntary movements. Land donations. The Bhutan movement did achieve some success in terms of land donations. However, the actual land redistributed among the landless poor was significantly less than the donated land, due to various factors such as poor land records, legal disputes, and reluctance among some landowners. Gramdan's mixed outcomes. The Gramdan movement had some success in certain regions, with several villages adopting collective land ownership and self-governance. However, it failed to gain widespread acceptance, partly due to deeply entrenched social hierarchies and resistance from powerful landowning classes. Cooperativization and community development programs. Cooperativization was suggested by J.C. Kamarappa's Agrarian Reforms Committee and was incorporated in the first five-year plan. The government prioritized service cooperatives, and cooperative farming was encouraged only voluntarily under mature conditions. The movement faced challenges such as proxy farming by wealthy farmers to circumvent land ceiling regulations, misappropriation of funds, politicization, and lack of true motivation among participants. Critical analysis offers phase of land reforms, regional variations. The success of land reforms varied across regions, largely due to the different socio-economic and political contexts. Some states like Kerala and West Bengal implemented reforms more successfully compared to others. Rise of small landholdings. Although land reforms aimed to distribute land more equitably, they unintentionally led to an increase in small and fragmented landholdings, negatively affecting agricultural productivity and income. Evading regulations. Many large landowners found loopholes in the law, often by transferring land to family members or changing the land's use to evade land ceiling regulations. For example, misuse of personal cultivation clauses. Delay in legal process. The lengthy process of settling land disputes in courts, coupled with the complex land records system, often delayed the actual transfer of ownership rights to the intended beneficiaries. Lack of supplementary measures. Land reforms were not supplemented with adequate support systems, such as access to credit, technology, and markets, making it challenging for new landowners to maximize the potential of their land. Rising population pressure. The increasing population pressure on land often negated the positive impacts of land redistribution, as the land per capita remained minimal, leading to persistent rural poverty. Keywords: evading regulations, Sarvodaya Samaj, ownership of donated land, regional variations, principle of shared land ownership, Agrarian Reforms Committee, loopholes in the law, small and fragmented landholdings, societal resistance, dispute resolution, fragmented landholding, employment generation, production doubled, Green Revolution, poverty high-field food alleviation 3 security. Green Revolution. It refers to a period of radical transformation in the agricultural sector that began in the mid-1960s. This was marked by the introduction of high-yielding varieties of seeds, increased use of fertilizers and pesticides, modernized irrigation techniques, and mechanized farming equipment. The primary objective was to increase food grain production, achieve self-sufficiency, and reduce dependency on imports. Its components are: 1. High-yielding varieties (HYVs) of seeds. Central to the Green Revolution were the high-yielding varieties of seeds, particularly for staple crops such as wheat and rice. These seeds were genetically selected to optimize productivity and were characterized by shorter growing seasons and greater resistance to disease. 2. Chemical fertilizers. The use of synthetic fertilizers, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium was promoted to enhance soil fertility and boost crop yields. These fertilizers provided the necessary nutrients that were often depleted in soil due to intensive agricultural practices. 3. Pesticides and herbicides. Increased use of chemical pesticides and herbicides helped control a wide range of agricultural pests and weeds that could potentially reduce crop yields. These chemicals were essential in maintaining the high productivity levels of HYV crops. 4. Irrigation infrastructure. Expanding and improving irrigation infrastructure was another crucial element. Reliable water sources through systems such as tube wells, pumps, and canals enabled multiple cropping, growing more than one crop per year on the same land, and less dependency on monsoon rains. 5. Farm machinery. Mechanization of agriculture through the introduction of tractors, threshers, and harvesters facilitated faster and more efficient farming operations, significantly reducing labor costs and increasing the area that could be cultivated. 6. Government policies. Supportive government policies were instrumental in the Green Revolution. These included subsidies for agricultural inputs like fertilizers and machinery, guaranteed crop prices through minimum support prices (MSP), and the establishment of agricultural universities and extension services to educate farmers about new technologies. 7. Credit facilities. Improved access to agricultural credit allowed farmers to invest in the new technologies required to implement Green Revolution practices. Institutions like cooperative societies and rural banks were strengthened to provide loans to farmers at subsidized rates. Geographical limitations. Limited to the northwestern region. The Green Revolution was primarily limited to the northwestern region of India, encompassing Punjab, Haryana, and western Uttar Pradesh. Necessity of prior infrastructure. These regions had the necessary infrastructure, like irrigation facilities and accessibility to markets, which facilitated the adoption of new agricultural practices and technologies. Uneven distribution of benefits. The benefits of the Green Revolution were therefore not evenly distributed across the country, leading to regional disparities in agricultural development. Green Revolution 2.0. Green Revolution 2.0, also known as GR 2.0, aims to address the limitations of the first Green Revolution and extend its benefits to rain-fed and dryland areas, particularly in eastern India. Key dimensions of GR 2.0 include organic farming, promoting natural substances, avoiding synthetic chemicals, and enhancing biodiversity and soil health. Climate-smart agriculture, CSA transforming agricultural systems to support development, ensure food security, adapt to climate change, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Zero-budget natural farming, ZBNF, using natural inputs to reduce costs, improve biodiversity, and increase climate resilience. Diversification of crops, moving beyond rice and wheat by promoting nutritious and resilient crops like millets, pulses, and oilseeds. Millets, reviving the cultivation of highly nutritious and climate-resilient millets to enhance food security, improve soil health, and increase farmers' incomes. Technology integration, leveraging precision agriculture, remote sensing, and other technologies to enhance agricultural productivity and sustainability in GR 2.0. GR 2.0 encompasses sustainable farming practices, climate change adaptation, and diversification of crops, with a focus on inclusive and resilient agriculture in rain-fed and dryland areas, particularly in eastern India. Evergreen Revolution. Given the environmental and health consequences of the Green Revolution, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, known as the father of the Green Revolution in India, emphasized the need for the Evergreen Revolution. Sustainable agriculture practices. Unlike the Green Revolution, which relied heavily on chemical inputs, the Evergreen Revolution emphasizes sustainable agricultural practices that promote soil health, biodiversity, and natural resource conservation. This includes practices such as organic farming, agroecology, conservation agriculture, integrated pest management, IPM, and precision farming techniques. Crop diversification. The Evergreen Revolution promotes crop diversification to reduce the risks associated with monocropping and to enhance resilience to pests, diseases, and climate change. Farmers are encouraged to cultivate a variety of crops, including traditional and indigenous varieties, to improve nutritional diversity and reduce dependence on a limited number of crops. Water conservation and management. Given the increasing water scarcity and the unsustainable use of water resources, the Evergreen Revolution emphasizes water conservation and efficient water management practices. This includes measures such as rainwater harvesting, drip irrigation, and the use of water-saving technologies to optimize water use in agriculture. Climate-smart agriculture. The Evergreen Revolution integrates climate-smart agricultural practices that help farmers adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change. This includes the adoption of climate-resilient crop varieties, agroforestry systems, and practices that enhance carbon sequestration and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Empowerment of smallholder farmers. The Evergreen Revolution recognizes the importance of empowering smallholder farmers, especially women and marginalized communities, to participate in sustainable agriculture. It promotes farmer-centered approaches, participatory research, and extension services to ensure that agricultural innovations are tailored to local contexts and meet the needs of smallholder farmers. Technology and innovation. While prioritizing sustainable practices, the Evergreen Revolution also leverages technological innovations and advances in agricultural science to improve productivity, efficiency, and resilience. This includes the development of climate-resilient crop varieties, digital agriculture tools, and precision farming technologies that optimize resource use and minimize environmental impact. Drawbacks of Green Revolution. Impact on environment. The excessive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides led to soil degradation, contamination of groundwater, and health hazards. Neglect of local varieties. Despite its successes, the Green Revolution also had its share of drawbacks. The focus on high-yielding varieties led to the neglect of local varieties and loss of biodiversity. Overexploitation of water resources. The intensive farming practices also resulted in the overexploitation of water resources, leading to water scarcity and environmental degradation. Shift towards monoculture. This has led to decreasing soil fertility and declining nutritional outcomes. The Green Revolution marked a significant milestone in India's agricultural history, transforming the country from a food deficit nation to a food surplus one. However, it is necessary to address its environmental and socio-economic impacts to sustainably increase agricultural productivity and rural livelihoods in the long run. Keywords: overexploitation of water resources, high-yielding varieties of seeds, water-intensive crops, heavy use of chemicals, soil degradation, sustainable agriculture practices, regional disparity, climate-smart agriculture, health hazards, organic farming, crop diversification, zero-budget natural farming, environmental degradation, technology integration. Cooperatives in India, a historical overview on policy perspective. Introduction. The cooperative movement in India gained momentum in 1904 with the passing of the Cooperative Credit Societies Act. The Cooperative Societies Act of 1912 expanded the scope to include non-credit societies and cooperative federations. The cooperative sector aimed to prevent the concentration of economic power, disperse ownership of productive capital, foster citizen participation in development, and eradicate poverty and unemployment. Policy shifts and strategies. The Kamarappa Committee of 1949 suggested that states should have the authority to enforce different levels of cooperation for different types of farming. The first five-year plan, 1951-56, cautiously advocated that small and medium-sized farms should be encouraged and assisted to form cooperative agricultural societies. The second plan, 1956-61, focused on laying the groundwork for cooperative farming and aimed to bring a considerable portion of agricultural land under cooperative farming over 10 years. The Congress Party's Nagpur resolution in 1959 envisioned a future agrarian structure based on cooperative farming, to be achieved within 3 years. The third five-year plan, 1961-66, scaled down the ambition and proposed 10 pilot projects for cooperative farming in each state, integrating cooperative farming with general agricultural efforts and advancements in credit, marketing, distribution, and processing. Success story of Amul AMUL initiated the dairy cooperative movement in India and formed the Apex Cooperative Organization, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Ltd, GCMMF, jointly owned by around 2.2 million milk producers in Gujarat. The organization, founded by Dr. Verghese Kurian, revolutionized the dairy industry, leading to the White Revolution and making India one of the largest milk producers in the world. Impact of Amul, women empowerment. Women's empowerment was significantly boosted by Amul's Operation Flood, with the support of NGOs like SUA. Spillover impact. Other cooperatives also benefited from Operation Flood, leading to the formation of successful cooperatives for fruit and vegetable growers, oilseed cultivators, small-scale salt producers, and tree growers. Employment generation. Amul's growth has generated employment opportunities across the dairy value chain, including milk collection, processing, distribution, and marketing. The dairy industry, including Amul's cooperatives and associated businesses, provides livelihoods for millions of people, contributing to rural development and economic growth, food security, and nutrition. Amul's dairy products, including milk, butter, cheese, and yogurt, have become staples in the diets of millions of Indians, providing essential nutrients and contributing to food security and nutrition. The availability of affordable and nutritious dairy products has helped combat malnutrition, especially among children and vulnerable populations. Analysis of the cooperative movement in India. Despite their successes, cooperatives face significant challenges and criticisms. Service cooperatives performed better than farming cooperatives, but were found to reinforce the caste-based hierarchical system. The leadership of cooperatives often came from trading and money-lending communities, limiting broader participation. The landless were largely excluded from accessing credit through credit cooperatives, as found by the National Commission on Agriculture in 1971. High rates of loan default were a significant issue for credit cooperatives, with wealthy landowners being more likely to default than the poor and small farmers. Way forward, better governance and more inclusive policies. To overcome these challenges, cooperatives need better governance and more inclusive policies. Legal and regulatory reforms like modernizing cooperative laws to make them more responsive to the needs of the cooperative sector and align them with contemporary economic realities. Streamline regulatory framework. Simplify and streamline regulatory procedures to reduce bureaucratic hurdles and promote ease of doing business for cooperatives. Developing comprehensive training programs and enhancing the financial literacy of cooperative members can lead to better financial management. Modern business practices and technologies. Cooperatives need to adopt modern business practices and technologies to enhance their competitiveness. Incentivizing youth. Incentives should be provided to encourage young people and women to participate actively in cooperatives. Public-private partnerships could be explored to improve the infrastructure and services of cooperatives. The cooperative movement, despite its limitations, has significant potential to contribute to India's socio-economic development with the right strategies and supportive policy measures. Cooperatives can truly be a means to build a more inclusive and sustainable economy. Keywords: public-private partnerships, regulatory framework, Cooperative Credit Societies Act, food security and nutrition, non-credit societies, Nagpur resolution, inclusive policies, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Ltd, GCMMF, spillover impact, White Revolution, Amul's Operation Flood, National Commission on Agriculture, Kamarappa Committee Indian Economy from 1965 to 1991. Overview and analysis. Phase 1. The onset of economic troubles, 1965 to 1980. Context. Post-1962 Sino-Indian War, Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri shifted India's economic focus towards agriculture, private enterprise, foreign investment, and curtailed the role of the Planning Commission. Key economic issues and policies. India faced an agricultural crisis due to consecutive monsoon failures in 1965 and 1966. Two wars, 1962 with China, 1965 with Pakistan, caused a surge in defense spending and a cumulative fiscal deficit of 7.3% of GDP by 1966 to 67. Balance of payments weakened further, with foreign exchange reserves in 1964 to 65 covering less than 2 months of imports. To counter these issues, major economic policies were implemented. Nationalization of 14 major private commercial banks in 1969, followed by insurance sector nationalization in 1972. Nationalization of the coal industry in 1973. Introduction of the Monopoly and Restrictive Trade Practices Act, MRTP, in 1969 to limit the activities of large business houses. Enactment of the Foreign Exchange and Regulation Act, FARA, in 1973 to regulate foreign investment and operations of foreign companies in India. Impact and analysis. Bank nationalization boosted farm credit and lending to other priority sectors and increased financial savings. However, it also led to politically influenced lending decisions and crony capitalism. To combat the balance of payments crisis, a devaluation of the Indian rupee by 57% was implemented in 1966, which was meant to increase exports but instead accelerated inflation. Phase 2. Higher growth, 1980 to 1991. Context. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi initiated significant economic reforms to secure an International Monetary Fund loan. Key economic policies. Under the Sixth Five-Year Plan, 1980 to 85, the government removed price controls, initiated fiscal reforms, revamped the public sector, reduced import duties, and deregulated domestic industry. The Rajiv Gandhi government, 1984 to 89, introduced reforms such as the relaxation of licensing, reduction of import restrictions, introduction of export incentives, revision of the MRTP asset limit, and the relaxation of capital markets. These reforms resulted in a growth rate of over 5.5% in the 1980s, up from the 3.5% growth rate, termed the Hindu rate of growth experienced in the previous 3 decades. Impact and analysis. Despite higher growth rates, these reforms represented a loosening rather than a fundamental shift away from controls. Long-term structural weaknesses, including widespread industrial control, the license Raj, nationalization of banks and other industries, and an inward-looking trade policy, continued to persist. High import levels relative to exports led to a significant trade deficit and increased reliance on short-term borrowings by the late 1980s. By 1990 to 91, India was dealing with a high fiscal deficit, 8.4%, a substantial current account deficit, 3.1%, high inflation, 17%, and a substantial foreign debt, all of which put a strain on the balance of payments, BOP. This period in India's economic history set the stage for the economic liberalization that was to come in 1991, addressing the structural issues that had persisted for decades. However, it also highlights the challenges associated with managing a developing economy and balancing the needs for economic growth, stability, and social equity. Hindu growth rate. The term Hindu growth rate was coined by Indian economist Raj Krishna to describe the slow, around 3.5% annual growth rate of the Indian economy during the period of planned economic development. From the 1950s to 1980s, prior to the liberalization period of the 1990s. This term reflects the stereotype of the perceived slow rate of economic growth and development associated with the Hindu way of life. However, it's important to note that the term itself is seen as pejorative and misleading, as it neither reflects any inherent aspects of Hinduism nor the complex socio-economic dynamics of India during the period in question. Keywords: Hindu growth rate, structural weaknesses, nationalization, Monopoly and Restrictive Trade Practices Act, social equity. High inflation, balance of payments crisis, foreign debt, Hindu rate of growth, planned economic development, Foreign Exchange and Regulation Act, Planning Commission. Reformative ERA-1991 onwards. The economic crisis of 1991 prompted a major shift in India's economic policy. The crisis had 3 significant factors: high short-term debt, rapid withdrawal of hot currency, and drastically depleted foreign reserves. As a response, India sought a $7 billion loan from the World Bank and the IMF, which led to the introduction of the new economic policy aimed at liberalizing the Indian economy. The stabilization and structural reform measures. Stabilization measures were taken to ensure short-term economic stability and recovery, and they included reduction in fiscal deficit, devaluation of the Indian rupee, tightening of monetary and credit policy. Structural reform measures were long-term measures designed to enhance the efficiency of the floriculture and liberalization of rural sector reforms. Industrial sector PUBL RP Fin RMJ SUC Rural reform measures. Reforms in financial sectors. Trade and investment tax reforms. Policy reforms. Economy and increase its international competitiveness. They included Liberalization of the industrial sector, financial sector reforms, tax reforms, trade and investment policy reforms, reform in the public sector, reforms in the agriculture and rural sectors. The liberalization, privatization, and globalization (LPG) policies introduced during this era had profound effects on the Indian economy. Liberalization. This involved reducing government regulations and restrictions in economic activities to facilitate private sector participation. As a result, industries like telecommunications, insurance, and aviation were open to the private sector. Import licensing was abolished except for certain hazardous and environmentally sensitive industries. Financial market reforms led to the emergence of private banks, and tax reforms simplified procedures and gradually reduced the rates. Fiscal policy reforms like rationalization of taxes to simplify the tax structure, broaden the tax base, and reduce tax rates to promote investment and economic growth. Reduction of fiscal deficit through expenditure rationalization and revenue augmentation measures. Privatization. The privatization drive involved reducing the role of the public sector and increasing private sector involvement. State-owned assets were sold off, and public sector undertakings (PSUs) were given autonomy to make managerial decisions, contributing to increased efficiency. Globalization. Globalization represented the integration of the Indian economy with the global economy. Globalization has encouraged greater cross-border investment by multinational corporations, MNCs, seeking to access new markets, resources, and talent. FDI flows have increased significantly, leading to the establishment of foreign subsidiaries, joint ventures, and strategic alliances across different countries and industries. Globalization has led to the fragmentation and outsourcing of production processes across different countries, creating complex global supply chains. Companies source components, assemble products, and distribute goods across multiple countries, optimizing costs, efficiency, and market reach. As a result, there was a free flow of information, technology, goods, services, and capital across countries. This has led to increased connectivity and integration of markets and cultures. Indian economy. Indiana. The new millennium. 30 years of LPG reforms. The Indian economy witnessed significant growth and development in the 3 decades following the liberalization, privatization, and globalization (LPG) reforms initiated in 1991. Positive impacts. Improvement in GDP. As per the data provided by the Reserve Bank of India, the gross domestic product (GDP) growth rate improved notably, rising from a mere 0.8% during the crisis year of 1991-92 to an average of 7% from 1992 to 2017. Reduction in deficit. The Ministry of Finance, Government of India, reports that fiscal deficits, a major concern during the pre-reform period, were effectively curbed following the LPG reforms. Boost in external sector. The external sector experienced a substantial boost, with export growth averaging about 20% between 1993 to 96. This information comes from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Decreased poverty. Increased spending on social services and rural development led to a significant reduction in poverty. The World Bank substantiates this with data demonstrating a significant drop in poverty levels post-LPG reforms. Higher standard of living. As reported by the United Nations Development Programme, the standard of living in India improved significantly due to globalization and economic liberalization. Improved social infrastructure. There were significant improvements in India's social infrastructure. For instance, the World Health Organization reported increases in life expectancy, along with significant decreases in infant and maternal mortality rates. Negative impacts of LPG reforms. While the LPG reforms positively influenced the Indian economy, they also gave rise to certain concerns. Rising inequalities. Post-reform, India witnessed an increase in economic inequality. The wage gap between skilled and unskilled workers widened, as detailed in the Oxfam Inequality Report. Vulnerability of marginalized classes. The less privileged sections of society didn't reap the benefits of economic reforms as much as the affluent classes. Data from the National Sample Survey Office, NSSO, suggests that economic disparities among various social groups have increased, leading to further marginalization of disadvantaged communities. Social unrest. The increased inequality has spurred social unrest among different societal categories and states, as reported by various social research organizations. Rise of crony capitalism. The economic reforms didn't successfully ensure a level playing field for all. This has led to a rise in crony capitalism, a term indicating an economy where success in business is determined by close relationships between business people and government officials. Jobless growth. The non-agricultural sector hasn't effectively absorbed those displaced from the farming sector or new entrants to the labor force, leading to a situation of jobless growth. This concern is supported by data from the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, CMI. Taxation reforms. The introduction of the Goods and Services Tax, GST, significantly simplified India's tax structure. By unifying various central and state tax laws, it removed tax barriers across states, thus creating a common market and promoting the free flow of goods. Post its implementation, the tax base has almost doubled, a fact acknowledged by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Direct taxation also witnessed reforms like e-assessment. The move towards digitization of tax processes, intended to reduce human intervention, brought transparency and ease in tax compliance, as reported by the Income Tax Department of India. Overall, the LPG reforms were instrumental in transforming the Indian economy, leading to increased growth and development. Despite some negative impacts, these reforms have set the foundation for a robust and resilient economy. However, more needs to be done to address issues such as income inequality, marginalization, and jobless growth. Moreover, improvements in the sectors of health, education, and the environment must be made for sustainable and inclusive growth. Keywords: direct taxation, marginalization, jobless growth, social unrest, crony capitalism, liberalization, privatization, and globalization, LPG, structural reforms. The evolution of banking in India. Indian capital had advanced significantly in banking and life insurance by 1947. Nearly 64% of all bank deposits were held by Indian joint stock banks, and 75% of the life insurance business in the country was controlled by Indian-owned life insurance companies. Indian traders also dominated most of the internal trade and some of the foreign trade. Post-1947, there was time to change the banking system, which would be helpful to the overall development of the country with a focus on rural development. Banking Companies Act, 1949. The Banking Companies Act of 1949 was later changed to the Banking Regulation Act of 1949 in the year 1966. The legislation aimed to govern and regulate commercial banks in India. In 1966, after the amendment, the Act included cooperative banks as well. The Act grants power to the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, to issue a license to a bank if it has adequate capital. It also stresses on protection of the public interest upon a bank before granting a license. Only companies with a banking license from RBI can use the word bank in their name for business purposes. RBI, the license issuer, can also revoke it if the bank does not meet the specified criteria. Based on the Hilton-Young Commission's recommendations, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, was established. It started operations on April 1, 1935. The Reserve Bank acted as Burma's central bank until the Japanese occupation of Burma and later until April 1947, even though Burma, Myanmar, left the Indian Union in 1937. The Reserve Bank also served as Pakistan's central bank until June 1948, when the State Bank of Pakistan began operations. The bank was nationalized in 1949. State Bank of India Act, 1955, the first five-year plan in 1951 prioritized rural India's development. This led to the appointment of a committee of direction by the RBI in August 1951 to conduct an all-India rural credit survey. One key recommendation was to set up the State Bank of India, a state-partnered and state-sponsored bank, by taking over the Imperial Bank of India and the former state-owned or state-associate banks. The State Bank of India was formed on July 1, 1955 after the Act was passed in Parliament in May 1955. The state gained direct control over more than a quarter of the Indian banking system's resources. The State Bank of India, Subsidiary Banks, Act in 1959 allowed the State Bank of India to take over 8 former state-associated banks as its subsidiaries, later associates. Development Financial Institutions, DeFi Development Financial Institutions, DeFi, or Development Finance Companies, DFC, are entities that belong to the state or public bodies and finance large-scale or infrastructure projects that are too risky or costly for big banks to fund. DeFi's role is to identify and fill the gaps in the financial sector's institutions and markets. They offer 2 kinds of funds: medium, 1 to 5 years, and large, more than 5 years. Establishment of DeFis. The Industrial Finance Corporation of India, IFCI, was the first DeFi that was established in 1948. After that, Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India Limited, ICICI, an initiative of the World Bank, was established in 1955. It was the first DeFi in the private sector. In 1964, the Industrial Development Bank of India, IDBI, was established under RBI. In 1976, the ownership of IDBI was transferred to the Union government. Keywords: Hilton-Young Commission, Banking Companies Act, 1949, New Economic Policy, Devaluation, Life Expectancy, Maternal Mortality Rates, National Sample Survey Office, 5-Year Plan, Crony Capitalism, Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, E-Assessment, Development Financial Institutions. Economic impact of the COVID-19 crisis, growth slump, as per the Ministry of Statistics. India's GDP growth in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year 2020 plunged to a mere 3.1%. Job losses and poverty. The pandemic severely affected India's informal economy, causing extensive unemployment and a rise in poverty levels. Migrant labor crisis. Lockdown measures forced migrant workers to return to their home states, triggering a humanitarian crisis. According to IMF report, the growth in India is projected at 6.8% in 2024, FY25, and 6.5% in 202.5 FY26. With the robustness reflecting continuing strength in domestic demand and a rising working-age population. Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, Self-Reliant India Mission, Stimulus Package, announced in May 2020, it is an infrastructure economy economic package of 20 Indian rupees lakh crore, approximate 10% of the **GDP. Sectors covered. The package catered to various sectors, including the cottage industry, MSMEs, laborers, middle class, and industries. Technology-driven systems, structural reforms. The initiative also involved structural reforms across 8 sectors including coal, minerals, defense production, civil aviation, power distribution, space, and atomic energy. Way forward policies and programs should ensure the benefits of economic growth reach all segments of the society. Investment in healthcare, education, and social safety nets is crucial for building a resilient society. Reforms should promote entrepreneurship, upskilling of the workforce, and growth of labor-intensive industries. Demand, 5PLV_ERS Self-ENT India. Demography policies should balance economic growth with environmental sustainability, promoting clean energy, sustainable agriculture, and efficient use of resources. Poverty reduction. India halved its extreme poverty rate from 2011 to 2019, an outstanding achievement compared to many nations. Inequality and social challenges. Despite a Gini index of around 35 indicating persistent consumption inequality and high child malnutrition rates, India's economy continues to grow. Economic growth. India rebounded from the pandemic with an impressive 6.9% GDP growth in FY 22-23, outpacing many developed and developing nations. Fiscal management. The reduction in fiscal deficit from over 13% in FY 2021 to an estimated 9.4% in FY 22-23, and public debt decrease from over 87% of GDP to around 83%, highlight India's sound fiscal management amidst global economic challenges. Future growth. Despite economic headwinds, India projects a strong 6.3% growth in FY 23-24, showcasing resilience and adaptability. These strategies should be a part of a broader, comprehensive strategy for India to truly achieve economic resilience and self-reliance. The reform should deal with the structural bottlenecks to growth, fostering an economy that is more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable. Keywords: fiscal management, growth slump, structural reforms, World Economic Outlook Report, stimulus package, resilient society, sustainable agriculture, Gini index, inclusive, labor-intensive, sustainable, structural bottlenecks. Previous year questions. 1. Critically discuss the objectives of Buddhan and Gramdan movements initiated by Acharya Vinoba Bhave and their success. 200 words, 10 marks. 2013. Z. Nte Arlan K and Gofcurre Ntaands Tatik Topics. Nte Grate Dpyqs. Keyword Focus Forqa Lida and Swers. Our Oflini Cen Tres. Carol Bog Happy Face *1 MUKHRG NAGA RJIQNQQNQNQQL Lucknow Putna. E992 061 3613 PWONLYAS. COM5 Technological Development. Lots of people may not know why such an emphasis is being put on science. Why is so much money being spent? Why did I take the trouble to come from Delhi? The big countries have more power while our country has remained poor. If we wish to empower our country, which is now independent, we have to create a strong base so we can learn the basics. This may not show immediate results but finally result in the uplift of the country. J. L. Nehru India's Technological Development. A historical overview, British colonial aftermath. Upon India's independence, the British left it as a poor, economically backward nation with significant dependency. Phase 1. Era of Nehru. 1950s. 1960s. Vision of Nehru. For Nehru, science was the enzyme of hope, instrumental in nation building. Educational and research institutions. Creation of prominent institutions like IITs and CSIR, which have become pillars of scientific research in India. Industrialization and infrastructure. The inauguration of major steel plants and dams, termed as the new temples of modern India, marked the beginning of heavy industrialization. Defense and atomic energy. Formation of DRDO and development of the atomic energy program, illustrating Nehru's foresight in the defense and energy sector. Scientific Policy Resolution, 1958. Passed in March 1958, the resolution reiterated Nehru's vision of a welfare state where investment in science and technology would make India's social transformation possible. The Scientific Policy Resolution, 1958, aimed to adopt a scientific attitude and methodology and to apply scientific knowledge that would be a service for all the citizens of the country. The concept of a welfare state emerged from the recognition of this potential. The government of India set the following goals for their scientific policy: to support and maintain science and scientific research in all forms, to provide and acknowledge high-quality research scientists for the nation's strength, to enable the creative potential of men and women in science, to foster individual efforts for learning and creating new knowledge with academic freedom, and to ensure that the people of the country enjoy the benefits of scientific knowledge and its applications. Establish them in OF different scientific institutions. The Council OF Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, 1942. CSIR was established in 1942, but the scope of its operations increased greatly after 1947. Shani Svarup Bhatnagar Prize. To recognize outstanding work in science and technology, CSIR awards Shani Svarup Bhatnagar Prize, the founder, director and later first Director General of the CSIR and first Chairman of the University Grant Commission, UGC, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, 1945. TFAR was founded in June 1945 with support from the Sir Dorabji Tata Trust under the vision of Dr. Homi J. Babha. National Physical Laboratory, 1947. The National Physical Laboratory under CSIR was set up in January 1947 and was India's first national laboratory. Atomic Energy Commission, 1948. The Atomic Energy Commission was first set up in August 1948 in the Department of Scientific Research. The Department of Atomic Energy, DAE, was set up on August 3, 1954 under the direct charge of the Prime Minister. Subsequently, in 1958, the Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, was established in the Department of Atomic Energy. Indian Institutes of Technology. Following the model of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the first of the 5 institutes of technology was established in Kudgapur in 1952, and the rest 4 were set up in Madras, Bombay, Kanpur, and Delhi. Defense Research and Development Organization. Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, was established in 1958. The objective of this organization was to make India self-sufficient with respect to means, equipments, and weapons required for defense. Indian Space Research Organization. In 1962, under the DAE, Nehru established the Indian National Committee for Space Research in Kaspur, with Dr. Vikram A. Sarabhai, the father of the Indian space program, as its first chairman. In 1969, it was renamed as Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. Phase 2. 1970-present nuclear power. Successful testing of the nuclear bomb in 1974 and again in 1998 marked India's entry into the League of Nuclear-Powered Countries. Space and satellite communication. With the successful launch of the Aryabhata satellite and INSAT series, India made significant strides in satellite communication and weather prediction. Information technology. The establishment of the Department of Electronics in 1970 initiated the IT revolution. Public sector companies like ECI and CM were established. Rajiv Gandhi's government played a crucial role in promoting IT and computerization. Biotechnology. Today, India is renowned as the pharmacy of the world, providing affordable drugs and vaccines globally. Telecommunication. The development of indigenous electronic exchange and VSAT technology revolutionized telecommunication in India. Antarctic exploration. India's Antarctic program, launched in 1981, showcased the country's ambition in polar research. Recent developments. ISRO, Chandrayaan missions, Mangalyaan mission, Aditya LI mission, and AstraSat. Future programs of ISRO include ExpaSat, Nisar satellite, Gaganyaan and SpaceX, space docking experiment, DRDO, combat aircraft, LCA Tejas, UVs, Lakshya, Nishan, etc. Strategic missiles like Agni, Prithvi, and Dhanush. Tactical missiles like Akash, Nag, and Trishul. Cruise missile, BrahMos, etc. The evolution of science and technology policy in India, Scientific Policy Resolution, SPR, 1958. SPR 1958 laid the cornerstone for the scientific and technological advancement of India. Its primary focus was on fostering a scientific temper and promoting indigenous research. Technology Policy Statement, 1983. This policy focused on developing indigenous technology for self-sufficiency. It highlighted the importance of maximizing the use of local resources, human and material alike, and reducing dependency on foreign technology. Policy on Science and Technology, 2003. Amidst the backdrop of globalization, this policy was introduced to keep up with international scientific and technological advancements. It emphasized sustainable development and equity, proposing extensive government investment in research and development to boost it to 2% of GDP. Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy, 2013. This policy marked the start of the decade of innovation 2010 to 2020. It recognized the need for a shift to a knowledge-based economy to remain globally competitive. It played a key role in establishing a robust national innovation ecosystem. Fifth Draft National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, STIP, under review. The latest draft policy diverges from the top-down approach of previous policies, embodying decentralization, evidence-informed decision-making, a bottom-up approach, and inclusivity. It reflects a commitment to respond to newer challenges and leverage opportunities presented by rapid global technological advancements. Biotechnology and genome sequencing. India has made significant strides in the field of biotechnology. The country's extensive research in genome sequencing, supported by the Department of Biotechnology (DBT), plays a crucial role in understanding genetic diseases and developing effective treatments. In the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, Indian labs have also accelerated their genome sequencing efforts to track and study variants of the virus. Nanotechnology. India has shown strong commitment to advancing nanotechnology. The Nano mission launched by the Government of India aims to foster basic research, human resource development, and infrastructure development for nanoscience and technology. This has driven innovation in sectors such as health, agriculture, and water management, putting India at the forefront of nanotechnology research and development. Doibano? Samrendra Kumar Mitra built India's first indigenous electronic analog computer at the Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta, 1953-54. In 1954, the first particle accelerator cyclotron became operational. Astrophysicist Meghnad Saha and later nuclear physicist B.D. Nagchaudhuri led the team that built it at the University of Calcutta. In 1960, the Central Food Technological Research Institute, CFRI, developed the first baby milk food from buffalo milk, Amul. After multinationals refused to set up a manufacturing facility in India because the country was short of cow milk and buffalo milk was not suitable as it had too much fat. In 1963, G. N. Ramachandran, C. Ramakrishnan and V. Sasasekaran developed what is today called the Ramachandran plot, a tool used universally in the field of protein conformation. Conclusion: the evolution of India's science and technology policy signifies the country's commitment to harness the potential of science, technology, and innovation in driving socio-economic progress. With the advent of disruptive technologies, new challenges and opportunities arise. The COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, underscored the significance of collaborative efforts among R&D institutions, academia, and industry. As India navigates its future in this digital age, these collaborations will be instrumental in leveraging technological advancements for inclusive and sustainable development. Keywords: Ramachandran plot, genome sequencing, nanotechnology, the Nano mission, genome sequencing efforts, bottom-up approach, decade of innovation, biotechnology, Antarctic exploration, Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan. Scientific policy resolution, 1958, Department of Biotechnology, DBT, comprehensive answers with model approach. One-stop solution for mains answer writing. 1,000 plus UPSC PYQ-based questions. Examples and case studies in rich material. Set of 4 GS booklets. Topic-wise subject compilations. Carol Baga QQQQI Lucknow. Loom. PNLV Lath. Mains Wallah. Q-Anabank. General Studies 2. Our offline centers. Putna. Q992061 3613 OnlyIAS. Com. Mains Wallah. General STUDIES 2. Our offline centers. Carol Bagh Mukherjee Nagar Lucknow Putna. 992061 3613 OnlyIAS. Com. Year wise subject coverage. Current affairs integrated model answers. Mains Wallah PYQ's 6 post-independent social movements in India. Since achieving independence from British colonial rule in 1947, India has experienced a rich array of post-independent social movements, each characterized by distinct goals and contexts, which have profoundly influenced the country's societal and political dynamics. 5 common characteristics of social movements in India are: nonviolent resistance, inspired by the philosophy and legacy of leaders like Mahatma Gandhi; many movements, such as the Chipko movement, and the anti-corruption movement led by Anna Hujre, have adopted nonviolent methods of protests. Bottom-up approach. Many social movements in India originate from the grassroots level, driven by ordinary citizens and local communities. They represent the voices of the marginalized people. Diversity and plurality. Indian social movements are characterized by huge diversity and plurality in issues they raise and the population they represent. Broad range of issues including anti-Arab movement, against alcoholism, environmental movements, anti-dowry movements, etc. Representing different groups are covered. Intersectionality. Movements tend to recognize the interconnections between various forms of oppression, such as caste discrimination, gender inequality, religious intolerance, and environmental degradation. Active use of media and technology. Indian social movements have increasingly embraced the use of media and technology for mobilization, awareness raising, and advocacy. Platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp have played a crucial role in disseminating information, organizing protests, and amplifying voices. In India, it is difficult to make a clear distinction between the old and new social movements. They have a mix of characteristics of old and new social movements. Old social movements. The old social movements functioned within the frame of political parties. The old social movements clearly saw reorganization of power relations as a central goal, more regional in nature. New social movements. The new social movements were not about changing the distribution of power in society, but about quality of life issues such as having a clean environment. New movements mostly do no function within the frame of political parties but leverage larger civil society and non-governmental organizations for their goal. These are also more global in nature. It is important to note that these characteristics are not exhaustive, and social movements in India can exhibit variations depending on the specific context, issue, and time period. Women's movements. Pre-independence women's movements. Prior to independence, women's movements in India were largely spearheaded by reformist men with a focus on social issues such as child marriage, sati, and widow remarriage. Leaders like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chandra Vijayasagar, and Pandita Ramabai were prominent figures in these movements, advocating for women's education, widow remarriage, and legal reforms to improve the status of women in society. Prominent organizations of this era include the Brahmo Samaj and Arya Samaj. Women's participation was more secondary and primarily channeled through their involvement in the freedom struggle. Transition to post-independence. The shift towards post-independence women's movements marked an important change in leadership and objectives. Women, empowered by their participation in the freedom struggle, began taking on more leading roles in advocating for their rights. Key figures such as Sucheta Kriplani and Aruna Asaf Ali became prominent leaders. Post-independence women's movements. The focus of the movements expanded from social reforms to wider issues of gender equality, encompassing political representation, economic parity, and legal rights. Organizations such as the All India Women's Conference and National Federation of Indian Women played instrumental roles in advocating for laws and policies to secure equal rights for women, paving the way for the contemporary women's movements in India. Constitutional reforms and gender equality. The principle of gender equality was enshrined in the Indian Constitution at its inception. Article 14 guarantees equality before the law, and Article 15 prohibits discrimination on grounds of sex. Furthermore, Article 15(3) makes a special provision enabling the state to make affirmative discriminations in favor of women. Increase in women's participation in administration. The 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments in the 1990s, reserving 33% of seats in local self-government for women, was a major milestone in enhancing women's political representation. The establishment of bodies like the National Commission for Women in 1992 further aimed to improve women's status. Over time, more women have held key governmental positions, such as Indira Gandhi as the Prime Minister, Pratibha Patil as the President, and Nirmala Sitharaman as the Finance Minister, to name a few. Pause and rejuvenation of feminist activity. The period of the 1950s and 1960s saw a reduced focus on feminist activism in India. However, by the 1970s, the women's movement regained momentum. This was triggered by growing awareness that despite constitutional guarantees, true gender equality hadn't been achieved. Key events that marked this awakening include the protest against the Supreme Court judgment in the Mathura rape case and the launch of the Save the Daughter campaign by the Forum Against Rape, later renamed as Forum Against Oppression of Women, pushing for broader social and legislative changes. Early phase of independence, 1947-1970 SI. India's inward-focused post-independence, efforts to address social issues and systematic development planning for women. 2. Redefinition of women's role in workforce. Feminist movements challenged traditional divisions of labor. Increased acceptance of women's participation in the workforce. 3. Legislative changes benefiting women. Passage of progressive laws including the Special Marriage Act, 1954, Hindu Marriage Act, 1956, Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961, etc. 4. Economic crisis and women's mobilization. Late 1960s, early 1970s, economic stagnation and escalating prices leading to general discontent, mobilization of women for participation in struggles of rural poor, tribals, and industrial working class. Culmination of women's mobilization in the anti-price movement of 1973. Revival of women's movements, 1970s to 1980s I. Resurgence of women's movements, rekindling of interest in women's issues following a period of declining focus during the 1950s and 1960s. Emergence of new women-centric groups and organizations. 2. Holistic approach to women's issues, shift from legislative and educational objectives to a broader, holistic approach. Issues like retrenchment of women in industries, absence of maternity benefits, salary discrimination, poor training, and workplace discrimination brought to the fore. 3. Formation of independent women's organizations, convergence of approximately 70 women's organizations forming the Anti-Price Rise Women's United Front. Founding of the Self-Employed Women's Association, SUA, by Allahabad in 1972. New strategy of protest politics, moving away from the earlier welfare approach. Other features of women movements. 1. Emergence of women's groups, urban women's groups. Between 1977 and 1979, new women's groups emerged in major Indian cities, organizing protests against various issues such as dowry murders, beauty contests, sexist portrayal of women, pornographic content, virginity tests, custodial rape, and the pitiable condition of women in prisons. Organizations like Mahila Dakshata Samiti, National Federation of Women, All India Democratic Women's Association, Nari Raksha Samiti played pivotal roles. Activism and law reformation. These groups not only provided support for women facing marital and divorce issues, custody battles, and alimony rights, but also recognized the discrimination embedded in existing personal and customary laws. They engaged in robust campaigns for legal reforms like the Rape Law, 1980, and Dowry Prohibition Act. Resistance and challenges. Despite their activism, these groups faced considerable resistance from community elites, mass organizations, and a patriarchal secular lobby due to the intertwining of personal laws with religious identities. 2. Legislative reforms and EQUALIYSTRIDS focus on women's empowerment. During the 1980s, India began to emphasize the health, education, and employment of women, leading to the third wave of Indian feminism. This period recognized the intersectionality of caste, class, and culture, with the movement entering private spheres to claim equal marital, divorce, succession rights, justice against dowry and sexual violence, and economic opportunities. Significant reforms and reports. India was the first to enact the Family Courts Act, 1984, and under pressure from the women's movement, the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence, DV, Act 2005, was introduced. The Towards Equality report released by the Government of India in 1974 highlighted women's marginalization from the economy, a focus of activism during the 1970s and 1980s. 3. Women's reproductive rights activism against family planning abuses. Women's groups focused on the abuses committed in the name of family planning programs, particularly against poor women in rural areas who were subjected to abusive sterilization operations and unsafe contraceptives. Addressing teenage pregnancies and trafficking. The groups also worked on issues of teenage pregnancies, trafficking of young girls for sex trade, and the involvement of the criminal justice system. Banning sex determination. The campaign against sex determination led to a central legislation banning amniocentesis, chorioval biopsy, and sex preselection techniques for femicide. 4. Women's movement and development agenda. Economic empowerment. The women's movement during the 1970s and 1980s emphasized the marginalization of women from the economy and advocated for women's rights, counteracting escalating violence against women and sexual harassment at workplaces. Gender budgeting. In the 1990s, the women's movement claimed its place within the mainstream, advocating for women's empowerment, gender budgeting, and partnership with men. This period also saw the rise of activism for the rights of Dalit and marginalized women. Gender budget statement was first introduced in Budget 2005 to 2006. Anti-Eric movement, origin and purpose of the movement. In the early 1990s, rural Andhra Pradesh became the epicenter of a unique women-led movement against alcohol dependency. Women campaigned against the subsequent abuse associated with alcoholism, demanding a total ban on drinking and selling liquor. The movement's unique methods were neither Gandhian nor Marxian but carved its path. Outcome and influence. The struggle led to a statewide ban on liquor in 1995, establishing the movement as a significant catalyst for women-led action in India. This also sparked further engagements in women's rights. 5. Women's movement in the digital era. Advent of digital feminism. By the 2000s, with economic liberalization and advancements in technology, Indian women experienced a cultural shift emphasizing rights such as freedom, choice, and independence. The digital revolution ushered in a new wave of feminism, highlighting both the benefits and challenges of this digital space. Influential online movements and campaigns. Along with the global movements like #MeToo and Everyday Sexism Project, India has witnessed its own powerful social media campaigns. The hashtag the Lahakalagan campaign, for example, effectively led to the removal of the period tax in 2018, making sanitary products more affordable for women across the country. The tragic Nirbhaya case in 2012 ignited a nationwide outcry for justice and women's safety, facilitated and amplified by social media. The immense public pressure led to substantial legal reforms, including the introduction of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013, also known as the Nirbhaya Act, which provided for stricter punishment for sexual crimes against women. Furthermore, to combat sexual harassment at the workplace, the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act, or the SHE Act, was passed in 2013. This was another significant legal reform directly influenced by the ongoing dialogue about women's rights and safety in India. Challenges for women movements, intersectionality. Women's experiences in India are not monolithic and are shaped by their caste, religion, class, and geographical location. Yet, the unique challenges faced by women from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, religious minorities, and those residing in rural and conflict-affected areas are often inadequately addressed. According to a National Family Health Survey, NFHS, report OF 2019-2021, women from the scheduled tribes have the highest illiteracy rates, at 42.9%. compared to the national average of 28.5%. Representation of marginalized groups. Women from marginalized communities are often underrepresented in these movements. For example, as OF 2021, WHIL-WOMN constituted 48.2% of India's total population, their representation in political positions remains low. According to the Inter-Parliamentary Union as of April 2023, WOMN held only 14.4% of the seats in the Lok Sabha and 12.2% in the Rajya Sabha. This underrepresentation extends to movements advocating for women's rights. Digital gender divide. While digital technologies have the potential to empower women and amplify their voices, there exists a significant gender gap in access to and usage of digital platforms. Bridging this gap is essential for ensuring women's participation in the digital economy and online activism. Some immature reforms, transportation reforms. As transport minister after independence, Lal Bahadur Shastri introduced the provision of female drivers and conductors in public transportation, breaking gender norms in the workforce. The medical term Ion of Pregnancy, MTP, Act of 1971. It legalizes abortion under certain circumstances. The act was enacted to regulate and facilitate safe and legal abortion services in the country, recognizing the reproductive rights of women. The Equal Remuneration Act, 1976. It is a significant piece of legislation aimed at promoting gender equality in the workplace by ensuring that men and women receive equal pay for equal work. It reflects the commitment of the Indian legal system to address issues of gender-based discrimination and promote fairness in employment practices. The Child Marriage Restraint Act, 1976. This act of 1976 raises the age of marriage for girls from 15 to 18 years and for boys 18 to 21 years. Parents of the children performing, conducting, or directing such marriage are subjected to punishment. The National Plan of Action, NPA, for women. It was formulated in 1976 in India to address various aspects of women's development. The NPA identified key areas, and action programs were designed to bring about positive changes in women's status. Cyberfeminism, still in its nascent stage in India, has the potential to democratize feminism, making it more diverse and decentralized. However, it must tread carefully to avoid replicating the universalism of previous feminist waves and ensure representation for all women. Keywords: National Plan of Action, the Equal Remuneration Act, 1976, Child Marriage, Sati, Widow Remarriage, National Commission for Women, Special Marriage Act, Intersectionality, Hindu Marriage Act, Dowry Prohibition Act. Self-Employed Women's Association, SUA, Mahila Dukshata Samiti, #MeToo, Anti-Eric Movement. Student movements. Independence era, historical roots and freedom struggle. Student movements in India trace back to the country's fight for independence, with students actively contributing to movements like Swadeshi, non-cooperation and civil disobedience movements against British rule. Some movements like Young Bengal were also mainly student-oriented movements. The catalyst of student movements post-independence, quest for freedom. Students and youth have been key contributors to India's struggle for freedom and justice. During the emergency, 1975-77, student bodies from universities across the country were at the forefront of the resistance, embodying the spirit of defiance. Deprivation, injustice, an education system of socio-economic deprivation and injustice can drive student movements, as evidenced by tribal students' activism for better educational opportunities. Moreover, perceived inadequacies within the education system, often seen as authoritarian and bureaucratic, can further stimulate student unrest. State policy and unemployment. Student movements often arise in response to state policies perceived as detrimental to their interests. For instance, the reservation policy implemented by the Government of India sparked significant student movements in 1990, 2006, and 2015. Unemployment, especially among educated youths, further fuels these agitations, highlighting a pivotal societal tension. Generation gap and alienation. The generational gap is another trigger for student movements, resulting in ideological-based movements and widespread youth activism. Alienation, often due to a lack of employment opportunities despite education, leads to student unrest and subsequent movements. Use of quick information systems. The advent of digital technology and social media has further catalyzed student activism, providing platforms for rallying support and organizing protests. 3. Major student movements, protests on linguistic lines, 1950s to 1970s. Early post-independence student movements revolved around the demand for linguistic states and opposition to Hindi imposition, notably in Odisha and Tamil Nadu. The anti-Hindi movement of 1965 was a significant student-led agitation against the Official Languages Act of 1963. Emergency in its aftermath, 1970s to 1990s. The Jaya Prakash Narayan (JP) movement against the emergency gave rise to a generation of political leaders. The movement's roots lie in the Navnirman Andolan of 1974 in Gujarat, initiated due to a hike in hostel food fees. The Punjab problem and the Assam agitation also marked a militant turn in student politics during this period. JP Movement and Emergency, 1974 to 1975. In the late 1960s, Jayaprakash Narayan gained prominence in state politics. In 1974, responding to high inflation and social issues, he led the movement in Bihar, initially focused on state corruption and later expanding to oppose the central government led by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Also known as the Bihar Movement or Sampurn Kranti, it became a significant anti-corruption and pro-democracy movement. Some of the key points related to the rise of the JP movement in India are as follows. Gujarat unrest. January 1974, a student movement in Gujarat protested against rising prices of food grains, cooking oil, and basic commodities. The government responded with force, leading to the president's rule being imposed in the state. Indira Gandhi dissolved the assembly in March 1975 in response to ongoing protests. Bihar unrest. March 1974, students in Bihar began a similar agitation in response to the Gujarat uprising. The movement was distinguished by the emergence of Jayaprakash Narayan, JP, who called for a total revolution. The movement included demands for the resignation of the Congress government in Bihar and the dissolution of the assembly. JP's rally to parliament. In a significant turn of events, JP led a massive people's march to the parliament in 1975, drawing immense public participation. This marked one of the largest political rallies in the capital and signaled the growing influence of the movements led by him. Nationwide agitation and call for total revolution. On June 12, 1975, Allahabad High Court found Indira Gandhi guilty of electoral malpractices. The court declared the election verdict in the Ray Bareilly constituency null and void and barred her from holding elected office for 6 years. This prompted Jayaprakash Narayan to urge the military and police to reject orders of the government that were illegal or unethical and called for the resignations of both Indira and the chief ministers. He advocated for a comprehensive revolutionary agenda termed Sampurn Kranti, or total revolution, with a focus on social change. JP's idea of total revolution. Jayaprakash Narayan's concept of total revolution encompassed 7 revolutions: social, economic, political, cultural, ideological, educational, and spiritual. Rooted in both Marxist and Gandhian influences, it aimed for a continuous and comprehensive transformation of Indian society. However, critiques arose due to the lack of a specific blueprint, the absence of a clear ideology, and challenges in implementing the proposed societal changes. Critics pointed to JP's call for expert involvement and the perceived failure of the movement, considering it an unworkable utopia. Despite inspiring a broad movement, the practicality of the total revolution faced skepticism. Mundal era. The implementation of the Mundal Commission's recommendations in the 1990s sparked a series of protests led by upper-caste students, significantly influencing the Hindi heartland's socio-political landscape. 4. Post-liberalization student movements, emergence and impact. The post-liberalization period ushered in a new phase of student movements and agitations, including significant protests against the Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA, and the National Register of Citizens, NRC. Notable movements. The agitation following Rohit Vemula's suicide at the University of Hyderabad and the Telangana movement spearheaded by students from Osmania University and the University of Hyderabad highlight the continued relevance and impact of student activism in contemporary India. Fees Must Fall campaign. 2020 onwards. Inspired by the global Fees Must Fall movements, several Indian institutions saw students protest against high tuition fees, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic when students were expected to pay full fees despite online classes. Pintratad, Break the Cage movement. 2015 onwards. Pintratad is a collective of women students fighting against discriminatory hostel rules for women in various Indian universities. The movement began in Delhi but quickly spread to other parts of the country. While student movements in the colonial context were primarily driven by national liberation or independence, the post-colonial student movements have been largely mobilized around local grievances and campus politics. Despite the shift, their impact on societal and political change remains significant, underlining the importance of youth engagement in the democratic process. Keywords: Pintratad, Break the Cage, movement, Fees Must Fall campaign, Citizenship Amendment Act, National Register of Citizens, Mundal era, Official Languages Act, Civil Disobedience Movement, Total Revolution, Emergency, Navnirman Andolan, Marginalized Student Communities. Agrarian Movement in India, a historical overview. Pre-independence agrarian movements. The early phase of post-independence agrarian movements can be traced back to the pre-independence era. The demands for land rights and agricultural reforms, initiated during the freedom struggle, continued to resonate post-independence. Policy measures for transformation. The 1950s saw several policy initiatives at the national and state levels to instigate agrarian change. Land reforms, community development programs, and agricultural extension schemes aimed at overhauling the agricultural landscape inherited from colonial times. Impact of the Green Revolution. The introduction of the Green Revolution in the 1960s resulted in the rise of new agrarian classes, the emergence of innovative organizational forms, and new modes of political mobilization. This period also surfaced new agrarian issues related to the socio-economic disparities introduced by high-yield variety crops and technology. Naxalbari movement in West Bengal, initiated in 1967 by the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, the movement aimed to secure rights for marginalized agricultural communities. The movement initially focused on land reforms but eventually broadened its scope to larger issues of corruption, exploitation, and maladministration. Phase 2. 1970 to 1990, the 1970s and 1980s witnessed the rise of various farmer movements, led by different classes such as middle peasants, kulaks, and rural rich. The Bharatiya Kisan Union, BQ, emerged during this period, demanding higher government floor prices, abolition of restrictions on interstate movement of farm produce, electricity supply at reasonable rates, loan waivers, and government pensions for farmers. The BQ conducted several rallies, demonstrations, sit-ins, and jail barrow courting imprisonment, agitations. They used traditional caste panchayats for mobilization, functioning as a pressure group with considerable strength in numbers. 1992-2019, during the era of globalization, farmers' movements began reacting to issues related to global interference in the country's agrarian economy. They opposed attempts to alter patent laws, foreign government subsidies, and exploitation by multinational companies using Indian natural resources. Modern thinkers like Vandana Shiva argue that technologies popularized in the Green Revolution have done more harm than good to land fertility. Current farm protests, Bhumi Adhikar Andolan. This is a pan-Indian movement that began around 2015, focusing on land rights for farmers and indigenous people. It advocates against land acquisition by the government and corporations without fair compensation and consent. Farmer protests against the 2020 Farm Bills, one of the largest and most impactful movements in recent Indian history, began in August 2020, when the Indian government passed 3 farm bills that were met with massive resistance from farmers, particularly from Punjab, Haryana, and Western Uttar Pradesh. Farmers feared that the new laws would dismantle the MSP system and leave them at the mercy of large corporates. The protests culminated in a year-long sit-in around the national capital, New Delhi, which led to the government's decision to repeal the laws in November 2021. Local movements for water access. Various local movements across India, particularly in drought-prone areas, focus on water rights and access to irrigation facilities. These movements are crucial for marginalized farmers who depend on agriculture for their livelihood but face water scarcity that significantly affects their crop yield and quality of life. Farmer indebtedness. One of the biggest problems faced by peasants was indebtedness, which the government was not able to solve. Data. In 1954, the Rural Credit Survey Committee commissioned by the RBI found that 93% of the credit needs of agriculturists were supplied privately, 3% by the government, 3% by cooperative societies, and 1% by commercial banks. Through this data, S.J. Patel estimated that farmers paid 6,500 million rupees in interest in 1950 to 51 and 14,200 million rupees in rent and debt annually by the end of colonial rule. Cooperatives ignored RBI's advice to lend based on crop production, not land ownership, leaving the landless out of the scheme. Estimates put farmer debt at around 170 million rupees as of 2021. Peasants' movements in independent India. Some movements, like Tabhaga in Bengal and Canal Colonies Tenants movement in Punjab, were stopped by communal violence during partition. But in Telangana of Hyderabad and Patiala area of Pepsu, both princely states joining India, the movements lasted longer. Telangana peasant struggle, 1946 to 51. Under the Nizam rule, Telangana, Telugu-speaking area of Hyderabad, peasants faced severe feudal oppression by jagirdars and deshmukhs. The communists mobilized them against the British's agrarian policies and the landlords' Veth Bigar, forced labor. The peasant movement grew fast from 1945, inspired by the communists' brave actions. Anti-Nizam movement. The Nizam of Hyderabad, backed by Pakistan and some British, resisted joining the Indian Union after independence. The state people wanted integration and followed the state Congress. The communists joined the anti-Nizam, pro-integration movement. After the anti-Nizam movement showed the people's will, the Indian army entered Hyderabad and the Nizam and his troops gave up. The army cleared the rural areas of the Razakars and got the peasants' support. After Hyderabad's integration, the communists decided to keep their arms and fight the pro-imperialist, bourgeois landlord Nehru government. They hid in the forests and attacked the Indian army but did not realize that the Indian army was strong and modern. Into the movement, a sad and needless conflict followed. The army drove out the activists from the villages, hurting many peasants. The communists tried to rebuild their bases in the forest but failed. The movement ended in 1951 when the CPI changed its policy after visiting Moscow. By then, only a few were left in the forests. Many died or were jailed. Government legislation. The government acted fast by abolishing Jagirdari in 1949 and passed the Hyderabad Tenancy and Agricultural Lands Act of 1950. Over 600,000 tenants were declared protected tenants with a right to purchase the land on easy terms. Land ceilings were introduced in the mid-1950s. The peasants' political awareness helped implement land reforms better. The landlords who came back after the movement failed could not resume the old ways. They often sold land cheaply and faced pressure to increase wages. The movement ended landlordism in Telangana, but this was already done in the anti-Nizam, pro-integration struggle, where the communists led the masses and voiced radical peasant demands. Patiala Mazara Movement, 1930s, 1952. The Mazara or tenants movement in Patiala, the largest princely state in Punjab, started in the late 1930s. Besweeters, local term for landlords, were revenue collectors, who later succeeded in claiming proprietary status. They relegated the farmers of 800 villages to the position of occupancy tenants and tenants at will. The new tenants resented the new landlords, who had no valid claim to the land. The land which had belonged to the tenants for generations. Role of communists. By the 1930s, communists were quite active in the peasants' movements in neighboring areas. Soon, they emerged as the leading force in the Mazara, or tenant farmer, movement. By 1945, the movement had turned into an open confrontation between Mazaras and Besweeters. The Prajamundal extended its support to the movement. After the integration of Patiala, with the coming of independence, Patiala joined the Indian Union. The Maharaja of Patiala, isolated by the opposition, launched severe repression on the Mazaras. The repression decreased after the formation of the PEPSU in July 1948, a new province comprising the erstwhile princely states of Punjab. The state was weak and different groups had to fight for themselves. Some landlords used armed gangs, so the movement had to fight back with its armed wing. Lal Communist Party. In 1948, Tejas Singh Svatantar and some Punjab communists, who did not get along with the CPI, formed the Lal Communist Party and an armed volunteer corps. In late 1948, this armed group defended the Mazaras from the Besweeters and their gangs. Scenario improved post-legislations. Things changed when the PEPSA Tenancy and an Agricultural Lands Act, 1955, was introduced that protected tenants against eviction. In 1954, PEPSU Occupancy Tenants, Vesting of Proprietary Rights, Act was passed. This act let occupancy tenants buy their land by paying compensation amounting to 12 times the land revenue. The communists wanted the land to be transferred without compensation, but the tenants agreed to this deal and stopped protesting. Way forward, it is essential to identify and bridge gaps in the implementation of existing agrarian policies. There is a need to ensure the effective execution of land reforms, irrigation schemes, and minimum support prices for crops. Initiatives should be taken to address the distress among farmers caused by indebtedness, inadequate prices for crops, and issues related to land holdings. Keywords: Telangana peasant struggle, Patiala Mazara movement, farmer indebtedness, Bhumi Adhikar Andolan, Green Revolution, Bharatiya Kisan Union. Caste movements in India, historical analysis and current trends. Dalit movements Phase 1: 1947 to 1970s post-independence. Dalit movements primarily aimed to fight against perpetual caste-based inequalities, seeking effective implementation of reservations and social justice. Two types of movements emerged. O reformative. These movements attempted to reform the caste system. O alternative. These sought to create alternate socio-cultural structures through religious conversion, education, economic status upliftment, or political power. O in the early 1970s, first-generation Dalit graduates began asserting themselves, leading to the formation of militant organizations such as the Dalit Panthers in Maharashtra. O the Dalit movement strived for social justice and dignity, leveraging caste mobilization to construct electoral majorities. Phase 2: 1980s to present. The 1980s witnessed an increase in the strength of Dalit political organizations. For instance, BAMSEF, Backward and Minority Classes Employees Federation, founded in 1978, championed the cause of the Bahujan, SC, ST, and OBC minorities to attain political power. Dalit consciousness got divided into two classes. The first benefited from reservation and market reforms, evolving into a capitalist class. The second continued traditional occupations, e.g., bonded labor, sanitation work, and failed to benefit from market reforms and reservation. The Dalit Panthers movement. O emergence of Dalit Panthers, 1972. The Dalit Panthers, a neo-social movement inspired by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's philosophy, was established in 1972. O Foundation and Vision, founded by Nandayodasolan and J. V. Pawar on May 29, 1972, in Maharashtra. The movement aimed to combat caste discrimination, representing a departure from traditional Dalit movements. O inspiration from Black Panther Party, drawing inspiration from the Black Panther Party, a socialist movement that fought racial discrimination against African Americans during the U.S. In the mid-20th century, the Dalit Panthers adopted a similar ethos. Backward and Minority Communities Employee Federation, BAMSEF. O establishment of BAMSEF, 1978 and 1978. Kangshi Ram founded the Backward and Minority Communities Employee Federation, BAMSEF. O mission and motto. BAMSEF's mission, encapsulated by the motto Educate, Organize, and Agitate, aimed to raise awareness and mobilize marginalized communities against the prevailing caste system. O advocacy and expansion. Kangshi Ram actively expanded his network, advocating the principles and teachings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, emphasizing education, organization, and agitation as a means to empower backward and minority communities. Keywords: the Dalit Panthers movement, perpetual caste-based inequalities, educate, organize, and agitate, reformative. Backward class movements. Phase 1, 1947 to 2000. Since the 192 zeros, organizations centered around caste issues emerged, such as the United Provinces Hindu Backward Classes League, All India Backward Classes Federation, and All India Backward Classes League. The Kaka Kalelkar Commission, appointed in 1956, identified nearly 3,000 tribes or clans as OBC. With the Green Revolution's emergence, dominant castes like Jats and Yadavs, controlling a significant portion of the rural economy, started to benefit. The 1992 implementation of the Mundalcom Mission report provided further impetus. Phase 2, 2001 present. The recommendation for OBC reservations in central government institutions was implemented in 1992, with an education quota established in 2006. Despite 2 decades of its implementation, gross inequity in reservation benefits continues among different OBC communities. Dominant castes that benefited during the Green Revolution now face an agrarian crisis, reducing their dominance. Backward classes students have actively demanded OBC quota reservation, leading to significant movements like the Patida Andolan in Gujarat, Maratha agitation in Maharashtra, and Jat agitation in Haryana. By organizing themselves, the lower castes have been able to represent their collective interests effectively, thereby transforming their position within the hierarchical pattern of Hindu society. However, the movement has not been without its complexities and continues to evolve. Progress in OBC issues. Constitutional recognition of National Commission for Backward Classes. In 2018, the Indian Parliament passed the 123rd Constitutional Amendment Bill, giving constitutional status to the National Commission for Backward Classes and CBC. This was a significant milestone for the OBC community, as it ensured greater representation and power to address grievances. Committee for Subcategorization of OBCs. In 2017, the Indian government set up a commission under Aptitude. Justice G. Rohini to examine the subcategorization of OBCs. The aim was to ensure a more equitable distribution of reservations among the OBCs, particularly for the most marginalized within the group. OBC reservations in local bodies. The 73rd and 74th Amendments to the Indian Constitution ensured reservations for OBCs in Panchayati Raj institutions and urban local bodies, respectively. This has been critical in ensuring the political representation of OBCs at the grassroots level. Inclusion of new castes. Over the years, several castes have been included in the OBC list, ensuring they have access to reservations in education and government jobs. Our reservation in educational institutions. The Central Educational Institutions, Reservation and Admissions Act, 2006, introduced reservations for OBC students in central educational institutions, furthering educational opportunities for this section of society. Keywords: Kaka Kalelkar Commission, Green Revolution, Reservation, National Commission for Backward Classes, Justice G. Rohini Committee. Environment movements. The Brundtland Report 1987, theme: Our Common Future. Sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. India has faced many environmental movements since independence for the protection of the environment and natural resources. Some of the prominent movements: Chipko movement. The Chipko movement, which began in the 1970s, was a significant environmental movement in India, particularly in the state of Uttarakhand, formerly part of Uttar Pradesh. The movement aimed at the protection and conservation of forests, particularly against the commercial logging activities that were threatening the region's ecosystems. Origins and trigger. The modern Chipko movement originated in 1973 in the Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, triggered by the rampant felling of trees in response to the growing development needs. The movement gained momentum after widespread floods in 1970 were attributed to deforestation caused by commercial logging. Embrace the trees. The name Chipko comes from the Hindi word embrace, symbolizing the act of villagers, especially women, hugging and encircling trees to prevent them from being felled. This nonviolent form of protest aimed to physically obstruct the loggers from cutting down the trees. Key figures: Chandi Prasad Bhatt, a Gandhian environmentalist and the founder of Dashali Gram Swaraj San, DDSM, played a crucial role in leading the Chipko movement. Sundarlal Bahuguna, another prominent environmentalist, contributed significantly to the movement's success. Women's role. Women played a central role in the Chipko movement. As they were primarily responsible for cultivation, livestock, and children, they were most affected by deforestation. Notable activists included Gaura Devi, Sadesha Devi, and Chipko poet Ghanshyam Ratyuri. Environmental impact. The movement gained traction under environmentalist Sundarlal Bahuguna, who campaigned against the destruction of forests and mountains. As a result of the Chipko protests, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi implemented a 15-year moratorium on commercial felling in the Uttarakhand Himalaya. The Forest Conservation Act of 1980 and the establishment of the Ministry of Environment and Forests in India are attributed, in part, to the consciousness created by Chipko. Global recognition. Chipko leaders received international recognition, including awards such as the Chandi Prasad Bhatt was awarded the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 1982. The movement's impact went beyond India and contributed to the global environmental discourse. Apiko movement. 1983. The Apiko Andolan, local term for hugging in Kannada, is Apiko, born in the Uttara Kannada district of Karnataka in 1983, drew inspiration from the famous Chipko Andolan in the Himalayas. Witnessing the success of tree hugging in Uttarakhand, the people of Saucony embraced a similar movement. Apiko movement's objectives. Conserving Western Ghats. The primary goal is to safeguard the tropical forests in the Western Ghats, recognizing their ecological significance. Restoring greenery in areas depleted of forests, contributing to environmental regeneration. Promoting rational utilization. Aiming to reduce pressure on forest resources, the movement advocates for the rational utilization of natural resources. The focus is on sustainable practices. The impact of the Apiko movement has been significant. The awareness it raised regarding the ecological importance of the Western Ghats led to a heightened sense of responsibility towards conservation. Ultimately, the Apiko Andolan stands as a testament to the power of grassroots movements in fostering environmental consciousness and advocating for the preservation of vital ecosystems. Narmada Bachao Andolan, NBA, 1985. The movement is like a river, and the river is like the movement. Words on Water. Sanjay Kak's classic documentary on the NBA, Genesis of the NBA Movement, 1985. Initiated in 1985, the Narmada Bachao Andolan, NBA, emerged as a widespread movement protesting the insufficient resettlement and rehabilitation (RNR) policies affecting more than 250,000 individuals facing displacement due to the construction of large dams on the Narmada River. Initially named the Narmada Darangras Samiti, it underwent a renaming in 1989 to the NBA. Narmada Valley Project and background, 1946 to 1978. The Narmada Valley Project, conceptualized in 1946, officially commenced in 1978 following the final orders of the Narmada Water Disputes Tribunal. These orders outlined resettlement and rehabilitation plans for the affected population. Legal intervention by Medha Patkar, 1985 to 2000. In 1985, Medha Patkar approached the Supreme Court, drawing attention to the inadequate resettlement and rehabilitation measures associated with the Narmada Valley Project. The legal intervention continued until 2000 when the court permitted construction under the condition of supervised resettlement and rehabilitation. NBA's advocacy and impact. The Narmada Bachao Andolan brought significant attention to environmental and rehabilitation concerns linked to major dam projects. By shedding light on the challenges faced by tribal and underprivileged communities most affected by these initiatives, the NBA played a pivotal role in raising awareness about the human and environmental costs of large dams. The movement became a powerful advocate for just and comprehensive rehabilitation policies, leaving a lasting impact on the discourse surrounding such developmental projects. Reports of National Herald newspaper quoted that the Narmada Bachao Andolan, NBA, led by Medha Patkar, stands as one of the longest-living Gandhian satyagraha globally. It represents a historic struggle by ordinary individuals using traditional methods, and the Narmada River serves as a witness to this ongoing endeavor. Environmental disasters. Post-independence environmental disasters like dam failures have had significant negative impact on some regions. Some of them are the Bhopal gas tragedy 1984. The Bhopal gas tragedy in 1984 highlighted the potential of a large-scale industrial accident and underscored the crucial role of a regulatory oversight. The incident, which continues to impact the local population, involved the U.S.-based Union Carbide Company, currently under the ownership of Dow Chemicals. The unfateful night. On the night of December 3, 1984, a massive leakage of approximately 40 tons of deadly methyl isocyanate gas occurred at the plant. As per a government affidavit in 2006, the Bhopal gas leak resulted in 558,125 injuries, encompassing 38,478 temporary partial injuries, and around 3,900 severe and permanent disabilities. The Matshu Dam disaster 1979. On August 10, 1979 in Morbi area of Gujarat, heavy rainstorm hit the Matshu River, causing almost 7 times the usual downpour, and the excess water flow downstream posed a severe threat to the human settlements. Dam failures. The raging river first impacted Matshu Dam 1 and then targeted Matshu Dam 2. Despite opening most gates, the 4 kilometers long Matshu Dam 2 failed on August 11, 1979, after nearly 24 hours of near-full operation. Steps taken. Environment Protection Act of 1986 plans to protect air and water, wilderness and wildlife are in fact plans to protect man. Stuart Udall. The act, commonly considered a response to the Bhopal gas leak 1984, was enacted to enforce decisions from the UN Conference on the Human Environment. Environmental Impact Assessment, EIA. UNEP defines Environmental Impact Assessment, EIA, as a tool used to identify the environmental, social, and economic impacts of a project prior to decision-making. MC Mehta vs. Union of India, 1985. The case involves the oleum gas leakage from Shriram Food and Fertilizers Ltd. in Delhi, drawing parallels with the Bhopal gas tragedy. The MC Mehta vs. Union of India case played a pivotal role in environmental advocacy, introducing the absolute liability principle. Absolute liability principle. In industries like Shriram engaged in inherently dangerous activities, the Supreme Court established the rule of absolute liability. This means any industry involved in hazardous activities causing harm is held absolutely liable for the consequences. The Indian subcontinent post-independence. The post-independence era in the Indian subcontinent was marked by monumental shifts in political, economic, and social spheres. The period saw the birth of two new nations, India and Pakistan, followed by the creation of Bangladesh in 1971. Independence and partition. Independence, August 1, 1947, end of British colonial rule. Birth of independent India and Pakistan. Partition. Britain's Parliament passed the Indian Independence Act on July 18, 1947. It ordered that the dominions of India and Pakistan be demarcated by midnight of August 14-15, 1947. Radcliffe Line, the boundary demarcation between India and Pakistan. Massive population exchange and communal violence resulted in immense loss of life and property. India, adoption of Constitution. 1950 India becomes a republic. Adopts a constitution that lays down the political and social framework. Reorganization of states. 1956 States Reorganization Act leads to redrawing of Indian states primarily on linguistic lines. Economic development. 5-year plans adopted for planned economic development. 1991 Economic reforms, liberalization, privatization, and globalization, LPG, reforms introduced to rescue the economy from a balance of payments crisis. Social development, landmark legislations and movements for social justice, including the abolition of untouchability, women's rights, and rights for marginalized communities. Pakistan, political developments, military rule, multiple periods of military dictatorship interspersed with civilian rule. East Pakistan crisis, social, economic, and political differences led to rising tensions between East and West Pakistan. This led to the creation of Bangladesh as an independent nation. Wars between India and Pakistan. Indo-Pakistani War of 1947. Karachi Agreement, Indo-Pakistani War of 1965. Tashkent Declaration, Indo-Pakistani War of 1971. Shimla Agreement, Indo-Pakistani War of 1999. Operation Vijay. Karachi Agreement. India and Pakistan fought their first war in October 1947 over Jammu and Kashmir. The war ended on January 1, 1949, with a ceasefire declaration by the UN, which was ratified by the Karachi Agreement in July 1949. The Simla Agreement, July 2, 1972, after the War of 1971. This agreement set down the rules. The ceasefire line was designated as the new line of control between the two countries under this agreement. Lahore Declaration. The Lahore Declaration was a bilateral agreement and governance treaty between India and Pakistan. The treaty was signed on February 21, 1999, at the conclusion of a historic summit in Lahore, and ratified by the parliaments of both countries the same year. Official flags of India and Pakistan at the Wagah border. Operation Gibraltar 1965 was designed to infiltrate into Jammu and Kashmir. Several columns of trained and well-armed mujahideen and razakars, led by Pakistan Army majors, the columns managed to infiltrate, but failed to create large-scale disturbances and did not receive support from the people. The objective was to instigate locals to revolt against the Indian government. The operation failed as the infiltration was discovered, and the locals did not revolt. This caused the 1965 Indo-Pak War to start, Operation Vijay. In 1999, India and Pakistan signed the Lahore Agreement. However, the Pakistani troops began infiltrating toward the Indian side of the line of control, LOC. Hoping to cut off Indian troops in Siachen, the Indian Army launched Operation Vijay to throw back the intruders who had occupied Indian territory. Operation Meghduth of 1984, the Indian Armed Forces operation to capture the Siachen Glacier, a strategically important region near northern Ladakh. Tashkent Declaration. In 1966, the Tashkent Declaration was signed under the mediation of the Soviet Union, marking a short-lived attempt at peace with India after the Indo-Pakistan War of 1965. Circumstances that led to the Tashkent Agreement, or the 1965 Indo-Pak War, which started with border skirmishes in the Rann of Kutch and escalated into a full-scale conflict over Jammu and Kashmir. International pressure. During the Cold War, the US and Soviet Union were concerned about India-Pakistan conflict escalation, fearing regional implications and potential involvement. Ceasefire and peace talks. The UN Security Council passed Resolution 211, calling for a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. The Soviet Union, led by Premier Kosygin, mediated peace talks, resulting in the Tashkent Conference. Highlights of the Tashkent Agreement. A withdrawal of troops. Both India and Pakistan agreed to withdraw their respective troops to pre-war positions by February 25, 1966. This led to a de-escalation of military tensions along the borders. Restoration of diplomatic relations. The Tashkent Agreement provided for the restoration of normal diplomatic and economic relations between the two countries, which had been severed during the war. Exchange of prisoners of war. Both countries agreed to exchange prisoners of war and return the captured territories as per the pre-war status. No territorial gains. Despite the large-scale conflict, neither India nor Pakistan gained any significant territorial advantage from the war. Non-interference in internal affairs. Both countries agreed to respect each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty and committed to non-interference in each other's internal affairs. Economic and social developments. Challenges including poverty, political instability, and natural disasters. Progress in areas such as human development and social reforms. Impact on Indian subcontinent. Regional relations. Relations between India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have been fraught with conflicts, border disputes, and diplomatic tensions. Despite these challenges, attempts have been made at peace and regional cooperation, including the formation of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. A global impact. The Indian subcontinent plays a pivotal role in global politics, economics, and cultural exchange. Over the past few decades, India, in particular, has emerged as a major global player and a burgeoning economy. Factors that prompted India to play a decisive role in the emergence of Bangladesh. Humanitarian crisis. The brutal crackdown by the Pakistani military in East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, in 1971 led to a massive humanitarian crisis. Millions of refugees, primarily Bengali-speaking Hindus, fled to India to escape persecution, placing immense strain on India's resources and infrastructure. India's intervention was partly driven by the urgent need to address this humanitarian catastrophe. Strategic interests. East Pakistan's struggle for independence provided India with an opportunity to weaken its rival, Pakistan. A weakened and divided Pakistan would help reduce the security threat posed by Pakistan's military, particularly on India's eastern front. Geopolitical considerations. India's intervention in the Bangladesh Liberation War was also influenced by Cold War dynamics. Pakistan had the support of the United States and China, while India sought support from the Soviet Union. By aiding Bangladesh, India sought to counterbalance the influence of the US and China in the region and strengthen its strategic partnership with the Soviet Union. Regional stability. India was concerned about the impact of the crisis in East Pakistan on regional stability. The influx of refugees and the potential for the conflict to spill over into India's territory could have had serious consequences for India's national security and regional peace. Timeline of key events. 1947. Partition of India and independence from British rule. Formation of India and Pakistan. 1949. Establishment of the People's Republic of China and the Republic of China in Taiwan. 1950. India becomes a republic with the adoption of the Constitution. 1956. Reorganization of Indian states on linguistic lines. 1962. Sino-Indian War between India and China, leading to Chinese victory and capture of Oxai Chin. 1965. Second Indo-Pakistani War. Operation Gibraltar. 1971. Third Indo-Pakistani War and independence of Bangladesh from Pakistan. 1991. Liberalization of the Indian economy. 1999. Kargil War, ended with Indian victory. Keywords: humanitarian crisis, geopolitical considerations, strategic interests, regional stability, the Liberation War of 1971, Operation Meghduth, Operation Vijay, Lahore Declaration, Operation Gibraltar. India's economic ascendance. India has emerged as the world's fifth largest economy by nominal GDP, marking its status as a major player in the global economy. This is demonstrated by its growth in sectors such as information technology and manufacturing. Moreover, India boasts the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, contributing to significant innovation and job creation. An example of this is the rise of tech companies such as Flipkart and Paytm, which have made a global impact in the e-commerce and digital payment sectors respectively. These developments have played a key role in India's socio-economic transformation and its rising global influence. Viksit Bharat Vision. Viksit Bharat has to be built only through Sabka Prayas. The Prime Minister of India launched Vision Viksit Bharat at 2047, Voice of Youth. He said, "This is the period in the history of India when the country is going to take a quantum leap. For India, this is the time, right time, Yahi Samehai, Sai Samehai. It emphasized the need to create an Amrit generation which keeps the national interest paramount. The need to go beyond education and skills and called for alertness for the national interest and civic sense among the citizens. When citizens, in whatever role, start doing their duty, the country moves forward. It focuses on the preservation of natural resources through water conservation, saving electricity, using fewer chemicals in farming, and using public transport. The focus of the educationist fraternity is to suggest ways of giving new energy to Swachhta Abhiyan, combating lifestyle issues and exploration of the world beyond mobile phones by the youth. They are role models for the students. This social thinking is reflected in the governance too and asked the gathering to see that degree holders should have at least one vocational skill. Conclusion: Viksit Bharat at 2047 is the vision to make India a developed nation by 2047, the 10th year of independence. The vision encompasses various aspects of development, including economic growth, social progress, environmental sustainability, and good governance. The post-independence era in the Indian subcontinent witnessed profound political, economic, and social changes. The partition of India and the birth of India, Pakistan, and later Bangladesh shaped the region's destiny. Despite challenges such as communal violence, political instability, and economic disparities, the subcontinent has made remarkable progress. Keywords: Viksit Bharat, Sabka Prayas, Amrit generation, humanitarian crisis, geopolitical considerations, strategic interests, regional stability. Previous year questions. 1. Analyze the circumstances that led to the Tashkent Agreement in 1966. Discuss the highlights of the agreement. 200 words, 10 marks. 2013. 2. Critically examine the compulsions which prompted India to play a decisive role in the emergence of Bangladesh. 200 words, 10 marks. 2013. Mains marks boosteries are content. Free material. Comprehensive coverage 11-year PYQ solution, prelims plus mains. UDN, prelims static revision. UDN plus 500, prelims current affairs revision. PNLVUL Mains Wallah. Current affairs. Monthly editorial. Wallah. MIJ, OVEM by 2023. $Filmed F. GHL, IHMM. U to the power